turn your fucking blade grass chopper shit off, you fucking idiot. Why are you cutting grass this early? It's like, dude, we know you're doing it to get back at the world. You're not doing it because that's the only job you want to do. Cutting grass. There's never been more jobs on earth, by the way. Don't let them fool you. They're telling you, oh, the economy is so you're holding an iPhone. In feudal times, if feudal niggas saw you guys complaining, they'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? You're holding an iPhone. You don't have a scythe and you're not fucking carrying bags of rice, you dumb monkeys, man. The economy's so bad. There's no jobs. You incarnated in the most jobs in the universe, you fucking monkey. You can do anything you want to do, which is worse than doing what they tell you to do if you think about it. Because if you tell a human you can do whatever you want to do, they always do the same thing and they don't do anything. It's like if you tell a human you can have any bitch on earth and you show them 8 billion, 3 billion bitches, they immediately freeze and go, I can't choose. Wait, I can't. Maybe that. Wait, no, not. I. If you give a human limitless opportunity, they just freeze. So it's better to give these slaves a fucking job. And I'm sorry, man. I know this hurts a lot of your guys' feelings. I have friends, I have uncles, I got brothers like this, bro. Dude, most humans, 90% of the world, by definition on Wikipedia, are a slave class. Do you know what slave class means? It means they're unfree. They work unfree. They chill out with beers unfree. They everything they do is unfree. They don't build up to an award, a vacation or something that they worked hard for. They're always on vacation, always asleep, and always doing nothing with their lives. And it's so weird that people will message me, well, Zherka, what if they're just going through it? I mean, you can't be angry at that because they're not doing much with their lives. Like we've all been there. I'm like, dude, when I was doing nothing with my life, I was still in my self-destruction phase. Self-destroying is still something. Do you understand? There's like I was still breaking the pieces. So even when I was not building, I was always active, destroying. Because the devil is in that whatever you call that area that you want to pretend is neutral and in the middle, but it's actually dry, unconscious, and frozen. It's whatever that is, that in between jobs mode that people, that is a fog people get stuck at. They never, they don't have, they have warped perception for the rest of their lives after that fog. And sometimes I'm thinking, like, dude, turn the blade, the grass blade cutter thing off, man. Turn it off. Don't do that shit. You know. I had some idiot comment. No, Zherka, you're actually lazy. You're not concentrated. You're not. You're just lucky. You know, you can't. You cannot. This is the one thing you cannot hide from humans is concentration. You cannot hide concentration and intellect. You can hear by someone's voice if they're just fucking relaxing or if they work even when they don't work. You can hear it. They become more rigid, they become more angry, they become more irritable, but it's so worth it to get your shit done. That is so worth it to me. And some of these guys are like, oh, actually, you're just partying with hoes all the time. It's like, if you saw any of the snapshots of my life, you'd realize it's impossible. That's impossible. It's impossible. You party with one hoe, they're in your mind for a couple days after that, so it damages your work and focus. You technically, by your definition, it's I would have the greatest concentration in the universe if I was doing it all at the same time, but I'm not. I throw it like a Scooby snack, my nigga. So stop with that. I think I actually work harder than Zherka because I'm cutting grass. And You're trained to feel sorry for immigrants who cut grass for a living. Really? If Ferrari gave me a fucking V12 engine right now and I never used it, wouldn't everyone call me ungrateful? So if God gives you an instrument like your brain and you don't want to apply your etheric life forces in front of your just just circulate around your frontal lobe a bit and focus. How is that any different? Most humans you see on earth, when given a V12 Ferrari, they will do nothing with it. They will do nothing with it. I'm telling you, if you gave 90% of people on earth this V12 Ferrari, La Ferrari, the Ferrari, within a very short amount of time, they won't be driving it. They will go back to being dry and unconscious. That's most humans on earth. That's who you're defending when I say slave class. There's two types of slave classes. One, the broke, and we don't like them at all. There's something really, really self-destructive about you champion the broke. Sure, if they're starving, but that's not the broke. We're talking about someone else. We're talking about a different class of group soul. We're talking about whatever we see in Walmart. They're not starving. Matter of fact, a lot of them are obese. That's not broke. That's not biblically broke. Being in debt is not broke. None of that has to do with scripture. Scripture's not talking about the people at Walmart. That's not the meek. That's the weak. It's not talking about You're not, no human is starving at Walmart. All those guys walk around with debt. And everyone always asks me, can anyone make it? Well, just ask yourself, if you had Aristotle as a mentor for 5 years, every day he's on your ass. And not just expanding your thinking, but making you feel confident, purified, and activating your will. He's totally got you doing everything you're supposed to do. Do you think you could make it with a mentor like Aristotle? If your answer is yes, then you're actually answering that 8 billion people on earth can make it. Now, where would they find that mentor? It wouldn't be a mentor. It would be them using their thinking to gain knowledge and concentration, both so life, concentration, and the knowledge, and maybe get a 1% of Aristotle a year if they work hard. But if you look at how successful a man with Aristotle, I mean, the last one was Alexander the Great. He did everything you can do on earth, right? So if you could have 1% of Alexander the Great, that makes you 100 millionaire, if not more. And it might take you 10 years or whatever the fuck. But if you're admitting that with the right kind of guidance, you can make it, you're pretty much saying anyone can. And I'm not saying anyone can be a mathematician. I'm saying you grab a black guy, sit him down with Aristotle, and Aristotle would be like, look, it's not going to be math. You're going to make your success, what you're trying to do, through a different pathway. Are there niches of niches that eventually that tiny niche becomes a regular niche and then it becomes the middle and then it becomes mainstream? Does every human have their niche? Yes, that reservoir of energy, of interest, mine is different from yours. And you guys are a lot alike to me in some weird way. You guys listen to me, so you have to be kind of like me, right? If you're listening good, that's like the true test to see if you're like someone is if you cannot, like, let's be real, if there's no camera with women, it's not entertainment. You're just listening to a guy talk on a phone right now. So if you turn it off, you're not that much like me. But if you listen to this, there's no content on the screen. There's nothing to dazzle you. There's no. None of that. It's just information. If you can just listen to this, chances are you're those followers that are kind of like me. Dude, if you're kind of like me, you're kind of like Alexander the Great, but you're not. You're a fucking faggot who you look at that guy cutting grass and you go, he's working hard. No, he's not. He's fucking playing with a chopper. I've wanted to do that to this day. I've wanted to buy that thing, right? I've always wanted to buy that I would do that for fun. I would fucking get high, do some whatever, and go cut grass for fun. That looks like the best time on earth, especially to be alone with your thoughts. And you put on those metal fucking headphones so that you can't hear the annoying sound, but you can torture everyone. And that's like my dream job. I do that online. This motherfucker woke me up with that shit. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you can look at his deeply unconscious immigrant face, just looking at the grass, looking at his past lives where he did horrific shit. And you're like, Pedro, turn it off. It's fucking 10 o'clock. Just turn it. The grass will be there the next day. And they walk from neighborhood to neighborhood, pissing everyone off with the ew, 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 and pissing everyone off until someone says, yo, fuck off with that shit. And they always look up and they go, okay, I'll walk away. And they walk slower. Turn the fucking grass cutter off. It's 10 o'clock. I don't want to use my brain, so I'm going to do grass cutting job. I don't want to use my brain, so I'm going to get a grass cutter. Listen to how they think. I don't want to use my brain, so I'm going to piss off everyone in civilization. What? In my perfect society, we go up to Pedro and say, give me that fucking machine, you little fucking short immigrant, short incarnation. Give me that fucking machine. Here, take these hair cutting scissors. Go fucking cut grass, you little fucking bitch. Get on your knees and cut grass. Dude, in the past, they'd make slaves work. What the fuck is this? Have fun with a grass cutter. Ever since I was a child, I want to walk around with that thing. Everyone on earth wants to do that job. Would you wake up at 6 a.m. to do it? Yes, I would actually. It would be fucking awesome. I'd have some coffee and I start cutting grass. It would be amazing. What are you talking about? That's a hard job. That sounds like a lot of fun. And I know they're high. They're high on the job. So what are you talking about? You feel bad for these. You spend your whole life feeling bad for lower class of people, and then you realize they don't even use their instrument. I'm feeling bad for humans who don't use their instrument. Why the fuck did I spend decades trying to use mine? Why didn't I just start cutting grass like that guy? And they half-ass everything. They're like, "Oh, I'll just save up $100 and get a prostitute," and everything is half-assed. They don't even chase the bitch. They go, "I'll just pay for it. I'll just cut grass, and then I'll go here with my buddies, and I'll go more unconscious with a few more beers." And we're made to high five these people, bro. I've always had this instinct to stand up for poor people until I grew up and realized how gay that shit is. I remember the first few years of Twitch success, I think 2018, 19, 20, 21. Those years, I would just keep defending broke people. So, because I'm like, I relate to them. And then eventually you evolve out of that and you go, actually, I don't relate to any of you. And this is not like a superiority thing. This is like if you're broke, you have not suffered, period. Only if you ever see a successful person, you saw someone who suffered more than you. 90% of the time, with the exclusion of people who you should feel bad for. If anyone got their inheritance from their family, you should never be like a lot of people tell me, yo, my buddy's got yachts and their parents just buy them everything. And I'm so jealous of that. I'm like, really? Even when I was a child, I was not jealous of people being given money. I was always staring at the people who made it. There's something so attractive about humans who, even if a woman makes her own money, it's kind of like, whoa, you did that shit, you know? In a weird way, it's like there's a mutual respect there, you know? Or it's like when you watch Shark's Tank as a child and you find out one of the sharks got extremely lucky and They got it through inheritance, and it totally ruins your opinion of them. Right? It's like those people who say Elon made you got $100 million loan, or like if it was on paper, someone handed me a paper and said Trump inherited 100 million. As cool as that is for his strong thought forms and his incarnation task, it's not as badass as the original Trump story. What did he tell us? He told us I got a small loan of $1 million, which I don't know how much I buy that. You know, because I always worry. It's when comedians exaggerate, it's not the end of the world. But he's not a comedian. He doesn't try and be funny. He is funny, but he's not trying to. So when Trump exaggerates, it's not. There's no comedic effect there. The exaggeration's just a. It's a blunt lie to your face. I don't think Trump got 1 million from a billionaire. Why would a billionaire dad ever give their son just 1 million if they're kicking the bucket? That doesn't even make sense. That doesn't even make sense. Or like what a lot of people do, they have 100 million in the trust. They can't access it. They can only access 1 million, and they go, "Yo, Zherka, I got a small loan of 1 million." I'm like, "Yeah, but you're safe. It's still back in there, right? It's still back in there. Like this idea that all we're made to do is feel bad for people. Oh, that guy's broke. I feel bad for him. Dude, do you know why he's broke? Because he's a bad person. That's the truth. Like when you look at how little unconscious souls stand up for the weak or anyone hurt, they never stand up for people. So when you meet someone broke, what does broke mean? It means unconscious. They're not the hero. They're not the hero at all. And in for thousands of years, I would defend the poor because I'd see them hungry. But the poor are not hungry. The poor are obese. Why are we calling them the poor? The average poor person is obese. This is like the land of credit cards. It's something very different. And where are the real starving poor that they get no attention? We have to like look at people cutting grass and go, man, he's got it tough. And I've always been that guy that I can't even return a plate at a restaurant if they bring me the wrong plate. I just eat that shit. Because anyone who's like slave laboring for me, I never want to make their job harder, right? And I've always hated that about me too. Like I went my whole life never saying, actually, I didn't order this fucking spaghetti, you dumb bitch. I just eat the food. I feel like it's womanly to complain. It's like there's just calories in your stomach. We're eating for energy, whatever. It's still food. Even if I don't like it, I just eat this shit and move on with my day. Like, what are you talking about? But then there comes a point where they start fucking up every order. And forget the food orders. That could piss you off a bit. But have you ever had new couches coming in and they fuck all that up? And they're like 6 months late on your couches? And you're like, dude, I'm being tested so hard not to transform into a racist right now. But you gotta send me a picture. I gotta see who I'm talking to. You gotta send me a picture of your fucking face, bro. Because I know this is not normal. 6 months for a couch. I want to move on with this shit. And you start buying TVs, and nowadays they do. Every human does everything so unconscious that they box up the wrong TV. You could go buy at like $5,000, $6,000 TV, and they just box up the wrong one because it was next to the one you pointed at, and it kind of looked like yours. And oh, I didn't notice that I gave you. Is that weird? Remember when we were kids, they wouldn't fuck up this. Now humans are really asleep at their jobs. You go ask for some like lemon meringue ice cream, and she tried to put green tea. I think it was Earl Grey tea ice cream she tried to give me, and I'm like, what? That's a flavor? People order Earl Grey ice cream. Are you trying to poison me? What is that? What are you talking about? Green tea flavored ice cream. And it's at the point where I'm too cranky for this shit. I'm too old for this shit. I just turn around, I was like, man, fuck your ice cream. And I just left. And I keep doing these things where they're so out of character, but I feel so authentic when I do it. It's so out of character for me to embarrass myself for something small like that. Usually I'll go for bigger things, right? But after the couches and all that, you just get irritated. It's like, man, fuck you. I'm turned off. You picked the wrong scoop of ice cream. I'm not mad that you didn't put the lemon scoop. Or fuck that up. I'm mad that you assumed a human being on earth wants a scoop of Earl Grey ice cream. What is that? What the fuck is Earl Grey ice cream? What is green tea ice cream? What is this chink shit? What is this fucking don't bring your Chinese taste buds to these countries, bro. We don't want them. We don't want, you know how stupid immigrants are? If you go to any third world, go look at the flavor of chips they have. What the fuck are those flavors? They have weird ass flavors I've never even heard of. 95% of Earth eats weird flavored chips. And they try to attack me. They're like, well, you eat ketchup chips. So you're fucked up. Ketchup chips are delicious. What are you talking about? Ketchup chips are delicious. What are you high? You go to Mexico, you just buy whatever their flavors are fucking weird, man. There's no all dressed. It's called all spice or all season or some weird ass shit. And they put black pepper on chips. Why are you putting black pepper on? It's not a potato. It used to be a potato, now it's a chip. Put some of that vinaigrette shit they did. Like, what are you doing? Everything's so backwards, man. Everything's so half-assed. It's like if I did these spaces half-assed and turned my camera off and just spoke on a phone for millions of dollars or $1 million, Myron makes millions. I'm at 1 million. And that's just sad. Anyone else in my shoes would turn this to 100 million so fast. But I can't stand the internet, man. I can't stand being this close to it. I remember one of my best speeches I gave. The first comment was, "What's Zherka's shoe size?" I was like, "What the fuck am I doing with my life? What am I doing with my life?" Like the first comment was, "What is Zherka's shoe size?" I don't even know what it is. I What does that have to do with anything? That's why I'm like, yo, if it's just fanboys, what's his elbow size? If it's just fanboys trying to like relate, like maybe if I have his shoe size, something happens. If it's just fanboys trying to relate, it really turns me off, right? And sometimes it feels like fanboys because when I see you guys in public, you guys always have this gay smirk and smile. The fuck are you smiling about? And I always think, is it because they're thinking of me saying something funny? Even my family, my brothers, if they see my face, they just start smiling because I've made them laugh so they get ready, prepared for it. I'm like, that's not how it works. You don't meet a human and I have to fucking dance monkey dance. What the fuck? So when I see you guys in public, you do that little gay smirk. The fuck is that shit for? You guys tell me you love me. I know you love me. I'm literally paid. I'm paid because of you guys. I'm paid literally because of you guys. Stealing your money, I'm paid through that. You don't have to tell me you love me. Make it all gay on the street in front of the Starbucks. Fucking tell me you saved my life. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You need to fuck off with that shit. I saved your life. How the fuck can one human save another human's life? You're controlling your own limbs, bro. Did I come up to you and say, hey, don't jump? Don't jump. Don't jump. It's not worth it. They're gonna miss you. They're gonna miss you for a couple hours. Are you joking me? I love you, man. You keep it real. What does that even mean? Are we rappers now? And since when have humans made this the thing where they high five each other for being real? For thousands of years, being real, you're not supposed to say it out loud like that, bro. Being real is not a thing. For thousands of years, you'd be made fun of if you were fake. Now that everyone's fake, it's cool to be real. For thousands of years, a farmer was just a farmer, and now a farmer is a. Have you seen these guys who they're rich on influencer media shit, and then you meet them and they're like, "Yo, bro, my credit card declined." I'm like, You are from a state that has farmers. You are a farmer. You are not an internet celebrity, none of that. How can you be a celebrity if you don't even have money? And every time I meet these influencers, yo, Zherka, you kept it real. And shit, my card declined. Your card declined? I was gonna pay it anyway, but it declined in front of you. You're humiliating me in public. You have a check mark. People know who you are. You're walking in the restaurant like so confident, and what? That is crazy to me. I've never met one. People ask me, "Hey man, when you're around all these influencers, which one has like the best information for you?" Here's the best information when you get around these kind of celebrities. The best information is go to their apartments, go to their places. You will see that they're poor. They're they're all poor. And to me, if you're poor, it means karmic substance isn't getting to you. You're doing something evil and wrong. The trade cosmically is not happening. You're a scammer. I don't care how much your whole chat loves you. You're poor. You're a scammer, bro. You've been doing this for 10 years. You have this many followers and you're this poor. I've never, you get in the entertainment sphere and you go, if I meet enough people, they're going to change my life. That's never happened. If I meet the right person, I'm going to make the right money. That it's always you have to make the right money on your own. All of the money on your own. And then when you can sit in a room with other people who make money and you can leave that room without asking them for their number like a little bitch, they ask for your number. They actually want to work with, they want to take you to the next level. They want to mesh with you. But it's only individuated humans that want to mesh with people because everyone learns their lesson. They work with some dude who's a fake scammer or a phony, or there's like a lot of people with a shit ton of followers that are poor with poor ideas and they try and convince you in their idea. And then you go, what a waste of time that was. People ask me, well, which collaborations are your favorite? I don't have favorite collaborations. If I could have it my way, I would delete everything I did online with other people and just keep the solo shit. But that would be violently against the marketing strategy of pouring people into the good advice, pour people into the right direction, into the narrow gate. It would be horrific if we deleted me yelling at hoes. It would be horrific, right? Because here's what happens. Incels go, I want to yell at a female. There's no females around to yell at them. I'm so repressed. I'm angry. I want to watch Zherka. He's yelling at her. He's yelling at her. And then they find me. That's the commercialization, dude. The superficial part of my life is the commercialization, but it's also the real part of me. But it's not the only part, right? There's got to be something more to me. Why does there have to be something more? It's because you meet influencers. And bro, hey Zherka, can you pick me up from the airport? What is it my turn to land the fucking plane? Why the fuck would I pick you up from the fucking airport, you dumb broke faggot? You don't have fucking Uber money now? How do you have 1 million followers? You're fucking poor. And it's always because they have a girlfriend, they break up and they lose half their shit. And actually, it was a common law thing, and she has to take half my shit. I'm not even married. I still lost half my. You lost half your shit, not even married? How's that even? How's that even possible? It's a common law thing. It's a dude. If the government ever knows people live in your home, women live in your home, you're a loser. Why the fuck would the government has to know that about you? Well, no, she kind of just moved in. And how do you move a woman into your place without? I've never moved someone in without grabbing the luggage and kicking them out. I just kick them out and say, come back in a few weeks, bitch. I don't need you right now. Be useful. You guys this guy lives 3 years with a chick and she broke. You have 1 million followers and you're poor. That's mental illness, bro. That is mental. I have to pick me up from the airport. I block you, man. What do you mean pick me up from the airport? That's the saddest text I've ever seen. I'm this close to going to that airport and going, Allahu Akbar. As soon as I give you that hug, my nigga, I will fucking get you arrested as you land. But I'm not gonna do that because that's just stupid. Bro, I'm so tired of niggas need favors, man. Pick me up from the airport. My car has one seat. If I pick up a dude, I look like a faggot. I can't even fuck. My car has two seats, bro. One for me, that's one seat. My car has one seat. I drive around with you, I look like a fucking homo. Look like we're on a date, bro. That's not normal. That's not normal. It's like you see those guys, you drive around in a convertible, it's two homies, getting no bitches. They're driving around like, yo, that looks fucking weird, bro. Drive behind me. No, get in the Uber and drive behind me. Think I pick you up. It's crazy, bro. After all these years of meeting everyone, they're all poor. They're all poor. I think Sneeko's the only one that didn't feel broke nigga. And I never felt broke nigga energy. Sneeko and I would always throw money at the problem. Always. I don't even like the guy. But that's one cool thing about him is that dude, he gets busy. He'll go find the money. He's not weird and looking for these guys have crypto scandals and there's always some kind of crypto casino thing they're doing and then they go broke. You're karmically poor because you do these weird. Every single gambling streamer ends up broke. Have you noticed? It's just XUC, Aiden Ross at the top, but 99% of them we chilled with on Twitch, Among Us days, all that shit. Where the fuck you guys had 2,000 viewers, bro? Where are you? They all disappeared. And I don't mean like disappeared. They're not filming content. They're doing it. It's just they're not in the toolbars. You can't even search. I'm the most banned human in the universe on Twitch and on Kick and on everything. And my nigga, I never ask it. I have never in my life asked a human to pick me up from the airport. Pick you up from the airport at that time in the morning. And I woke up, I'm like, I'm not thinking of this shit. Bro, I'm hearing the fucking grass being cut by some fucking immigrant unconscious. It's I was like, turn it off, you fucking Mexican. Turn it the fuck off. You people, I've never met a Mexican that's not unconscious. I mean, you like Mexicans. I do, but they're unconscious. If you're gonna cut the grass, I will give you scissors. Go cut, bitch. Focus as you cut. Develop your soul forces as if that fucking Mexican cut grass with scissors, he would leave with so much concentration by the end of the shift. He would be the next Steve Jobs. But he'd rather go unconscious, let his eyes hang, and go, ew, ew, ew. He lets his arm hang. There's no precision, there's nothing. You think Michael Schumacher just fucking lets his eyes go unconscious and just like, oh, I'm gonna let the car drive itself, nigga. No, bro, Michael Schumacher is focusing because if he doesn't, he's dead, nigga. He's dead. And I know I shouldn't make fun of dead people, but that nigga died skiing. Like that can't be the GOAT. Nigga, you died skiing? This is like Super Mario, like the fucking Mario Party world. Like, what are you talking about? You died skiing, nigga. You're supposed to die behind that V12. That's crazy. If I was speeding with V12s and I died skateboarding, bro, you guys better ruin my legacy, man. You guys better say, yo, this nigga was dead off a skateboard. This guy's a fucking loser. That's crazy. That is the biggest tragedy is you do badass shit your whole life and then you die fucking bowling. Yo, nigga, bro, that is the tragedy of the world. You could build up the greatest legacy online. People are like, yo, Zherka is my prophet. And then you fucking die golfing. Like, dude, you can't be having a heart attack on a golf course. Hold it. Hold it, nigga, and walk. Walk off the golf course. Go into the street in front of the biggest fucking bus and then have your heart attack. You'll be a badass. But to die on a golf course, nigga. Google how many people died on my homie. Yo, after you pick me up at the airport, let's go play golf. I'm not a faggot like you. I've never had a human ask me to go play golf. That's got to be the gayest man-on-man date. That is like some fucking old geezer shit. What kind of fucking human? If I go to the golf course, we're doing MDMA, nigga. In the fuck by the alligators, we're doing crack, nigga. We're fucking raping someone, nigga. We're doing something fucked up. Put me in the field like an animal and ask me to be civil. You're putting me in a grasslands, bro. You're putting me on a field and you're telling me, hey, here's your stick and here's my this the put. How the fuck you expect me to pick you up from the airport and do faggot shit with you? I've never met a human that plays golf that I respect. Tiger Woods was so bored of that shit, he started fucking bitches, bro, and cheating. He'd start drinking and say, man, I'm doing the gayest shit on earth. I gotta cheat. He had to feel masculine somewhere because he's doing the gayest shit on earth. It's a nice day, huh? Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a good weather. Yeah, here's your drive stick. And what? Men are actually into weird shit, bro. Everything is unconscious. Let's go play golf. No, bro. Hey, you want to play golf? How about one-on-one? You, me bowling. No, bro. I don't know about bowling because it's gay. No, you see two men go bowling together. They're the biggest faggots on earth. That's not normal. That's not normal. That is not normal. Two men going bowling together. Have you ever gone to movies with three buddies? One of them doesn't make it, so it's just you two, and you have to watch the movie. And the only thing you're thinking of is like, yo, this is the gayest experience of my life, bro. This gotta be the gayest shit I've ever. You cannot go to the movies just two guys. It's not. You have so much fun until you're coming out of the theater and your crush is there and she sees you and you guys look like you're holding hands coming out that bitch. It looks horrific, bro. Right? It looks fucking. There's stuff men can't do. Men can't go pick each other up at the airport with a convertible like you're my Barbie bitch. That's fucking weird. And I spent my whole life picking up homies from the airport until I was successful. Then I said, I will never spend 5 minutes of my life doing something I don't want to do. I will never, dude. You know how many parties I'll go to? Hey, it's not for me. I'm leaving. No, John. I can make it for you. How are you gonna make it for me? How? Like, these chicks are so normal. How are you gonna make it for me? Huh? No. They need to go back to 5 years old, see their father leave, beat them up. The dad leaves, breaks their heart. Then they grow up and come to this party, and now it's my kind of environment. These bitches are talking about golf, and I work at the golf course. And yo, you're so boring, bro. I don't care how good looking you are. You're boring. Humans made it. It's normal to cut grass. It's normal to go bowling. It's normal. This shit's gay activities, bro. It's not normal. That's not normal. You know what's normal? Go in the street and get cracked in the face by the biggest nigga at that club. That's normal. For thousands of years, this is initiation science. That's normal. Fucking cracking a golf ball, think you're doing something with your life, bro. No, give me the high stress environment. Don't give me a golf course. When I go to a field and I concentrate on a blade of grass for an hour to prove to myself I'm nothing like these Zoomers, that's normal to me. I can easily do that. But all of that is conscious. When you ask me to go have unconscious, you know what unconscious fun is? Let's go have a couple beers. Let's get a little more dim. Let's dim our consciousness a little more, a little more. You're poor. Why are you having beers if you're poor? Did I have one beer when I was poor? Never. Never. Nose beer so I stay awake to make more money. That's it. And it's been years since I've done that shit. But I remember being broke. I'm like, guys, I'm not touching anything at that table unless it is connected to Wall Street. If I'm going to harm my health, it's going to be like the Wall Street guys. It's not going to be like, they'd always just keep handing me the Heineken. Here's the Heineken. Here's the Heineken. Or the Coronas or the. And it was like, so it was so ugly. And I start staying at the VIP section. And these guys would be like, actually from New York, Wall Street. I'd be like, yo, bro, what do you do? What, no. What do you do? Because I know you don't drink. And they never were drinkers. One idiot said modafinil. That guy killed himself. So modafinil's dangerous. Narcoleptic. Like, what the fuck? And the other one said Adderall. I didn't even know what that was back then. Right? Because I was into the party stuff. I didn't know that there's, 10-hour shits and stuff. And I'm super against Adderall now. But I'm super against it because I got a million emails saying I took Adderall and I'm even dumber and more poor. And I'm like, ooh, dude, it's clearly not the drug. You give Adderall to a genius. Maybe he gets, he'll get more work done as a genius, more activation of will and life forces towards work ethic and all that. But you give Adderall to an idiot, and he's just he's like watching Game of Thrones, learning everything about it. Which is scary, bro. If your dopamine is, because remember, you can be a master at watching Game of Thrones. You can know everything about it, or you can focus on something that actually makes you a master in something that will pay you dividends, nigga. So be careful on that. If you biolocate, watch Game of Thrones. Some of you guys know, dude. I had buddies who watched TV shows. I was like, dude, when you become an adult, where's the Pokemon Adventure? Where is the TV show in my life? Humans become adults and they get the TV at home and the furniture, and then they're watching TV shows. I was like, watching isn't life. There's nothing about watching a whole series on Netflix that is living. That's all unconscious and drifting and weird, and you're drifting into someone else's dream that they're getting paid for. And I remember being so angry at 21. I'm like, there is no Pokemon Adventure. You just got to go work at an office. It was all a lie. As a child, they told me when you grow up, you get a big sword and a badass bitch you got to fight for. And none of that was real. You grow up and they say, here's your maca, here's your matcha, whatever the fuck this faggot shit is, here's your coffee. Dude, all the fantasy that you're built up on as a child, as a teenager, when you're closer to spirit, dude, all of that, all of those imaginative forces, they disperse, and you're told, hey, actually, life is about after you finish your office job, you can go watch The Office at home. I said, really? With this 9mm in my head? Is that how I watch it? Is that how I watch it, nigga? You want me to watch The Office after I'm done at the office? My first sales job? And that lasted a year, and bro, it was fucking hard for me, bro. An office job to an office life. So I said, fuck this shit, man. And I went into the underworld and I went to Falcone's boys. I said, where's the Batman, nigga? They said, there is no Batman. We do illegal shit. We sell this, we put this in the back of your car, Zherka. You drive here, you go through that. If you want to try a border, you can try a border. You want to make $150,000, but we're actually giving you 50 first. As in, we're scamming you first and you're taking all the risk. And then I said, I like this. This is alive. And I felt my body pulsing in living forces for the first time, right? And you have to put like this mask on. Like, dude, these guys are 40-year-old guys. You're the young guy, but at least you're in a world where you can go to prison and shit. It's a real world now, real consequences. And you go, oh, this is living life. This is it. And what am I trying to say with all this? It's pretty much, dude, without the risk, nothing ever happens. Risk to go to prison. You can't be a millionaire. Remember when I risked getting banned on Twitch by infiltrating e-girls chats and picking them up? It was very illegal. It's the only time my channel grew. When I pulled a gun out in a video game, in a joke, my channel grew. All the drama, channel grew. It only grew when I took risks. Then you look at all the pauses and yeah, your life doesn't move without the risk, ever. It doesn't budge. Reality doesn't, nothing happens in reality if you're not there's no offering, there's no sacrifice. You're like, yo, this is what I'm sacrificing. This is what I put to the table. Where's the sacrifice in golf and bowling and this kind of shit? What is this shit? Is there anything more gay than having fun? I've never had fun. I don't even know what fun is. You want to go play golf and bowling? No, actually, I don't. Actually, I run a business and my job is to inspire people. That means I cannot be around you. You're infectious. Playing bowling. How old are you? I haven't been bowling since 10 years old, man. Nothing gayer than bowling. Fuck that shit. That's not normal, man. All right, let's bring some people in.
Yo, hello.
Yo,
What's up, Zherka?
yo, you're you're boring me.
Yo, Zherka, bro, what's good, my friend?
What's up?
Nothing, man. I'm in this island in Greece, and my friend, he's drinking beer, and it's sort of related, bro. Fucking relate to that shit. Why the fuck he's net born in he's 27, nearly fucking 30, and he's drinking beer. Not he's fucking poor. Yeah, and I'm 20, bro, and I just don't want to live like that.
Is he hearing this shit?
He's right in front of me, bro. He
Tell
just
his
took a
ass he
fart.
broke as
He
fuck.
just took a fart in front of me, bro.
Nice, nice.
But he,
That's crazy. You got no bitches.
that's right, bro.
It's not good.
He said, "Nah, bro, you're 100% right."
Those are the guys that go bowling together. What the hell? He's like, you're 100% right. I'm living that life right now. What's up, Adolf?
Hey Zerka, so I was reading some Steiner, and one thing he mentions is in order to gain clairvoyance, you must kill off ambition, kill off love of life, and the wish for comfort.
Yeah.
Why does he mention kill off ambition?
Because most purification for most people happens around the Swedenborg time at 55 years old. So have you ever noticed how men lose their drive at a little bit at 30, 40, 50, and it slowly fades into them becoming not a machine, something very dad-like and more, you could say, in the middle, right? And it kind of looks ugly to a young guy, but to a dad, it makes sense. The energy levels shift, everything switches, even their drive for getting bitches, it transfers and goes upwards, and they get more into books or something else, and they find hobbies that occupy their time. This is their ambitions transforming, purifying, calming the fuck down, and eventually fading into a gray-haired man. This is why for thousands of years, sages were supposed to have, they always had a bunch of kids. And then around 55, they go completely celibate and start their monastic journey with their kids around. And then they'd get more extreme and they go to the mountains alone. And so it was like, it was for thousands and thousands, for 10,000 years, it was always like that. And with the rare exception of premature purifications that actually go correct. So maybe like a Nick Fuentes type would come around the scene and they'd want him to start earlier because he's done more self-remembering. Like I think Nick knew what he wanted to do at 16 years old, which is extremely rare. I think that's more rare than like 0.00000 whatever. I can't imagine anyone like Nick knew at 40 he's gonna be something to do with politics, but it was in a detailed way. And at 16 to join those kind of clubs at school and stuff, it's very rare. And because a lot of people are like, well, a lot of Nick's friends did that too. Yeah, but they did it with, there's no certainty when they did it. Like you could see in old footage, they're speaking with a shaky voice. They don't know if this is what they want to do. They don't know if they want to be Elijah Schaefer in politics or bitches. They don't know. But if you look at 16-year-old Nick, his self remembering started really early. So he was speaking with certainty. I've seen more of the clips at 18 where he's really certain. 19, 20, more certain. Now, it's like when you look at Nick's life, besides the traumatic events and all the stops, it's just confidence building straight. It's like a linear way in a straight path, even after all the bumps. But if you look at a normal incarnation's life, the confidence builds, then it goes down, then it goes back up and plunges even deeper down. And it's a very shaky graph. And the more shaky that graph is, the more you hate your life. A lot of people go unconscious and say, well, everyone's graph looks like that. That is true that everyone's graph looks like that, except mine. My graphs was even in despair. Confidence was going on every time I'd get shattered and fired from jobs. somehow it would transmute to more confidence. The more desperate I got, more confidence. So my graph was always going up. But if you look at Nick's graph, it's even steeper than mine. And mine was turbocharged. He was not turbocharged. He didn't use any extra medicines he found in nature. His is basically in the middle of himself. Like when you see 100% sober incarnation who's never enhanced in any way, he's never. That is very hard to do what Nick did. That is extremely hard. Like that's a lot of soul forces built up. That's like a that's exactly what you want. And I can almost guarantee you that Nick always felt irritable when he went bowling with his buddies because it doesn't have anything to do with his mastery. Right. If you asked him like, hey, did you ever enjoy going bowling with your friends? He can enjoy it like a social person, but he cannot actually repeat it. Once is enough. You look at successful people, they do a lot of things that's like once is enough. They'll go bowling, but you look at your homies, the masses, they go bowling every week, if not 3 times a week. And it's like a social environment. And the scary thing about social environments is everyone starts off with the idea that it's networking, but it always bleeds into we're being social for the sake of being social. We're talking for the sake of talking. We're talking about nothing. We're talking about super interesting, meaningful stuff that is still nothing. You know what I mean? Like humans, when they're talking about something that's
Yo,
away from us,
Zherka, it's the same shit you're doing right now.
yeah, are you trying to be cute? You're my you are my fan. I don't even know you, Mexican. Now check this out. What was I saying? It's always a Mexican that ruins the fucking vibe. Listen, go cut grass, you fucking dirty beaner fuck. You dirty
Hey,
wet
Zherka, if we were all
wetback
like you,
fuck.
which
Yeah,
When
kick
you
that
when you
fucking
look at
faggot.
yeah, it's always Mexicans, bro. Mexicans laugh a lot. What's there to laugh about? You're poor.
Yo,
You're
Zherka.
literally poor.
So true.
All right, what the fuck. Now check this out. Humans who are social for the sake of being social, if you don't know what I mean, drive by downtown and look at everyone having their brunches with their beers and stuff. Those are humans being social. Do you know how you know someone's being social for the sake of being social? They're politically correct. They can't rock the boat. They can't say anything that's within their hard forces. And so when you look at most life is like that, and I'm not saying that you become like this weird freak that you can never do that. That would be bad because that's what job interviews are is, you maximize a bit of that social energy and you take it to an interview one day, which means you're a faggot. You're working for someone else. Right? Imagine incarnating on earth to have a boss. I think I'd rather be homeless, right? I'd fucking rather jam heroin. But anyways, that's why I could never keep one job. I always get fired because be like, what'd you say to me? No, I didn't like your tone. Now, check this out. When you
Zherka,
look at how much of your life is social for the sake of being social, talking for the sake of talking, blah, 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 dude, all of that time should be gone to mastery. What are you mastering? Why was Nick mastering his field at 16 and you started at what did most people start at 28 when they freak out? That's wild, dude. That is crazy.
So, Zerka, do you think that you should be willing in your headspace and thinking in your heart or feeling in your heart?
What are you talking about, dude? Feeling is the heart forces. Like that's the center. That's feel. For example, do you know what does feeling mean?
Well, to me, uh,
Not to you. What does feeling mean?
feeling means I would say it's more of a loving inner. It's so you got willing,
No,
feeling,
no, no. What is the
thinking.
definition? What's the difference from feeling and thinking? It's very simple.
Thinking is completely mental, so it's just has to do with your thought process. Thinking of
What?
thinking, being able to be aware of your
No,
thought
no.
processes.
No, no, no. Thinking tells you what it is. Feeling tells you if you agree or not. Sympathy, antipathy. So think of feeling as the duality of do I like something or do I dislike something? Is it a good feeling? Is it a bad feeling? If you don't know the basics, bro, it's like you can rape your whole life. You can rape your whole life if you don't know what a feeling is. right? You that is wild. That is like if I'm at a party with you and I go, hey, what does your feeling life say about this party? You'd look at me and be like, actually, you know what? I don't agree with it. There's no bitches. There's everyone's ugly. Let's get out of here. That you're supposed to use it like that. You're supposed to see the world as you agree or disagree with where you're at. Most damage in reality comes from staying at a party and I don't know if I like it. Maybe it'll get better. No, it's not going to get better. Your feeling life is telling you, just get out there. You're wasting your life,
Do
right?
you agree with the hermetic point of view where it's fire, air, water, earth? So it would be willing in your head, thinking in your heart, feeling in your gut, and then earth in your feet. Or in the Jewish perspective, it switches air and water. So it would have feeling in the heart space, thinking in the gut, because they
No.
both view it differently with the four worlds, with the four bodies.
Yeah, I know. And you got to watch out because anytime there's obviously traditions say things differently all the time, but there's also, you could be wrong about this too, the evolution of consciousness where it actually changes meaning over time. So that's why I say when you guys are reading texts from thousands of years ago, you're fucking yourself up. I don't, if it's the Kabbalion and Hermetic principles, that's fine, right? Those are always going to be around, right? Rhythm, polarity, all that. But if you're watching these kinds of videos, remember I say if I was king on earth, I would go to the esoteric section online and nuke all of it. I would delete all it's all bullshit. All of it is 99.9% of it is bullshit, right? That's why we only have one source on my website. We only click on one thing. We only click on main sources. We don't click on actually here's what this guy thought Steiner meant and none of that fucking shit. And it's kind of like everything you engage with in life that is dreamy, like, oh, I think I understand it, is not actually understanding, right? Go to the literature. Don't go to, I can tell you're watching videos, bro. You're watching
No.
videos.
I've got your full book. Well, maybe not your full book list, but I get it all from reading.
You got it. All right. Well, I'm telling you right now, man, all you guys
I,
focusing on the wrong things, right? You should start with the more, important stuff first. Like, for example, how do thoughts work? Since you read this stuff, go explain how thoughts work.
Man, you're putting me on the spot right now.
That's fine
Sometimes
because
it's the
you
simple
see my
questions that
Twitter,
get me
but
like
you see
that.
my
Yeah.
Twitter every day, so that's fine. You could just steal from my Twitter. What are thoughts doing?
Well, when I do my meditations, I pretty
That,
much just focus on my thinking and what am I thinking at the moment. Uh, just kind of
what?
sometimes the memories come to you, just kind of like Steiner mentioned that
Yeah,
memories
but you're
come
not
through you.
supposed to be thinking during meditation. You're doing it backwards. I'm saying, what is thinking in your everyday life?
Well,
This is what I
it
mean.
can
That
either be
even the guys who
unconscious.
read, even the guys who read, don't know what the fuck they're talking about. This is terrifying. What does thinking do? I post this every day on Twitter. I even repost it so you guys don't forget. What does thinking do? What is a thought?
It's your scaffolding.
Thank you, but it's what is a thought what does a thought do to stone?
It refines it.
There you go, bro. Use it. Sometimes I think like there's no way I retweet this a million times, and the humans are so unconscious. I guarantee you, if I ask all of these guys who read next week, what is a thought form? None of them will be able to define it. It's like, what is a thought
We don't
doing?
really think our thoughts a lot of times. They
What
kind of come
the
through us.
Okay, what are your thoughts doing actively right now? They are reorganizing and shaping your inner structure, which brings a feeling of yes or no, sympathy, antipathy, whether you should will something into the world or not. whether you should be successful or scattered, whether you are evolving consciously or letting the world pull you apart, whether you are a millionaire or I'm just reading Steiner. I like to read Steiner. I just like to read a bit and feel smart. And it's supposed to bleed into your life, each
Zherka,
thought form.
what's the path to individuation?
What the fuck is that? What is even that?
How
What
do you
is that?
how do
What is that
become
question,
how do you
bro?
become individuated in today's age?
You press a red dot in between your eyes. Go boop. Are you asking how do you go through life? Has any human ever answered that question? Even if you answered it, there's still
Oh, no,
8
no, no, no.
billion.
I'm not asking.
There's 8 billion different individuation paths.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
can
How do you begin? How do you discern and go apart from everyone else and be on your own individuated path?
you get cracked. You suffer. You go through traumatic experiences consciously. There's no other way. When have you ever seen anyone just become the man without
Trial and
right
tribulation, right?
without being shattered completely to suicidal depths where it gets really dark and you never see when did
All that,
well, here's a question. When did Eminem individuate? When did Eminem even pop off and what happened the years before he popped off?
I have no idea. I'm going to be
What
honest.
was before Eminem popped off was the years of extreme darkness, right? All those pieces got, all of his soul forces, soul pieces got forged in alchemical fire, and his ego consciousness, that means his I am, rose above everyone's, and he said, I am whatever you say I am. And as his spiritual ego consciousness finally set in from all that karmic suffering, his song blows the fuck up as he's saying the name of God. I am is the name of God because God wants you all to individuate in every single color and angle. So when people are like, oh, he did it with the devil, and you're so stupid. All humans work with the devil every single day. It's not people check into his office. Every human transmute their devils until they finally get angel wings. When Eminem pushed out of that, his suffering didn't stop, but he saw his karmic reward, and which isn't the money. It's actually the lifestyle that there's friends around him, producers around him, social environments around him, women. He has someone to talk to. He's not alone. He has kids, blah, blah, blah. All of that came out of all the karmic pains he went through, everything he's carrying he finally lifted it upwards. He suffered for it and he said, I am whatever you say I am. And he is Mr. 2000, right? He incarnated to lead every unconscious soul that's suffering higher. That is his spiritual progression. Even when he's doing the bloodbath, even when he's doing everything you call satanic. Did you know all of the satanic tracks Eminem made? Do you know how many of those tracks stopped young men from killing themselves? That's why he gets rewarded for it. Everything you point your finger at and say is satanic. Do you know how many people wrote to Eminem, Slim Shady? Hi, my name is what? My name is. You know how many people wrote to him and said everything evil that you talk about, murder and death, everything you're talking about, I went through that in my life, and your mixtape saved my life. Did you know that? So that's why when you look at a human, you should never say that guy's with the devil, that guy's. They're doing both at the same damn time. That's what it is to error. And there's a lot Eminem transformed. If you look at his interviews now, he's a dad. He's extremely refined. You guys can call him boring, but I call him healed. He's healed. He's there's no human more individuated than the tops of success. So when you look at spiritual progression, you're seeing people transform their evils. You're not looking for sages because they're not looking for you. They're hiding. They don't want to do anything with this stupid shit. A sage today would look at Eminem and say, keep going. You lifted a lot of people up with those tracks. And people are like, why can't he make that music right now? Because to lower these instinctive, evil, horned up impulses, once they're transformed, they are transformed. They are something else. Even if they went lower, they'd look different now. They wouldn't be evil. They might be a little bad, but not evil. That's why he can't be evil anymore. He could just be a little bad. But how much beauty came out of his evil? How many people did Nick Fuentes take to the Christ Force using a bit of evil? Like, when Nick's getting at people and destroying their lives and going, fuck this bitch. And we use evil, we transform evil upwards all the time. That's what it is to be human, right? Like
Let
Paul
me
was
ask let me
cutting,
ask one more thing.
Paul would, nigga, am I talking or is your
I,
poor ass talking? Am I talking to a fucking poor person? You think I want to talk to a fucking poor person?
Let
Paul
the
was
fucking goat
cutting
talk.
fucking, hey, am I talking or are you talking? Paul was cutting niggas' heads off. Our Paul, Saint Paul. That's why when you guys sit around and go, oh, I don't know if I want to smash bitches. I just watch Zherka all day. Clearly you want to smash bitches. Why are you following me? Clearly you want to transform those desires. And a lot of people don't know. If Zerka's preaching the thought changes inner structure, which purifies the feeling, and you move on to your actions, your deeds, your wills, and it becomes consequences of your life and your destiny. If I'm preaching thought, why are Zerka's thoughts always about smashing bitches? Clearly because he can forget to do it. I'm so used to all of my forces going upwards into my skull and making $1,000,000. I don't give a fuck. Nobody can stop me. And then months, years pass by and I ignore bitches and it's not healthy for me, especially in these years of my life. Super unhealthy because at 55, Zerka should not be doing that. Hell, do you think Trump was doing that at 55? Well, maybe with Epstein, we don't know, but my mind always goes towards mastery, always. And it totally builds a nasty shadow that's not the kind of shadow you transform, the kind that sinks you into mud and anger and irritability. And so when I'm posting these comments, I'm posting to remind myself so my thought forms can ask. My feed is so clean that I have to randomly post on random women's posts just to get the images in my head so I remember to not waste the summer. I remember to be in the middle of myself. Because if I could have it my way, 10 years alone, fucking successful. That I would love that shit, but it's not the path. That would be the worst thing you can do as a Chad incarnation. The worst thing you can do. That is the worst thing you can do as a Chad because there's stuff in your stomach that wants to happen and pushing it down is stupid. That's why everyone's like, yo, bro, I'm I'm too horned up. I'm too evil. I'm too. No, you're not. You don't even get to smash. The women's in your life, the women's in the world, they're the ones who are horned. They're the ones smashing. You guys are dry. That's why I call them and go out, go get her, go get her, go. Men need that lightning. They need that. When I say need is a strong word. When I say men need that lighting, what am I saying? I'm saying it doesn't go away if you push it down. So that's why I hate my nerdier nature that doesn't want to go out and be social with chicks and stuff. I'll do that in a couple months. I'll do that rain season. I'll go here. I'll go. No, no, that is not normal. All of the bad in your life happens when you do that. All of it. I'm talking about guys my age. 21-year-olds should not be listening. So it's so fucking normal at 21 to let months go by and shit. But if you have million fucking dollars and you're refining mastery, and your mastery has to what? It has to do with a Chad incarnation. Don't waste your Chad incarnation. It would be easy if you could just waste it and just forget about it. The soul doesn't forget. It says, I didn't get to do that yet. The worst thing you could have in your soul is a snapshot saying, I didn't. How many people listening had their souls say, I didn't get to do a lot because of liberals and their COVID? Remember when liberals took away 4 years of your life? And it took so long for you guys to become mentally fit. So it was probably even more than that. Remember when I say the left is evil, that's exactly what I mean is, dude, you're like the first generation to lose those. What other generation got locked down? Dude, it's much better to fight a war outward in the world, consequences, than to be locked in a room and have the war with yourself. Are you kidding me? Do you know how fractured you are? Do you know how wounded you are because of that COVID that you chose to unconsciously forget? When I tell you guys that it's like, guys, restructure your thought forms. Go out with chicks because you haven't done it in 4 fucking years. COVID did that to you. COVID made you an institutionalized little bitch, and now Christians in chat are saying, stay unconscious? Stay like a little bitch. You've only done 10 years like a little bitch. It's like, yo, where are the guys on Twitter encouraging, where are those uncles that the whole family would smile when the uncles would say, go get some bitches, go get some bitches. You remember those uncles? Like, where'd they go? Now uncles don't talk because they're so suppressed. They sit in the corner in their anger thinking about, man, I have no money, I didn't make it. It's like, what? There's no one on earth that tells men your hunter forces have to go outward into the world, right? To the point where imagine I'm encouraging niggas to go get drunk because you're not having adventures without it. It is much better to go get drunk and have the adventures than stay home and think of adventures in your fucking measly skull. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking joking me? You're telling the. It's like if you tell the youth to live a Charlie Kirk lifestyle, you know, none of them do it. Only Charlie did it. That's why he's special. And in my opinion, I don't want to be rude. I have nothing against this guy. It's not like I'm holding a grudge. But in my opinion, Charlie Kirk is considered the most boring incarnation in the universe. Right? I can't imagine anything more boring. I swear to God, there's no one on the left more boring than Charlie. And, I don't care if righties get mad when I say this. To me, a Charlie Kirk incarnation only made sense in the 1950s. That suit and tie boring shit, or a different timeline than today. The Eminem incarnation makes a lot of sense. He dyes his hair, does whatever he wants. He says, I'm the god of this shit. It's just ego consciousness talking. That makes a lot of sense for today's day and age. But the suit and tie thing is for a different part of evolution. It's abnormal. I mean, his heart was in the right place. He did get paid for that because he was doing something. But to me, Charlie Kirk was a force of repression where he sets maybe 1,000 kids the right way and 1,000,000 kids don't listen to him. He had millions of followers. They weren't even living his lifestyle. So I don't know about followers, right? I don't know. Maybe just people who clicked follow button. So when you look at what do the masses want, we got to look at the breaking into the early 2000s. That's a good place to start. It is a lot of I'm the shit, that kind of energy. When you see that energy in the youth developing, super healthy. It's you cannot be egoless unless you have an ego. You understand what I'm saying? That you cannot be you cannot be a loner unless you've been social, because then you're just repressed, right? It's really dangerous to go solo in the world and think of, wow, I'm so lonely, I'm blah blah blah. But if you go out in the world, get a shit ton of friends, get popular, and then leave all of them to do Zherka shit alone, nobody is allowed to say Zherka suffers from antisocial personality disorder. No human is allowed to say that to me. I don't care. He doesn't even want to hang out with his friends. He doesn't want. I could go. I could be a sage and be solo for the rest of my life. All of you guys would be like, "Yeah, he already proved he's the most social. He already proved it." You got, and I'm not saying just social media. You got to prove it to yourself. To be a true loner, you want my path. You want to be a true loner that smiles when they're alone. You want my path. You have to be social first.
Why are so many
If you're,
people?
let me just keep rambling because I'm gonna be honest, man, and I gotta say this. I'm not just picking on you. When you guys talk, it reminds me. This is crazy, but it reminds me of just like mentally ill cancer patients waiting for the hemorrhaging to start. You know what I mean? Like there's something about anyone else's voice on my spaces that ruins the whole space. I've never watched back a clip without I have to cover my ears when I watch my own clips because I want to laugh or learn when other people talk because there's something about a non-individuated voice that's extremely unattractive to the ear. It is like you start to miss people like Andrew Tate. If he was on the space, you'd be like, yeah, okay, he can talk. Yeah, Zherka would let him talk. Like an individuated voice. That's fine. He's suffered a lot. He gets to talk. But these voices who have not suffered, these voices, they're like, well, what about this? What about that? Are you joking me? Right now you want to talk? How about you don't talk right now? How about you let the freight train keep, how about I run a train on you and let me keep going? What are you talking about talking when I'm talking? What do you have to say? Is your next sentence going to be better than what I do? People tune into you to hear your thought forms, or what's going on here? Isn't that pure ego? That has to be pure ego. He's projecting, interrupting a space this good for a weird, half scattered, drifting question as you're playing Rust and Minecraft. You think that's normal? You think that's normal? You could just interrupt genius to say, well, what about this? What about this? I was gonna take this into the whole Eminem talk. Now, everyone listening, I'm not gonna mention Eminem. I'm not gonna finish what I'm saying. No, if it's not good enough for one of you, it's like, dude, we're gonna derail. I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. That genius can be found. Remind me to repeat this week. TheZerkaOfficial.com. My real boys who actually pay, those niggas get it. Those niggas get it because you guys are just some freeloading fucking dumbasses. And it's like, do you want to be alone in life? If the answer is yes, you have to have a lot of friends before you start that. You have to have many years with a lot of friends. I don't care. You have to do it. Once you have a lot of friends, you've had that for a few years, then you could say, Zherka, now I want to be alone all the time. And then I'll be like, okay, go. That's how it works. Zherka, I want to be egoless and help the world. Okay, then build an ego first. Build an ego so strong that when you walk around, people go, "Yo, that's Zherka." You hear the faggots whisper that all the time. Yo, that's Zherka. Yo, I think that's the kind of ego you want. You walk in somewhere and people's thought forms immediately go into your world, not theirs. You absorb intellect as you walk in a room. You absorb attention, energy, and the best part, envy. And people are like, oh, it's the evil eye. It's bad for you. No, absorbing envy is really healthy. When people envy you, that is really healthy because that's the first time you realize, oh, this is where I'm supposed to be in my life. If the whole room's envious of me talking about this subject, this is the subject that has to get mastered. Because from all your masteries, you're going to refine it to one subject. That subject will be refined into mini pieces that take 10 years each. So even your mastery becomes a niche, you know? Like, for example, if we broke down thinking, feeling, and willing, and you said, Zherka, dedicate the rest of your days on earth to mastering thinking and really helping people with that one, we'd still have to refine it further, but we'd never get to finish feeling or willing ever in this lifetime. That's just fair. That's normal, right? So when you look at, no human has enough time on earth. They never actually finish what they came here to do. It's always partially finished. Even Alexander the Great, I would say, is partially finished. He didn't get to go all the way. That's how powerful humans actually become. So imagine how little you guys are going to finish. No, do not fall for all this retarded mental illness. What did they say? Ego. I had a ego dissolution. Ego, what did I say the first day on the internet? I said, ego is a good thing. I said, like, I was really defending it. They're like, he's got an ego on him. I'm like, ego is a good thing. Even retards like Donald Trump have an ego. Soul forces. Look out into the world, dude. There's nothing there for you. Look inward, and the world is waiting for you to rape whoever, whatever, whenever, however. I feel like rape is the word of the week with this community. Every time I look at Jabon's face, I see a rapist. He looks like a low-key rapist. Like, I'm not gonna touch you. We could just sleep in the same room. And then you just wake up at night and he's like, yeah, you like that? I was like, what? You take your top hat off, sir.
Zerka, what do you think is closer to God? Somethingness or nothingness?
Wouldn't the answer be that they're the exact same thing, though? Because one is just when the ultimate and the eternal is closing his eyes and asleep, and the other is when he opens his eyes and Summerland goes outward. So if you look at any duality sages and their teachings, it's really the same thing. It's also that whole, you have to feel the emptiness of the world and be the last one left in the universe and feel that level of loneliness to explode from your heart the whole universe and say, no, it should be loving, it should be diverse, and everything should evolve on its own. That's why all initiation science, by initiation science, I mean, some of you listening, and I know it's more common than not, it's just, and it's not something you forget, is some of you will have a psychedelic experience where you melt into a black hole and you go downwards. And it's a moral downwards. It's not just a physical, because the physical disappears. There's a moral falling, way different than being in a fallen world. Something that elongates you and it's infinitely terrifying. Like when I think of how terrifying existence actually is, it's because I've had that. And that moment is called schizophrenia. That's called psychosis. That's called, and I, not that I ever got told by a doctor this. I'm saying some of you at certain points in your life will not mix up your psychedelic experiences or whatever you go through. You're not going to mix up a lot of those illusionary states, and all of the mystical stuff won't matter to you when this one happens to you and you fall through infinity. And it's not a dream, it's more real than real. And it's so terrifying that when you do find your core and you rise from that, everything makes sense. Like when you feel all your darkness and how much is left to transform, and you have a long way to go and all that, everything makes sense after that because you go, every single sage and mystic on earth was correct, and all the philosophers were wrong. They were kind of right, but not eternally right. Find one sage that you read their writings, and it's always something timeless. Even though the closer you get to your timeline, the more true it becomes, right? I'm not talking about teachings, I'm talking about their sayings, really. These are because these guys didn't write shit down. They'd live life and people would watch them and record them. And they're all speaking of love. And it's not the love that you've been taught. It's you have every day, you have to talk about it with yourself. You have to practice it. You have to burn with it. You have to, it's not enough to read it once a month in a poetic book of Lao Tzu at all. It's like a militant, you are so fucked. You are so fucked if it's not militant. It's so militant that after all these decades, my one mastery, and I'm doing it with anger issues. Isn't that horrifying to the average man? If someone's been doing this long, like Zherka, and it came from my gut too, even before I was into it. I just knew as a 5-year-old. I had some self remembering with me. I just knew better. If I get this 1,000-year head start on you guys and I'm doing it with anger issues, you guys are so fucked, man. You guys are so fucked. Without the head start, and you probably have the anger too, you know? Like the modern world comes with a lot of. How many of you guys scroll your Twitter feed and go, yo, this is meaningless shit? I'm a TikTok girl talking about, so Jeffrey at work did this. I don't know if he stood too close to me and I felt weird. And you watch one of those videos, you go, whatever happened to this bitch at work has nothing to do with the universe evolving. It's just her in her own little retarded world. And that's how fair God is that she can have that retarded world. She can talk about Jeffrey until she's 70. And most women do that. You talk to an old lady at the supermarket, she'll tell you about some guy named Jeffrey who did something funny 70 years ago. She's still in that high school thought bubble. That's fucking horrifying. And if you ever want to speed things up and say, I'm going to have a plant medicine ceremony and I will be self initiated and I will go through, and the guys who go through it are, they're talking like me. Very rare. You don't find a human like me on earth. But most people went through what I went through. Most of these kind of more mature, how you say, I'm not talking about mature in the world. I'm talking about just that they're drawn to this. Most people who go through this break into schizophrenia and psychosis, or what is the most common one is a long form psychosis where no human knows that you've lost it and it takes 70 years to reveal itself. That's a horrifying one, right? It's like, it's no joke. That's why I say people who speed this up without moral progression, it's terrifying. It is, that's got to be the most terrifying thing, that like Zherka destroyed that guy's whole life. That guy thought it's his turn. It is terrifying if you don't just live your life like a dude, like a man with balls. That's why some of you guys are like focusing on all the wrong things. Your anchor is your mastery. Your anchor, that mastery is also your career. So it pays the bills. So you calm down as well. There's two right there. Eventually, your mastery is not going to pay you at all. And you have to leave the money and go from career to career hybrid with mastery to just mastery. And you will go that way. And it will be you leaving your earthly nature. And everyone thinks it's a sad thing. No, it's not. If it's not premature, you're ready to walk away. Your dads have done it in a mild way, although they don't get any rewards from that because they haven't actually done it. I'm saying they went dry unconscious, but whatever your dad was in his 20s was not in his 50s. It's not there. Super healthy. It's just your dad is just like a tech support guy. So obviously it's not, there's nothing there. It's just empty. I don't know how much we want that, right? But if your dad has a mastery over something, then you can calm down and say, oh, okay. So his thinking's more alive. He did something on earth, he did a lot. But if your dad doesn't have a mastery over something, chances are you're going to be like you incarnated with those niggas, man. You came here with those. And the beautiful thing is, if you rise, sometimes it brings the whole family up. Do you know how many people I know who became millionaires and their fat families all got fit? So they didn't benefit off the money part because it's not like the son would share it. He'd just get married and move on with his life. But that positive energy got everyone in his family more fit, more positive, because the thought forms, they matter. And if you guys are thinking, oh, every human's walking around with thought forms, no, they're not, right? Those are the shadows of thoughts. Those are like the lower forms. Those are, we don't call that thinking at all, right? Like if you go to a mall, just look closer. They're not thinking. None of them are, they're all in a dream. And the dream isn't supposed to be seen as something you're afraid of because the dream's the best part. You know, you smash a bitch, it gets a little dreamy fast, right? It's a lot of fun. The dream is awesome, but only for pockets, right? Pockets meaning an hour at the most. The dream cannot be longer than an hour. So when I pick up my guitar and I play, right, it's an hour and that's it. So I'm not mastering it. I'm just having fun. So I can go into a dream for an hour. That's fine. But I can't do more than an hour. I have to let go of the guitar. But if I'm a musician, the guitar becomes alive. And now it's 12 hours on that bitch, nonstop. I forget to eat, and so on and so forth. Go to the mall and look at how many people are in their little dream. You think God's going to wake them up? You think God is going to poke them? Has God ever poked someone and woke them up from their dream? Hell no. You get to have all your dreams. That's by definition, God is, you get all of your dreams. Your whole world talking about Jeffrey, the old lady at the supermarket, at the mall. You get every dream you want until it's time to wake up from those dreams. And nothing makes angels rejoice more than waking up. Man, that process is vicious. You know how many people have woken up for 7 years? They put all their efforts into it and one thing goes wrong and they fall down the ladder, start from zero, but they can't even start because they're in a dream where they actually think they made it, right? You pop off, you're famous, and then you realize, whoa, all the fame is actually keeping me in my bubble dream. I don't like to be dreaming. I don't like to be dreaming because that bubble can move around the river. It can bounce against other bubbles and it could be taken downstream somewhere that I don't know where it's going.
I like to just say one quote from Steiner is just as the sun vivifies things, so does reverence vivify the soul. How do you incorporate reverence in your daily life? And how does that vivify your soul?
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had a conversation, morning time, breakfast, if I have breakfast, right? Or let's say dinner, hot tub, friends. I've never had a conversation that doesn't sound like Zherka. To me, the name Zherka means reverence. Even if I'm joking about something eternal that we're headed that way. Every conversation I have ties back, even with the clerk at the store. I'd say, "Did you incarnate to do this job?" And they'd smile at me. They'd be like, "No, in my past life, I was." Everyone knows what it means. They've seen it on their ancient aliens shit, whatever. So everything about me is to keep me focused on the one goal that matters. And that one goal is, how do I go the rest of my life with God in my heart? With all those distractions out there. That is, how can my whole day become prayer? Even the parts where I'm cursing have to transform and be cursing for a reason. It's to inspire someone. And this is the clip I watched of you, Zherka, and it inspired me. And I go, good. And the tricky part is, you sometimes end up thinking, I wish I was living in a different time where I could just go and meditate with 10,000 students in the wilderness with no women around because they'd split the women and the men. And you start daydreaming. That gets scary fast when you start daydreaming of a world like that, where you go, I'm built for that. I would do so much better there than here. And then you get checked because technically I'm doing more with the profile and the socials, but I hate it, dude. I can't stand it. Like, if you ever catch yourself daydreaming of living in a different time where you actually fit in, and you don't know how happy I'd be around 2,000 monastic incarnations, no women, no distractions, no. I mean, the task of our age is you cannot go solo and avoid women because that doesn't build concentration. You have to remain awake and concentrated with whores around you. So this, in ancient temple science, this would also be a physical test where there's 10 of them nude and you walk up into the tikal, into the temple, and you have to remain pure and not be tempted and walk through all of that. Different, depending on how savage it was, would be 100 priestesses nude that you'd have to walk through slowly, and you're not allowed to look at the floor. And they're grabbing at your arms, but you're not allowed to look at the floor. You're actually supposed to talk to each one of them with a loving heart and look them in the eyes. And they're trained to take you down because if they can corrupt you, you are not meant for the higher knowledge because you can rape the world with it. That's why those women are trained to destroy instinctually everything the man built up. You grab one ass, it turns to something quick, right? And a lot of people are like, yeah, it's just one day. If you walk through it, it takes 20 minutes to walk through, 30 minutes, but you got to talk to all of them. So maybe an hour. And yeah, I could do that. And it's like, it's 30 days in a row. And it gets harder. They give you wine, they give you stuff to make you unconscious and dreamy, and they give you fears and they terrify the fuck out of you and break you down. And every human fails this test. Now, in modern times, this test is being done in the world, in the free love world. And you're supposed to develop in a way where in your 20s, you indulge. In your 30s, you identify one and stay with her. In your 40s, you strengthen family with her. And then you fade out of this whole social sphere and go inward. And I mean, like, deeply inward. That's why some of you guys at the peak of your concentration, you guys are going to be like, okay, Zherka, now at the peak, now I'm ready for the next lesson. I'm like, okay, now you have to be around whores at parties and maintain your composure, which is going to make you more attractive to them. If you watch any of my clips, it doesn't look like heel Mike, right? Like at all. which means more women, more bond, etc. And the stronger you get, you're gonna have more women in the world's temple to tempt you. And there's no real way to go about things. Some people go the King Solomon route, right? And then they fade away and turn into Dan Bilzerian, right? A lot of bitches to one. He's at one right now. That's a King Solomon route. Doesn't seem like it destroyed him. So far, so good. So far, he's karmically favored. So far, he's doing great. And he's standing up for dead children. So that's good too, right? He's going in a direction that is purifying. That's what we want to see. And he was chosen for that mission because a lot of people would just continue to have heart attacks with bitches for the rest of their lives and die. Clearly, Dan has some kind of strength and soul force is built up for this. Was he supposed to be lost in the sauce for that many years up until 45 years old? Yeah, because it's modern times, we see that. But in my opinion, it is strange to have no social media helping people at 25 years old. Like, you don't have anything for the world. Like Dan started at 45, his incarnation task, and it's ego driven. So it's not the healthiest way to go about it. But he's doing it. There's other people who their purifications are extremely strict. And you think, whoa, this guy just has so much willpower, but it's not that. It's some guys are just meant for girlfriend, wife immediately at 21, like Josiah's. And because he didn't suppress that desire to get married quickly, he gets rewarded for it. He's doing what he came here to do without any outside intervention telling him he has to do that. So everyone unfolds in a different path. Most human beings unfold through an extremely broken path. And I would never want to wish this on anyone, but I'm not talking about Josiah. I'm just talking about every human that's around me that's married. I would never wish this on them. But just because my predictions always come true and it reinforces me, I have to say it. They will all be getting divorced. Every single friend I have. And it breaks my heart to say that, right? That's why I always smile when they give me advice. That's why I always kind of like internally laugh. And I'm not just saying this out of the blue. I said this about my older brother and everyone in my life. I said, I never even got involved with any of their relationship building processes because I said, I don't really want to get involved when you're just going to break up with each other. And everyone in my family thought it was so rude. And then now they all laugh about it. They're like, oh, yeah, you're very right about that. Like, how did you know everyone's going to just break up? Because, like, young incarnations, right? I don't mean young like, oh, I'm 21 years old. I mean young like 8 billion people are young souls right now. All of them. The weirdest thing is you're going to even see boomers adopt those platforms and get divorces. Even boomers who are nothing like you guys are going to be behaving like Zoomers. That's going to trip you up the most, right? You're going to see couples at 60 have a change of heart, right? For most people on earth, it's just going to be a shit ton of broken relationships. That's right now the biggest norm. And everyone thinks that's so evil, that's so dark. That's fine. Right? You don't trust me. In the past, you'd be with one ugly looking bitch for like 100 years. That's it. For most of the past, for an average guy. So if you think about it, this one's a lot more colorful. Like it's really colorful, right? Relationship building is actually it's a drag because it's gonna make scrapes and cuts on your heart, but it's so necessary. You don't even know how to treat people until you feel how fragile a human is, and you go, "Damn, I snaked that person. I got snaked back. I got snaked by another person. So that's how that feels, and so on and so forth." And it's like, who's living the correct life on Earth? Nobody. Did Dan Bilzerian get karmically punished? No, he didn't. Even incarnations like this is gonna be mind-boggling to some of you. But if you look at my buddy Manuel Ferreira from Twitch, there's a reason why he's a good-looking French guy, and all he does is smash. His job is to smash bitches. There's a reason why he's not ugly. Because he's doing it with love, thinking, feeling, willing, no hate in his heart. So he's not a monster, even though the job is considered monstrous to us, a tantric job. Oh no, we've been taught other things. And no. Then you look at other guys who smash all the time, 90% of them are ugly as fuck, very scattered in the face. What's the difference? It's they're unconscious and they're doing it with hatred. Now, obviously, I've never said this on calls because it's weird to encourage guys to become porn stars. Obviously, I don't want to encourage anyone, but I'm trying to paint a bigger picture of, yeah, you can structure your face in a good looking way, healthy soul, and do jobs that you think are extremely unhealthy. Now, can the reflective force in nature do this? We've seen some women do it, but I seriously doubt they can. Like, that's a very different thing. I mean, it's more rare. I'm sure some temple priestesses can reincarnate and do that job. But as soon as you start seeing the world like this, you stop wondering about, does God hate porn stars? No. Manuel Ferrero actually has a beautiful life, kids, wife, doesn't let his wife get banged. He's just like doing everything like an alpha male lion. And people hate that. They're like, he should be punished for pushing loving thought forms out in the world. No, that you benefit from that. It's good that when he's piping, he's a good human being to these bitches, right? Same with Jason Love. Did you know Jason Love is not a monster, even though he fucked people's bitches and at the end had to raise a 20-year-old, 20 years of his life he spent on raising his girl who he found out wasn't even his daughter. Because you can't just fuck people's bitches without getting karmically balanced, right? But does Jason Love have horns on his head? No, none of that. What, is he shredded? He's shredded. You know what I mean? This idea, like, there's the common man thinks you get punished for smashing bitches. And if that was the case, we'd see it in Dan Bilzerian. Well, we'll see it in the next life. And no, you won't. No. If anything, it strengthened his lower forces. He's just going to have more time. He's going to need more time to develop certain compulsive drives he has. He's going to be tortured with that. Or maybe he purified them, right? When you purify them, you can pipe everyone on earth. Nothing happens. And young men get really calmed down when they hear this. They go, whoa, you're right. I know a lot of good looking, healthy, very glowing human beings for decades on decades who smash a bunch of bitches. It's not just Dan Bilzerian. And then the world starts to make a lot more sense for the young man, where you start to see that it's only when you're stepping on another soul's toes and harming them that you're waiting for a blowback. But a lot of fuck shit happens that goes, I don't want to say unaccounted for, but you think it's bad, but cosmically it doesn't harm anyone. Hoes being hoes and blah, blah, blah. If they're doing it in a loving way, as liberal as it sounds, I gotta keep it 100 with you. You've been lied to. Okay? You've been lied to. The only reason it feels like what I'm saying is wrong is because you guys are seeing it from the end of evolution where everyone is loyal and everyone is deeply evolved. Now, when your instincts are pointing to that future, obviously this present moment looks really dark, but you're never supposed to think like that. You're supposed to, and you're not supposed to think from the future and say, this is darkness. We have to go into our Jupiter state right now. You're supposed to say one step at a time, but we are walking towards Jerusalem together. And that's the posture you need in reality, where you say, oh, wow. So even all of these dirty cheaters, They're just going to be transformed and purified after they've suffered enough. And if you could look into another person's soul and see how much they've suffered, you would never be angry at a hoe. Dude, I'm telling you, I can never actually be angry at a hoe. I can never do that. What does Myron do on a podcast? It's just like angry at them. I can get frustrated. I can get irritable, but I can also laugh with them because when I look into someone's eyes, look at my star circuit, look where I'm born, it's very easy for me to say, damn, these hoes have suffered, man. It doesn't look like it externally, but there's a lot of suffering that I didn't go through that. I got spared off that. And damn, that is so wrong that we call them bitches and hoes. You know what I mean? Although a lot of that is dead language too. Like a lot of loved ones, you'll be calling bitches and hoes, and they'll be laughing. That's a lot of dead language. It doesn't count. But when you mean it, you're trying to harm someone else. Dude, most evil human beings you want to harm have suffered a lot, man. That's what's wild. Even Carmelo Anthony, who I despise for murdering someone, is the lowest thing a demon can do. But you don't just stab someone to death. It requires a lot of suffering to get to that point. It's not just like animalistic impulse. It's like he's had many incarnations of a dark dream state. He's really asleep. He's in a lot of pain, and I'm not the guy to spare him. I'm not the guy to give this speech because if I am a twin brother. If you murdered a twin, there's nothing that'll piss me off more than that. But I'm in the middle of myself. I don't get emotional. And I know I'll be seeing him in the future when he's transformed in his higher self. I'll be seeing all of you guys there too. And we're going to look at each other like, holy, look how much beauty is on the earth. Every face is beautiful, which actually means every face suffered a lot. Like you will be infinitely humbled when you meet each other again. You guys will say, damn, the world went through so much just to be loyal to each other. Damn, we should have just been following the will of the Christ. Why were we fighting our dream? Why were we fighting our nature when it was going upwards anyway? It was transforming. We should have been walking with it. It's like those guys who like become alcoholics because they fucked a bitch. Oh, I feel so guilty. I'm gonna burn in hell. And none of it is true. None of that is real teaching. You ask a priest, they'll never look you in the eyes and say you're burning in hell for smashing a bitch. Even after they give you their little gay repent talk and they don't understand anything really, or the ones I see online, it's my priest is based.
Man, I got to ask you though, does sin separate you from God? Or, like you said, if you do it in a loving way, then it refines your soul forces?
I'll say it like this because if you answer it, quickly, it sounds like you should refine it on the spot. When this is a gradual process of years and years and years of your life, if not decades, or for most people, hundreds of lifetimes. But the best way to see sin is you're unconscious and doing something you don't want to do. Have you ever noticed that all the evil that you don't want to do, you do that? And all the good that you feel like doing, you never get around to it? That's what it means to sin. Is to sin means to miss the mark, which in when you translate it from ancient temple science, which turns into Christianity, it means you are unconscious and you're imagine like you're trying to move your avatar and he won't move. So is there anything more terrifying than that? Like move my arm a bit, then my arm won't move. I want to take a few steps, but I'm too depressed to even go outside. Your body won't move, but your mind wants to go. That is to sin. Because when your body's going, you're very happy and you're like, there is a higher power. I'm free. But anytime you're unfree, you're in sin. Like a lot of people, like if you realized, if I just turned consciousness up just 10 degrees, turn the lights on a bit behind your eyes, most of the bitches you fuck, you wouldn't smash them at all. You wouldn't, I'll say this. You'd find them attractive enough for a hug, maybe even feel their breasts on your body and it's cute and squishy, but not attractive to where you want to grab. Do you know what I mean by that? Like your fat friend, your fat chick friend, or the bitches Davinsky fucks or whatever. And so when you see a conscious human being, you see someone who actually knows what they want. But when you see a dim human being, it's like those guys who go to Colombia and they just pick up anything off the street. And it's like, you don't even like her. What are you doing? You know how the greatest rule ever to hooking up with someone guilt free, since you guys are all gonna error in your ways, it's not even error. It's not, it's evolution. Don't see it like a Christian because that's how you become a homosexual that's repressed. And read Jung, man. If you don't trust me, read Jung, read Steiner, read someone more intelligent than your fucking YouTube pastor. Now, check this out. The rule for you guys is increase your consciousness when you're in front of the ladies and you'll see your looks match. If she's not your looks match, chances are you don't like her and it's not worth your time. It's not worth. Because when a human smashes their looks their looks match, they leave the session going, that was awesome. That was great. God doesn't hate me. That was amazing. But when you smash something under your looks match, meaning you have to dim your conscious, you just dimmed it until you could, until the room is dark enough to where you can smash her. You always leave like, I shouldn't have done that. Oh my God, I feel like the universe hates me. God hates me. That's why when I encourage guys to go get their crush, I just want them to crush that bitch because you see what is out there in the universe for you for the first time. Because when man fucks their crush, it doesn't matter who he is, his first thought afterwards is, I incarnated to do that experience with her. Like flat out, it becomes that romantic immediately. Even if you're a Christian, like you see this sometimes with Mormons who smash a porn star. Have you seen that? And they're just smiling and they marry her right away. And as much as in my world, that's a cock, but in his world, he came here to do that. He knows her for long periods of time. It's not just a fresh encounter. And the Mormon doesn't feel like God hates them for doing that. That's why Mormons are like, they smash. They don't give a fuck and they keep smiling through it. Seems like they got a good head on their shoulders for God's forgiveness. And a lot of people think God is mad that you're smashing. Like that's never been in temple science, initiation science ever, right? It's you're mad that you're unconscious. I can't stop. I can't stop. Someone get me out of this compulsive loop. I can't stop. And God goes, oh my God. Oh my God, this guy is like, he's being tortured by his own powers. Like, why is he, I can't stop. I can't stop. So that's the part that's horrifying to the cosmos. Is like everyone's like, yeah, you can stop. You just stop thinking you can turn your brain off and meet people and shake their hands. They're humans. They're organisms. They've got souls. Anytime you shut your brain off, keep smashing bitches, and you're under this compulsive drive, it's not just like, oh, you harmed someone else and then God's mad. It's more like if God watched all of his children spinning in circles, freaking out, saying, I can't stop jacking off, I can't stop. You would, bro, the eternal would be like, yikes, you have infinite powers given to you right in your heart by me, and you're spinning around for thousands of years in a circle like an idiot, which still means evolving, but in a different kind of path. It's horrifying, right? It's like the worst thing you could see. That's why a lot of religious people, they're mentally ill because they try and teach you that God is judging you like a judge, but it's actually you're judging yourself, and you do that every time you go to bed and review your day backwards. And when you're done judging yourself and you see all the horrors you've done, you get terrified, you get shattered, you learn from it, you transform, And when all of your sympathies, antipathies, your heavens and hells, when all of that is transmuted, when you've judged yourself, you've seen your own face, and if it's ugly, it's horrifying, you become an alcoholic every day because you can't stand seeing what you've built so far. That is you. That's what death is. You see the face, the soul you've built inwardly at the end. That's why everyone's talking about moral purification, which doesn't mean like being a nerd. It just means being the knight that does the right thing for himself, his deeper self, which actually affects the world. And so after you're done judging yourself and terrifying yourself, because when God is perfect, there's no one with a gavel judging you. When God is perfect, he just gives you a cosmic mirror. You can look. You think God is here to punish and judge you and stuff. All of this is mystery language that confuses you. Like when they say it's a jealous God, if you knew what jealous means in initiation science, you'd say this God is a genius. Or how the fuck Sodom and Gomorrah and God told everyone to kill all those people. Do you know who those people were? They've had thousands of incarnations raping children. Of course, in that more instinctual time, you had to put the world in order with strength. Now the strength is inward because we have the Christ. We're in a different part of the evolution. And don't ever think, some guys are like, I feel like I missed out on the Alexander the Great part with the sword and the raping. And it's like, no, you didn't. You were there too. Relax. You've had all of it. The only part you're missing is the Christ part right now, that you're supposed to transform yourself right now. That's the part you should focus on. Some of them, oh, if I was born thousands of years ago, it'd make more sense because I like the Old Testament badassness better. It's like you've already went through it. You're already here. And now you can calm down. No, bro, hold on, man. And I gotta remove these fucking mentally ill people. You've went through it already. You haven't missed out on anything in history. Even if the stuff you miss out on, you get carried along with the group soul ride. That's why everyone's consciousness is so developed right now, right? Compared to thousands of years ago, right? You got all those benefits. So when you see Christians tell you that God is going to judge you with a hammer and all that shit, that's not, don't confuse initiation science and mystery language, all right? A perfect entity will judge you with a mirror because that's one for one. That is perfect. You're made in God's image. If the image doesn't look right, you get horrified. You want to go to different worlds, do other things to develop. Everyone wants to go towards beauty, but define beauty. How come philosophers cannot define? Beauty is the evolution of morality. The whores you see on the street are very evolved spiritual beings. That's why they're beautiful. Everything evolves upwards towards beauty, truth, and goodness. Just look at the sun. Just stare at the sun for a bit. You'll see where you're headed. There's a reason the cosmos above you looks perfect. And then here you have a bald guy like Da Vinci, and you're like, that doesn't look, Da Vinci's not done evolving, right? But you could tell Da Vinci's also, he understands he's supposed to, like a lot of people understand they're supposed to evolve. He works on his liberal side of himself, right? He works on the liberal side of himself. He's, oh, actually, the Groypers are bad here. And so when people see God as like some judge, it's like, dude, these are like new Christian teachings that are mentally ill, right? They're, you do a review every night when you go to bed and you to see if you're morally progressing, right? Sleep is the cousin of death for a reason. So a lot of people don't realize that God is after all this review, after you've done all that, after heaven and hell, then it's spirit land. And then things open up and you are amazed. But yeah, it's like, it's not that you put I put my dick in a woman, God hates me. That's never been taught. That's like what mentally ill modern Christians teach. It's that you're compulsive, you're spinning in circles, and it looks weird in the cosmos. That's why when you guys get careers and mastery over something, you calm the fuck down and go, "Oh, Zherka, I'm so good right now. Everything's perfect." I go, "Why? You're still suffering. You're still, yeah, but I can manage it." And when you're compulsive, you're just like fapping. You're like, "Oh, I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop." But it's not the action. It's more like the looping thought forms. No God wants to see his children suffer, right? And a lot of people are like, "Well, why doesn't God just intervene and stop it?" Dude, you have so much blackness and darkness built up over your lifetimes that I'm telling you right now, most of the good in your life is actually grace. It's from the angels, the stars, star colonies. They caress your head with light, right? And reality. They pour it onto you. And God gives us grace because he sees us stuck and spinning our tires. So it doesn't change our free will, but just loosens us up a bit. And so most of the good in your life that happens is not from you. And that is the hardest Christian lesson that blows philosophers out of the water. They hate this part. Read Swedenborg, The Christian Mysteries. Once you see the other side is all of the evil that you do on earth, you are doing it. And most of the good in your life is given to you for relief. They are relief packages. You don't actually deserve them. Most of the good that you do and gain are relief packages from angels. That's how merciful this is. But Zherka, what about the good that I do? That's all you. But it's very limited. It's extremely limited. You don't know how limited it is. That's why Da Vinci said he wasted his life. Imagine Leonardo da Vinci saying that. So those guys who actually wake up and have an intuitive energy, an instinct that rises in the morning and transforms, and it says, "I'm glad to be alive," they're actually correct. Those guys who are positive in life, they're more evolved. They say, "Oh, I feel care packages." Less evolved beings say, "Everything sucks. I never get a break." Every time you feel a sense perception, you're dying. So how many times are you being resurrected? Every time you taste, touch, feel something is death. Every time you wake up in the morning and consciousness starts, you're dying. That's why you'll die if you don't go back to sleep and touch the God source. So you're getting revived every time you go to bed, little boy. You keep touching, and you humans get revived every single day of their life. They rise in the morning and then they say, "I don't really believe in reincarnation. I don't believe that God can make me rise every fucking morning of my life for thousands and thousands of years. I don't believe that God is that merciful. You have been erroring for thousands of years, evolving, and you've been given so many breaks. And all the spiritual beings and angels that build up this world so you can have it, they sacrifice themselves and everything they have for you. And you wake up in the morning, you go, "I don't know if I deserve my life." It's like, dude, if you could see the other side, you'd be like, philosophers are mentally ill. You know what philosophers say? Life is boring. I can't do it. Nothing ever happens. Like, dude, there's for thousands of years, you got all of these care packages, even if you don't do anything, right? I think God's mercy is too powerful, man. You know, in a strange way, it's like, go look in Walmart. These people don't deserve this level of mercy. I've never even seen, you can't name a saint even 1% on the level of, it's just mind boggling how merciful God is if you actually understand the Christian mysteries. Or you could listen to some fucking faggot pastor who tells you he revives you once. By the way, as you're breaking down, remolding your body, building yourself back up, sleep, waking cycles, you're building towards something, a true resurrection body in the conscious world, not just this, not your sleep world, but here. So when I say humans have way too much to look forward to, you have no idea. That's why anyone who's ever had a psychedelic experience, whether it's a heavy one or a medium one, whether it's 3 grams of mushrooms, schizophrenia, be careful, whatever it is, they always come back and they say, there's so much more out there, but I'm happy to be here. It's so badass to imagine saying, I'm happy to be here, even though the future you're headed towards is everything you see in movies and fantasies is way smaller, dude, than what's coming. And obviously, it'd overwhelm you if it wasn't one step at a time. And a lot of people are like, damn, the level of patience I need to be in the modern path is torture. And I'm like, no, it's not, bro. It's building your skeleton. You'll be upright. It's good thing. The scars, the aging on your face is a good thing, right? A lot of you guys don't realize that all the philosophers, every human being got it wrong. I'll even go as far as saying every mystical teaching is wrong that doesn't apply. Fuck. Stubbed my toe. Son of a. But let me get in the middle of myself. Every single T transmute the pain upwards. And that's tough to do when you have anger issues. Believe me. Every single mystical teaching I disagree with that doesn't involve, if it doesn't involve evolution, it's wrong, right? Which a lot of mystical teachings are very static, especially the ones where you exit the dream world. So be careful with those. You got to look into the world, man. Look into the world. You'll see all the animals in nature. The cow is your digestive forces expressed externally. The lion is courage and heart forces. The tiger is your will forces. The will that wants to be left alone and do its thing. The tiger wants to be left alone. Birds are your thoughts. The eagle soars high into spiritual cognition. That's why your brain looks like a bird and your chin in skeletal form is a beak. Your tongue is an octopus. It eats the food. You've got the mineral kingdom in your toenails in every part of your body. Then you have the plant kingdom with your bundles of nerves we call chakras and life force energy waking up, and then your astral animal forces. I want this, I want that, desire, yes and no's. And then your I, your ego consciousness, the highest part of you. And these have to be in balance. You cannot be living life like a Kantian faggot philosopher. All the philosophers are wrong. Which, if I was to give one philosopher uh, all the credit of who nailed reality the best, as much as I want to say Plato, I'd say it's Soren Kierkegaard, because a philosophy on being optimistic towards everything going wrong. He lost 5 brothers. He fulfills the Christian mysteries like no other. He's my Job. He is my Abraham. He is my everything because he's closer to the modern world. So we can learn a lot more from his incarnation than anyone else's, even though it's dense. And on the other side, you guys are all going to say, whoa, so the gay science thing is real. Yeah, Nietzsche's gay science of being optimistic in a dark world is correct. And that is the Rosicrucian posture too, that the world's really fucked up too. And you cannot be that guy that's affected by how fucked up it is. And you can't make snap judgments. You can't make, I don't like this, I don't like that. Some things you don't like, you eventually love later. Did you know that? Right? I hated reading when I was a kid. So what do you don't even know what you like and don't like. You're evolving. Be careful going bowling and golf and all this meaningless shit, bro. Be careful with that. There's so much more to do, and it all stems from mastery. No matter how many times you have to readjust your thought forms, there's always a lot more to do. And never fall for this I fucked a bitch so God hates me thing. If God hated you, you wouldn't wake up in the morning, period. Okay? You hate yourself because you just used the woman. You can't live with that. That's the truth. And sometimes you got to use a woman, right? Sometimes you got to say, hey, I apologize. I just wanted to smash. I was being very mischievous and evil. And sometimes they say, hey, me too. And it's normal. Nothing bad happens. There's no karmic tie. There's nothing. It's over right there. But when you're getting all of them, they start to look like slot machines and fleshlights. That's we. You're not bringing that into heaven. Nobody wants that disgust around them. So watch out with that. Let's bring some people before I gotta go. Go ahead, JW. Should probably thank JW because was it like two spaces ago? You actually had like your funniest space. I don't remember what, but I remember saying I DM'd you and I said that shit was funny, man.
It means a lot coming from you. You know,
No,
the
it means a
comedic
lot,
genius himself.
JW. It means a lot because you're not. Your nature is not funny, so you're trying. You know, you're not a comedian type,
On the
so you're
internet, in
trying.
real life, I am.
Are you a comedian
Yeah,
type?
in real life, not on the internet. The internet, I'm not a social type of guy myself. I grew up around a lot of violence. I grew up as an athlete who looks better than everyone. So motherfuckers always trying to test me. You know,
No,
so I had to grow up
one
ready to
thing
fight at
that's
any moment. I stayed war ready. So
they
when I'm around others, I'm not really joking and giggling. I got my head on a
yeah
swivel. I'm ready to make an example. That's the world I grew up in,
to
no exaggeration. So for me to be on the
yeah,
internet and to
but
be
check this out.
sociable is a
Check it
little bit,
out, man.
it's something that I've had to refine over time.
No. JW, why it's impressive is some guys are talking shit about you. They're like, he apologized to a girl after telling her to shut the fuck up. He's fake.
Mhm.
I'm like, no, he felt bad. That's like so human. Have you ever just told a
I
bitch
didn't
shut
feel
the
bad
fuck
at
up?
all.
What you
No,
DM'd her?
yeah, I
You
DM'd her because I'm
apologized
a
in the DM.
finesse dog because it seems like she has
Oh,
some
what
connection to
the?
Fuentes.
Nah, you're a nice guy,
If
dude.
you
Come
have
on.
her on stage co-hosting your shit, I'm assuming that she has something connected to Fuentes. You had that other fucking faggot on stage, Dalton. You know what I'm saying? So I kind of finessed him too. I'm on the internet doing business. I do want to help people.
I'm trying to give you a compliment.
No,
What the
it's the
hell?
truth though. I don't feel bad about telling a woman who speaks explicitly on the internet that she's a goofy bitch if she does some goofy shit. But
Based.
it's the
Okay,
right thing to do to reach out to her afterwards and offer an olive branch and be like, listen, this is what I have to do. If you were offended, I'm sorry. It's not like, oh, I'm
well,
sorry. I
she
feel
said you
bad
were.
right
She
now.
said you were sweet for doing it. She
You
said you were
see
sweet.
how incredible and impeccable my finesse game is? That's what it's all about, muscle or finesse. Plato
What
e
do you think of?
plumo. Either we're going to amplify each other and cooperate. She's going to connect me to who she knows. And because I'm on a mission. You know, and the thing about it is you were speaking earlier about mercy, and we have to be able to distinguish the current interpretation of meaning from what it was originally, the concept was originally intended to function as, which was discipline. The father who catches his whore daughter doing slutty shit and beats her ass is merciful, not the one who foregoes punishment and has leniency and is too kind to say things that'll really help her and orient her back to God. So when I'm on the internet, I'm trying to reorient people back to the eternal. And we all have different capabilities in doing so. Me, I'm willing to pay the burden, even if it comes to actual violence. Because we have to be able to destroy the fucking nonsense that's so prevalent around us. Am I right? Da Vinci, this dude Da Vinci, when he first came around, I mean, the thing about it is Da Vinci's a homosexual. So I mean, you know what it is? There ain't no coming back from sucking dick. So we're in here trying to rehabilitate this dick sucker, live in effect. So I'm glad to hear he's came in and contributed to your space meaningfully and this and that. He was pretty sharp in his own way, but it is what it is. You know. I love coming in, tapping in with you, contributing, because I know your audience is perhaps the most highly dense distribution of thinkers, free thinkers. I'm not trying to come in a
Oh,
fucking
you think that?
echo chamber of goofies. I want the esoteric free thinkers that are willing to ritualize discomfort and go through meaningful suffering so they can get more and more and more of the sauce and not get lost in it.
It's strange how, when I first met you, I'm like, yo, what is this guy about? But in a weird way, JW, I'm only saying this once. You and I got some shit in common.
Me and you are motherfucking kindred, like kindred spirits, bro. The way you talk and the way you exist in this world and your experiences, I'm very familiar with it. Now think about the word familiarity. Family. Family is everything. You're my brother for life, bro. I'm certain about that. Love is certainty. Order. Think about what family does in terms of an individual, an incel, lost in this complex world without orientation, without structure. How do you make order from the chaos without big brothers in your life to pull you
Do,
up?
do you have more order or less order after all that baby mama drama you mentioned last
The
time?
thing about it is because she's getting
No,
offended
no,
at
I
her
don't know
name
what
being
happened. So
spoken
at
about. I,
least,
I
no, no,
can't
tell
speak
me,
publicly
tell me
about it,
what
but it's
happened
always more
first.
order. It's
You got to
always more
tell me
order,
what
dog.
happened.
Life is all about neg entropy extraction.
No,
That's
no,
what beauty
JW, you got
is,
to tell me what
imposing order
happened.
on
You
chaos.
broke up. You broke up with you because this is what
Yeah.
people want to
I
hear.
mean, I'll
You
speak on it because you're pestering,
you
and I'm not going
broke
to
up
ever
with
be
that girl.
constrained, even though my baby mom's putting pressure on me, like, stop speaking about me publicly, this and that. But I want to be forthright and transparent to all my brothers. Yes, my life is incredible. Zherka's life is incredible. We've sacrificed, we've organized our minds, our bodies, our voices, these type of things to afford ourselves leisure time to become scholars, to understand the world and help others. But at the end of the day, we deal with complexity as well. And shit, getting money, these type of things, more money, more problems. And I've been in a beautiful relationship. I have a prodigious daughter. I understand that everything is about prioritization, and my daughter's my priority. I'll give my life for her. I'll do anything for her. I'll literally roll around in a wheelchair if it came to that. And Kierkegaard spoke about how health is everything. It's when we don't have it, when we reflect on it retroactively, that we really don't, that we realize we take it for granted. When you're sick and you think about what it was like to be healthy, you realize how important it is and how we all should be optimizing our health first and foremost. First and foremost, when you realize how quickly you can transform your body, you'll realize how quickly you can transform your spirit, your mind, your finances, your relationships, the environments you're in. Because it really is, at the end of the day, it really is nurture over nature. We always thought we were a slave to our genetics and our traits and our ancestors and shit. No, no. That's what's beautiful about this world.
Now what? Then why would you come at the world with, dude? I'm 6'4" and stuff. That's nature too, right? That's not
Oh, it
nurture.
is, but
You
it's more
tall.
important. It's because I knew I had to get to the NFL as a child that I grew tall. Now, if I had a bitch mentality and I was a resentful incel, I would have been 5'7", 5'10". My mom was only 5'2". Yeah, my dad is 6'4". Now, the point I'm making
Wait,
is
what'd your dad do?
he was a roofer in
Oh,
Arizona, which,
oh.
my dad, I was so blessed to have a strong traditional figure. And not only that, I noticed all his friends' wives were in love with him, and all his friends knew that his wives were in love with him. He was the man. And I'd hear stories.
Is your girl anything like your mom?
No, my mom was wild. My mom was a drug addict. She was an alcoholic. She was the life of the party, but she never went to high school. She was kind of on the streets and different things, and she was bipolar. So when she
Mm.
drank, she'd lose her soul. In a simulation, in a virtual reality that we're existing in, I think it's overwhelmingly likely that we do have non-player characters within us, non-player characters that don't have free will, that don't have the ability to make better decisions. They're literally algorithmically determined, their behaviors. And the reason why in the simulation there are NPCs is to make the simulation more realistic, but most importantly, to create storylines for the players. And I think the greatest way we can identify NPCs in our lives is when they drink liquor. If you drink and you lose yourself, you are a fucking goof. You have low consciousness. This is why if you get in a fight and you fucking get your chin touched with a flick, you're going out. But a motherfucker that's highly evolved and has infinitely ascended his entire life, because that's the thing about it. It's all about mystery. Motherfuckers get burnt out and stop growing because they've reduced life into a category. They want to get some money. They want a Ferrari. They want a bad bitch. No, this is an infinite game. It's all about perpetuating this life, as Zherka said earlier. Gratitude is what'll contextualize the hard work. You should love to have the opportunity to get up and go to the gym. You should train yourself. My bad. I'm getting, the thing is, Zherka, last time I was on your space, I got my other account taken down. These
Why?
motherfucking trolls mass report me. They get on here, it's the demons. You know what it is? I don't believe in demons,
No,
literally.
it's because you're telling people you're gonna murder them. That's like the one rule.
No,
You can't break that rule.
I'm not saying
I don't
that.
think murder is allowed on Twitter.
Listen, I'm being artistic. I mean, literally, my life is incredible. I have lifetime checks off of music. I'll collect music publishing awards
No,
to
dude,
show
you're
everybody I have a
unfree.
daughter.
JW.
I would never kill someone unless I wasn't.
It doesn't matter. You're unfree. When you're that reactive where you're telling someone you're gonna murder them, they're always gonna have a reason to report. And the algorithm, there's a robot that bans you. There's no human. It's a robot that says this guy's unfree. He's in a reactive
I
state.
mean, I do it a lot,
He's
and it's funny how
how many
sometimes
accounts have you lost?
this is like my fifth, sixth one.
Okay, you're useless to me. If you're not going to build followers and
I know. I
evolve, you're
no,
useless to me.
you're right, bro. You're 100% right. But at the end of the day, I think God created me this way for a reason. And like I always say, small changes change nothing until everything changes. The
Is it
quantitative
Adderall?
efforts have to stack
Careful
up
with
and scale
Adderall,
up
man.
before it's qualitatively different.
It's the
And
Adderall,
meaning,
bro.
look
It's the
how
Adderall.
quick you live your
Testosterone
life.
doesn't make someone this jumpy. It's that you're taking stimulants. That's your issue.
No, I take 3 scoops of pre. I'm not jumpy at all. I'm a motherfucking killer, bro. I don't tolerate any disrespect. If
Well, stop
people
getting
think
the
that
accounts banned
motherfucking
because you're not useful if you're not growing.
listen, I'm the most hated, bro. It is what it
Yeah, but
is. I'm the
JW,
most loved and
you are
hated.
not. Look, as a digital avatar, you're useless
I
if you're not
understand.
gaining followers.
Think
That's how
about
it
how quick your
works.
ascension was. Claviculars, these type of guys. Like I said, once you hit that motherfucking critical point, the phase transition emerges quickly. As long as you're organizing, because think about it. When you get to that point where your life's about to really take off in any system, the phase transition, when you get to a critical point, all hell breaks loose. All hell breaks loose because it's the edge of chaos. When systems are really going to a higher stage of order, everything gets chaotic at first, and it's God testing you. It's God saying, "How bad do you really want to ascend? Let me test you a little bit," and then you have the testament when you emerge with more
Or you
capacity,
could
more
just,
refinement
bro.
to share.
Or you can just insult someone without saying you're gonna murder them, so the robot doesn't log in and ban your accounts. Like that's all you have to do.
I know,
If
but I
JW, you're the
listen.
kind of guy that if Twitch gave you a $5 million contract, you would get banned in a day and lose out on the contract because you can't control. You're on some
But
kind
it'll
of
be global,
stimulant. You're
dog.
on
Listen,
stimulants, bro. That's the problem.
I'm only on pre. I
Stimulants,
swear to
you
God,
don't need
listen
stimulants.
to me.
You're on test and
On my
growth.
daughter's
Why are you
life,
taking?
on everything.
Bro, you're on stims. You don't need them. You're on test and growth. That's way more than enough. That makes you a little unfree too. You're way too unfree if you're getting banned this much. You know how hard it is to get banned on Twitter? You have to be like really unfree to get banned.
Dog, of course, I'm the outlier. I'm the power law distribution. I'm more dangerous and effective than everyone else combined. Do you
I
hear
didn't
the
ask
shit I
that. I
talk
want
about? I turn a
if
fucking
you get
insult
this
to a
account
savage in
banned, bro,
three
you're
motherfucking
yo,
seconds.
JW,
I'm turning all you faggot ass insults in the audience to a savage.
Jay, if you get this account banned, you're going to be more angry and more unfree. Each ban equals more unfreedom until you beat the shit out of your girl or something, man. Like you need to walk towards the evolution of freedom, not away from it. How can a troll even make you say something like that? It's a
Brother, do you think I'm bothered by any of it? This is art.
yeah, you're losing
This is
accounts.
art. This is this is art. In an age of concentric feminist control of our culture, we need to bring back the savagery because it was sacred back in Roman and Greek times for two men who couldn't, dissolve their disputes and contradictions through dialogue to do it through violence. We got to get back on the same page with each other and have unity and be able to share information and do away with lived experience and subjective opinion. There's objective moral truth in this world. You agree to that, right?
I check this out, man. The guys who are reporting JW, I know you guys are laughing and you probably like me and stuff. I don't like you. Reporting is bitch nigga shit. And to take it further, it aligns with everything I teach. You will be karmically punished for ganging up and reporting it. The scripture says, do not judge lest ye be judged. It's going to reverberate back to you if you guys are teaming up being unfair against someone.
But on
I'm
the other
telling you, it's
end of the
no, there's
spectrum,
no other end of the
what do you think?
spectrum, guys. Guys, it's gonna come back in your life. Don't do bitch nigga shit. Do other just make fun of the guy. You don't have to report him.
I'm saying on the other end of the spectrum, as Jesus said on the Sermon of the Mount, blessed are those who are prosecuted for righteousness. The motherfuckers that are righteous out here having to deal with the debauchery and the fucker of our times, the apocalyptic times we're in. Those motherfuckers are gonna get blessed either in this life or the next. That's why I'm in this type of avatar. Because I've been doing this in all my incarnations. I'm built this way. And I feel like this is my final incarnation. Can you guys hear me? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No, but no, you're absolutely right, Zherka, because I'm on a mission. I'm answering God's calling. This is what is so mysterious about my life that allows me to actually uh, experience fulfillment from research alone. When you get in that virtuous cycle of life where everything is connected to each other, everything is the feedback, everything is feeding into the next thing, so you're having downstream effects. When you're in shape, you're more confident, you're stronger, you're more impressive to others. You're signifying more discipline, which opens up opportunities, which then allows you to have financial stability, to have more time to be in the gym, more leisure time to get smarter, to impress people more, to open up more opportunities, and your life starts to just compound. Growth is fucking boring initially because you haven't carved out the space for opportunity. You got to compound things. You got to get stronger. You got to meet Zherka, who knows fuck in the world and can
What's
connect you
blo-
if you got to get. You got to meet the
What's up, my
degrees of
niggas?
Kevin Bacon
Yeah, but
type
JW,
situation.
focus on one thing, bro. Focus on
Yeah,
one thing.
what's blood
Wait,
yapping
wait, wait,
about?
David.
It's all
Zerka said,
interconnected. That's
and
what you
it's
have
obvious, bro. You
to
go
understand.
everywhere. You go everywhere, right? What he's saying is, bro, you have lots of, knowledge
Listen,
to
instead of
get back at
criticizing me, I hear
someone. You
you.
don't need,
What you need
no,
to
no, you don't need
understand
to
is that it's all
actually get your accounts banned
interconnected.
because you're losing it in the game of social, for example, right? And we want you
You
to
can
see
barely even
progress and
speak English
nourishment.
and you're giving me advice right now.
Yes,
You are a
nigga, I
Zerka
am.
clone page, giving a multimillionaire generational figure advice on
Why
the
you
internet.
sensitive
Shut
though?
the fuck up.
Why you sensitive though?
No, you can
No, you
barely
look
even
like a
speak
woman.
English.
Chill the fuck down, boy.
Bro,
Chill
we're
the
not in
fuck down.
English, so I can actually say you're actually
I don't give a
intelligible.
fuck what you think. You gotta chill the fuck down, bro. We all trying to
No,
help
I'm
each
not gonna
other. That's
shrink
it.
myself down to make you feel comfortable. I'll take a little bass.
I need to
You
shrink
want me to
myself to
speak some
talk
more?
to you. You
You
have
want
a
me to
monkey
take bass
brain.
out of my voice?
You have a monkey brain.
What
You
the
feel
hell?
more comfortable now?
It's like Mickey
I'm sorry
Mouse.
for being too aggressive.
It's not about
I
aggressiveness. It's
love
about
you,
being
Rage,
using
sincerely.
intellect. You gotta use
I love
intellect
you, Zerka.
sometimes.
Well, why do people raise their hands around me? Just speak.
Go ahead, just speak out.
Well, I'm just trying to be nice here.
Is that
We
like a
don't do
Twitter
this safe
thing? Is
space
it
shit.
normal
You're
to raise
against
your
the
No,
hand?
no,
motherfucking woke
it's
liberal
more
culture.
like
There ain't no
to
safe
get the
space
word
shit. This is a
without to
cold-blooded
interrupt.
savage world.
Right? You see what I mean? It's you raise your hand, so you say, "Okay, can I just have a minute to talk
Yeah,
without
bro,
being
that's the
interrupted?"
gayest. Just
And
speak
listen,
and
and you have
yell.
no
Yell at
bass in
us.
his
You gotta
voice.
yell at
Put
us,
some
bro. You're
motherfucking bass in your
what's up
voice,
with the
huh?
monotone energy?
Jesus Christ, man! Sometimes
Beta.
Motherfuckers, you have
you get fucking something out here, But if you get interrupted all the time, it's quite annoying. So I'm just saying, you raise your hand. So like, can Markovic speak? Sure, all right.
Okay, go ahead.
Shut up.
Well, Zerk, I just wanted to ask because I can see you're from Balkan, right? And
Yeah.
it's just interesting to me to see, you also look like broken good. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm also, from Balkan. And
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see, where from Balkan are you? And did you escape war? Like, what kind of fucking terrible trauma did you go through to be who you are today? Because it's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm from Kosovo, from a war zone, but I feel like talking about that stuff is gay. I feel like people who talk about, I'm from I went through a lot. Like, I feel like, bro, have you ever, no, have you ever watched on the TV those American Idol people that go, from a war zone? And like,
Yeah,
dude,
but
my whole family, we lost so much, but we never talk about it because it's the gayest faggot
my
shit you
point
could
is not
do.
talking about either. I'm just curious to know what the fuck did you go through? I wanted to know. Did you go through
Dude,
wars?
my earliest
Old?
my earliest memories are escaping this war as a 5-year-old and taking soul snapshots of just people escaping, and there's just fucking dead bodies and murder and the smell of smoke like burning down, and like, but there's war around the whole world, right? It's not just me, so it's like it's my earliest memories are the darkest dream ever. But as a kid, you can't process fear, so you're just observing and observing. And I'm absorbing not the moral atmosphere of my parents, but the horrified atmosphere. Like my dad's sister burned alive. She had Down syndrome. They burned her alive. It was worse than Holocaust because it actually happened. And I'm telling you right now, bro, all of this really readjusted everything. Like immediately when I got out of there, I grew up and I would gravitate towards Dragon Ball characters because I'm like, oh, these guys are experiencing traumatic shit too, except they're walking forward, they're transforming. And if you turn the TV on today, bro, there's very few stories of what's that guy, Francis Ngannou? Instead of him being a sad, I don't like the guy at all, but instead of him being a sad little bitch, he made something out of himself. Dude, I'm telling you right now, every human on earth has this dark dream that starts around 5 years old. These memories you suppress and you see shit. Some guy, this is going to blow you away. Some people listening never went to a war zone and got fractured just as much because they saw their parents get a divorce at 8 years old. And I feel so bad for those guys because in psychology, if you ask a therapist or even a psychiatrist, it's the exact same level of trauma. It's the exact same level of horror to a child. And do you know how many people went through that and my parents got a divorce. They never talk about it. They never got to explain any of that. And I'm telling you right now, when go look into the studies, dude, humans are so fractured. Don't ever think, oh, it's just the Palestinians. Dude, it's everywhere. It's even in civilized places where there's no war, there's a shit ton of opioid epidemic. People like JW's mom went through. Do you know what kind of savagery that woman went through? Battling the mind sober is hard enough, but to be full on, JW's mom's was on, what was it, heroin? JW?
No, she at the end she was on meth. In Arizona, meth is a fucking
Yeah.
major epidemic, major problem. Yeah, it was mostly alcohol, but she, double dabble
And
cocaine,
here's the crazy
meth.
part.
I'm sure she
Here's
did
the crazy
heroin. She
part.
was always on SSRIs and these type of things, because
Here's the crazy part.
she was labeled as
Her
being bipolar.
her war was way more vicious than whatever you can do in the external. I'm sorry to tell you, bro.
I don't believe that at all, bro. I don't
I
believe that at
believe that
all.
100%, bro. Cause you know
No,
what,
no, there's much
JW,
more
you know what,
difficult things to do in life than to overcome addiction because,
bro,
listen,
JW,
you were speaking about what addiction is. It's compulsion that destroys our lives. And if
dude.
you're not aware of the harm of your behaviors to your own self, I mean, this is like a social Darwinism conversation. Maybe we should let the incels just fucking live out and die off so they stop contributing to the gene pool.
That's not fair at all. Because then people will say the same thing about your mother. Hey, your mother
Literally.
was
And that's why
no, no. That's
revolutionary
not good
justice
at
is fucking
all.
PC.
That's not a Christian message at all.
No, it is. It's all about free will. This is the problem of evil that people have to
But
choose God.
but there's where you're wrong. Your mother didn't have free will. She was unfree under compulsion and demonic impulses and forces from her wounds. She was wounded. You're supposed to help the wounded.
And I did majorly. And she lived with me all the way to the very end. And I took care of her. As I told you the stories before that moved you at the end.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I was wiping her ass. I was holding her up in the shower after she's peeing herself and shit. I did get hospice care, but when I come to visit, and her parents, who I was taking care of for years and years too, weren't able to do that for her. I had to do those type of things, and it is mind boggling.
Are you the only child?
At the end of the day, my mother, she had a victim mentality. She liked to be sick so she didn't have to work,
Yeah.
and this is the problem with like the modern ironic male. They're afraid of vulnerability, and really they're afraid of failure. They're afraid to
Now,
put themselves
JW,
out there.
what about her soul forces? Do you feel like she also infected you in a
Oh,
weird
and
way?
that's the
You can't.
paradoxical thing about life is sometimes the most evil people are the most capable of love, and most loving people are the most capable of evil. And that's how we all need to
Exactly.
be. And this is what Jordan Peterson talks about with the misinterpretation of meekness in Greek times. The meek shall inherit the earth was meant to mean the dangerous who remain in control, not the passive, the complacent, the fuck boys. You got to be willing to motherfucking kill if need be, but be in control, and only if it's a fucking last pitch, last choice situation. So it really is about being disciplined. And in my mom's situation, she instilled the confidence in me. She gave me the self-image that allowed me to have no fear of failure and no fear of humiliation, because I'm not controlled by external validation.
Bro,
I've always just
you are
I've always just been
shredded as
internally
fuck in the
driven.
new profile picture. You are shredded with mass.
No, but this is the thing. I haven't even been training abs, and I could be a little more disciplined on my diet. I am shredded out to this point, but I'm a professional sports bettor. It's different from gambling. Zerka. Listen, I want to tell you, when you're on the
I don't care.
floor
That shit's
and you're playing,
boring, bro.
no,
That
listen,
shit's like,
it's
bro,
not
that
relevant.
shit's when humans talk about gambling, I just tune out. I'm bored as fuck, bro. Like, it's like I don't
That's
care that
hearing
you're
it from these
watching,
fucking goofs. I'm the best at.
bro. I imagine watching sports ball with JW. Like, I'd rather kill myself than watch
I
the.
promise you, I abstract it all I extract from the principles that we're observing, and we can look at it through an array of different lenses that apply to our life as men.
You were supposed to go to the NFL, bro.
Yeah, I know, and I'm in a much better situation because look at these guys in the NFL, that their health, epigenetic, like in terms of my biological age, bro, I'm probably like 25. I have extremely long telomeres. My DNA is extremely organized. I feel so vibrant. I have so much vitality. These dudes are cripples. And not only that, as I said earlier, love dies when the mystery dies. When you start to categorize things, like most of these athletes, they view themselves as a ball player. So when they stop playing ball, the mystery's gone. You know what happens quickly thereafter. In most instances, they go broke, suicidal, they become degenerates, alcoholics. None of them really ascend and continue to find mystery in life.
Can I
And
just
that's
add to this?
it's all about development. And it really is all about mastery, which I try to help people understand mastery in terms of asymptotic systems in geometry. An asymptote is a
JW,
limit that can be approached infinitely and never reached. Think about Jesus Christ as the prototype for humanity. And our responsibility is to imitate Jesus Christ the best we can. But no man, the most perfect, incredible man, could never even get close to that. But it's our responsibility to try as hard as we can and stay tightly aligned to that limit. When you're in the gym, if you're not taking it to the limit, you're not going to look like this, which means 1 or 2 reps to failure, which means progressive overload, which means no pain, no gain. If you're in a relationship and you're not taking it to the limit, doing everything you can to be romantic to her, it doesn't mean simping and buying gifts. That's not what romance is. Romance is mystery. Romance is love-based intention, cooperation, synergy. Is your woman growing with you, or are you growing away from her? You have a responsibility to pull her and everyone else around you and make your environment the most conducive for growth for everyone. Don't be a little bitch and come into the fucking spaces talking about victim mentality shit and negativity. We all need to make our environments conducive for optimization, growth, ascension. Listen, if you're not aware of it, become
Then
aware of
apply
it.
it, bro.
Huh?
Then apply it in case of the social media.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, I'm not perfect either.
No,
you
Nobody.
mentioned free will, right?
nobody's
But
judging, right?
I feel like
Right.
with free will, like a lot of people don't even realize that they're sort of largely reacting rather than actually consciously choosing. So, like, while you say, like, everyone needs like free will and free will is really important, it's more about like understanding what actually drives you, what your unconscious
Hmm.
habits are, and your desires and your
Of
fears,
course.
because those are really important too. Do you get what I mean?
100%. In a psychoanalytical sense, whether we're talking about Freud or we're talking about his predecessors, Jung, Adler, these type of things. It's pivotal to become aware of your blind spots because by definition, you can't see them. That's why you need an environment of savages that are willing to expose you to yourself. And you need to have the radical self-love to be vulnerable and to grow and not to stagnate who you could become. This is the most beautiful thing Jesus said. Return to the childlike state before you enter the kingdom of heaven. Think about kids and how pure they are and how much they believe in themselves and their imagination and their trustworthiness. And then the world deteriorates them. And it really is about once we've been conditioned through our egos, which ego is simply a coping mechanism for uncertainty. That's all it is. Fear is the coping mechanism for uncertainty.
I just
My
feel
mom
like
went to
until people actually examine these things, like they actually ask themselves, like, did you choose that fear? Did you choose to have that desire? You're just being moved
It's the
through like
natural
forces
progression.
that like you don't even understand. You
No,
know
but
what I
it is
mean?
it's the
and
natural.
it's
It's
pivotal
a
to
natural
understand the eternal
progression because
form.
you have complexity, more problems, and that's a natural progression of evolution. You grow up, more problems, more complexity, more problems.
Which means you need a more refined and a more developed model of the world, a worldview.
Yeah, sophisticate your life, your inner and your
And
outer.
that's what philosophy is all about, fixing our foundational flaws and our mental models that we're applying. So we're more precise and more narrow with our predictions, because that's all consciousness is a betting algorithm. It informs our decision making based on, retroactively thinking about our experiences and others. And then, being able to make sense of the complexity of our circumstances and make a good decision that's aligned with the best outcome we could possibly seek. And that's what it's all about, orientation and understanding your adjacent self and the adjacent possibilities all around you. That's why I love Zherka. I love what he's done in terms of developing over the years now into a philosopher. He's already put the legwork in and made his rounds on the podcast circuit, which most people don't realize how difficult this shit is to be on the move.
So wait, so this is where it comes from, the love from gambling. You see the metaphor of gambling, the the capability of narrowing it down, the probabilities of
Exactly.
luck.
And most
Uh,
fundamentally,
but
the
can
honor
you
and
make the
courage and risk
difference between
taking.
like
Risk taking is
sorry?
everything. They want to make us risk averse as men now. They don't want us motherfucking starting on businesses. They want you punching a motherfucking clock. They want you a sheep. They want you showing up, going to work, bored all day, alienated from your work, coming home, fucking distracted from new distractions by the old distractions, inauthentic. They want you fucking misaligned from your actual authentic self so you can fucking be experiencing symptoms of uncertainty, anxiety, depression. And who
What
slides in with the solution? The corporate leeches, the corporate
Isn't like
solution.
gambling like greed, like escapism,
No,
it's
you got to understand
fantasy,
gambling.
you're
Yes, if I
you
was on the
loss of
floor, if I was
loss
on
of
the floor playing,
self-control.
when someone goes in a casino and plays blackjack, the house's odds of winning are 52.7%. So a player has 47.3% probability. Every $100 you spend, you're pulling back 95, 96, $94, something in that range. It's a dead end. And think about your ability to reduce hidden information on a blackjack table or on a roulette table or baccarat or any floor game or slot machines. That is different from betting on sports, which we all have qualitatively different sense making and decision making capacities. And we all have different intuitive capacities, which is most important. The shit that's beyond the explanation of science, the esoteric shit,
But what is gambling
beyond
even
human
doing to your
intelligence.
mind?
If
Like,
you're
is
not
it
tapping in to
actually
the collective, and
cultivating things?
listen, this
Like,
is right up your alley, Pepe. You have to get beyond individual, the individual, and tap into the collective intelligence, beyond individual intelligence, your own accumulation of knowledge that you're applying to the world, which is your level of wisdom and the outcomes you're getting. And your bliss when you reflect, as Zerka said, everything is about leisure time and introspection and reflection so you can update your beliefs. so you can update your beliefs and update your self-image. So many of my brothers and sisters in here still have the same self-image they had as children, where they were mediocre and they were told to sit down and shut the fuck up in class. And they were told by their parents that they'll never be shit and everyone around. But you're not that same person anymore. This is what Heraclitus said about no man steps into the same river twice. Everything is in flux and changing all around us. You are changing. You do not have the same motherfucking mind you once had. So update it. Now, in all reality, if you haven't been growing, you can't fool yourself and you can't fool God. But if you're growing and you're dissolving the gap between you and your superior self, which is what the inferiority complex is all about. Adler.
Yep. And just because someone said to you, you cannot make it, do not let their thinking of what they had be the same as yours, because you're your own man and you can create your own path. You can make it.
And this is what I'm talking about. Everyone needs to understand the importance of self-image. Self-image, authenticity. You can't fool yourself. You cannot fool yourself. You cannot stand in the mirror and convince yourself that you're special. You
Well,
need
how
to
do you
stack up.
feel when you lose when you gamble? You know, can you remain calm in those moments? That's more
I've gotten
important to
better and
me.
better with it over time, for sure. And especially as you build a bankroll and become a millionaire over time. Now, listen, betting on sports is all about reducing hidden information. I played college football. I've been betting professionally for 15 years. I'm not encouraging others to bet. I don't do that type of shit. This ain't Aiden Ross and all that degenerate shit that Zherka is taking a stand against,
Yeah, but because for most people it's gonna be entropy for them,
gambling.
bro. That's why. For most people, gambling is gonna become a bad addiction, a bad
But at the
habit,
end of the day, like I
entropy
said,
for them.
honor, courage, and risk taking. There is no action without risk. That's the symmetry that we're talking about. The Greek tragedy,
Yeah, but
the tragic.
courage can be applied in other fields.
Listen. The tragic nature of the hero's journey. The hero's fate is sealed from the beginning. He's gonna die. Are you willing to die for your motherfucking mission, pussy? You want to talk about being the GOAT? You're not willing to die for this shit? Because shit hits the fan every day and you bitch up. You're not even resilient. You're not even anti-fragile like humans were designed to be, meaning you get stronger when shit hits the fan. When you're told no, it's more fuel on the fire. When you get rejected, you're going to come back stronger with a more adequate response next time because you just didn't have what it took to be fucking different. You got to differentiate yourself if you want to synergize with others. Zherka fucks with me because I'm different, because I'm elegantly coordinating, and we're converging to the same place, which is the kingdom of heaven, which is where we all emanate from. We are all interconnected with each other, and everything we speak about is interconnected. There's no randomness. It's all connected. It's either love or fear or something that's in superposition between. And the goal is to swing that motherfucker all the way to the low entropy state, the one. Become aligned with God. Become aligned with love, with truth, with beauty, with structure, with virtue. This is what eudaimonia is all about. Fulfillment.
What
It ain't
does
about
that mean?
happiness.
What
Happiness
is
emerges when you're
eudaimonia?
fulfilled. It's all about flourishment, which means you need to be aware of the fucking virtues of
So
courage,
that's
of
what
strength.
eudaimonia
When you
means.
understand what strength is, and listen, too many people misinterpret it, especially in this age of nihilism, where extremism is the only thing that touches people because they're numb from everything. Aristotle talks about the golden mean. Any virtue taken to the extreme becomes a vice. Virtue is in the middle of the extremes. Think about a soldier who's chilling on night watch and he's got 10 other soldiers sleeping and he sees a platoon creeping up 100 yards away. And this motherfucker's just a nut. And he gets his gun and he just starts attacking them. Is that as virtuous as remaining calm and waking up everyone like, hey, they're coming, get ready. And everyone takes their position? Or the opposite of the first scenario where he just runs like a bitch, a complete coward. You understand that virtue is the mean of the extremes. So we can't, and I find myself dealing with this because I'm an extreme motherfucker. I'm a radical. I take shit
But
Okay,
JW,
so
can I say something?
extreme.
eudaimonia is the antithesis of hedonism.
Yeah,
Brother,
hedonism
I
is
know you're
something
foreign,
you
but
want to
try and
say.
speak good English here. You should be working on your English.
I'll
Can
do
I
that.
just say something, JW?
I
I
fuck with you,
really,
Rage, but you need to speak better English. We all do.
That's fact.
Yeah.
That's fact. That's facts.
Can I just say
It's
something without getting
sacrifice.
interrupted,
Instead of
please?
other shit, you should be working on your English rage.
Yes, but JW,
Come
I really
on,
enjoy
Mark.
I enjoy
Go
what you
ahead.
say. Yeah, sorry. Can I just speak? I
Don't
hate to
ever
be
be
interrupted
sorry,
so
brother,
annoying.
unless you made a terrible mistake and are acting
JW,
out of
I
body.
like what you're saying. I
And
have
you,
to
of course,
say,
be sorry.
JW, I can already hear you have some sort of fucking Nordic or German fucking genes there. I can hear it. I can feel it.
Hold on,
You're
repeat that.
speaking
Repeat
your heart.
that. Repeat that. You're
I
mumbling.
I
You're
think
mumbling like a cowardly little soul you are.
you have Nordic or Germanic or some genes from Europe. I can fucking feel it in the way you speak, and that is your
I hear
genetic.
you. Zherka, can you translate?
Can you hear me?
We get an AI bot translator in here.
You cannot hear me or what?
I hear you, but trying. I'm hearing you talking
Yeah,
about Europe,
you're
and
trying. You're so bad.
you feel
I'm
bad for
just
me.
gonna want to give you a
You feel
compliment,
bad for
dude.
me, see, boy.
Look, I'm just giving you a compliment here. I
Stop
like what
virtue
you're saying.
signaling.
I'm not virtue
Stop
signaling.
projecting. This is your public persona. This is your mask. This isn't authentic to you. You admire me and respect me and resent me because I'm flawless in aesthetics.
Yes, and then I want to say something, right? If I please can just have a minute,
Just
right?
spit it out
I
already,
hear
son.
you. Yeah, if you keep interrupting me, dude, it's
No, just speak.
all right. So I respectfully want to just talk about Christianity just for a
Okay,
minute.
let's do it.
If we look at the Nordics, the Vikings, pagans,
Mm-hmm.
who owned their domain at the time, those same people became Christians, and now we see our Christian kindness being used against us, right? So I just want to ask a rational question. Can we agree that Christianity has made us weaker in comparison to, for example, the time of the Viking, which conquered everything, really,
Very
if you think
profound.
about it? So I'm just saying, turning the other cheek, love your enemy, forgiveness,
Wrong,
kindness.
bitch boy. Wrong.
Can you
You the
explain to
problem. Let
me,
me break it down. You said enough. You tee
please?
me up.
All right,
And this
I'm
is the
hearing.
difference
I'm all
between
ears.
actual Christianity, the teachings of Jesus Christ, and Pauline Christianity. This is what Kierkegaard called Christendom, the institutionalized Christianity, which made Christianity accessible for the masses, which Jesus' teachings weren't. He said, be perfect like children. He was all about ethical transformation, not salvation through simply having faith. It's a lot more than just saying you're a Christian to ascend to the kingdom of heaven, my boy. It's about your deeds. It's about the way you're
Denmark.
living.
How
It's
are you
not about
smart? How do you know that?
turning your cheek. As I said earlier, meekness has been misinterpreted.
That's impressive and very correct, JW.
JW, where
We
are you
need to
from?
understand the difference between Paul the Apostle's version, who was the spy and was a priest. So he wanted to put butts in the seat. He wanted to fill the churches. And he was an honorable man who died as a missionary. You know, but he did invert the teachings. And we need to
But
revert back to the original intended meaning of Christianity.
if you can be rational for a minute,
Marco, I
if you
know
want
what
to,
you're saying. I have like the same grievances against modern Christianity because, you know, if you're being really good outwardly and you hold inner resentment, the saints say that you're not doing anything. It's actually worse. You're building a really devilish shadow. But also to answer the Viking question is the Vikings' task was to conquer the outside world. Your task is to conquer your inner world. If Vikings lived today, they would look like Jordan Peterson. They would not look like what you think they look like, because that would be a lower level of evolution.
interrupt. Can I interrupt you? Is it okay? I'm just saying. Let's say the Nordics always were pagan, never Christian. You will think that condition will be still the same in the
No, you
Nordic
guys
and
would have been wiped out by Christians.
you think we will be wiped out?
Yeah, I mean, all pagans lost to Christianity. You guys all got. We put our
But
penis.
we allow.
We put our
We don't.
cocks in pagan throats. We raped you guys. We took you guys over. You guys are our bitches. That's how it works.
So you think that the Vikings are stronger and better off being Christian than being pagan at the time?
I mean, look at history. Where are the Vikings?
What did
They
the Nordic?
literally lost to Christians. They're
What
losers.
did the Nordic accomplish while
No, no,
being pagan? And
no,
what
no.
did they
It's
accomplish
Marco.
in
It's
Christianity?
whatever is left over is the winner. Can we agree?
Can we just look at the Danes at the time of Viking time? They conquered the
They're
entire England.
extinct.
They're not
They're
extinct.
extinct.
Christians now. I'm just saying we
They're
cannot
no, you're
compare.
making an argument for a tribe of people that went extinct because Christendom
I'm
said
making
we don't want it.
argument that Christianity has made us too soft,
No,
bro. You
that's
have to look at
you're
it from
thinking
a
of liberalism, bro. It's really the secular society. It's not Christianity's total fault. It's more like how the world's going. Like,
so
would
love
you
God,
call the
hate
world
God,
A Christian world right now?
and forgive. You know that doesn't teach softness. You
Well,
know, if you get it wrong,
we
well,
did benefit
tell
from
us
the
what is
softness, right? We did benefit from the softness. For example, none of you guys went to war. So, as gay as you want to call Christianity, the reason you're not getting raped in Ukraine right now is, or a place like Ukraine, is because of Christianity. So you could say the world went soft, but you benefited from it. You benefited from the softness.
I'm
Everyone on earth benefited from Christianity making everyone calm the fuck down. So you can't say we calm down too much. I want to see swords. You don't want to see swords. You're afraid of swords.
That's what allowed the Enlightenment to even emerge.
look, Zerker, I don't want to
There
be
would be no
disrespectful.
Enlightenment without
It's
that
kind of
type
like
of
this,
Christianity.
Marco.
And it really comes down to the word of
Before
tolerance.
Christianity, they were feeding you to lions in a coliseum for stealing an apple. That's fucked up, man. You are happy that Jesus Christ walked and said, "Whoa, this is dark. This world is really fallen." You got saved, little boy.
But then you also have the Salem witch trials. You know, you have a lot of
Fake news.
didn't happen.
I mean, a lot of that is just what, women being pedophiles? Or-
They murdered women if they had
Okay,
like cats
Davinsky.
and
All right,
stuff.
if you want to go there, what about the Jewish blood libel? Did Jews for thousands of years drink Christian babies' blood? I mean, it's recorded. That's like you don't want to go there.
The more interesting lens to look at this through is through Girardian scapegoating, the scapegoat concept, where there's so much violence brewing in the community, they externalize it onto individuals. Where you see people trying to get canceled, they want to scapegoat people for all the problems. Like me, 2020, I got canceled for exposing. I was at the peak of the music. I'm a music producer. I had 2 songs in the Hot 100. Had 6 songs in the Hot 100 concurrently, taking over music, and I'm exposing everyone about the BLM, police brutality, pseudo-reality narratives that the content creators and corporate media are pushing on us. I'm exposing George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, hands up, don't shoot Michael Brown, Trayvon Martin, all the fucking lies we've been fed and how corrupt BLM was. I was the one hashtag BLM domestic terrorists, and they scapegoated me because they were all fraudulent, and the cloak was beginning to come off, and people started feeling the fucking inauthenticity of the movement. Oh, look, this white supremacist, and white people have been scapegoated as well over the past 10 years for societal issues. And now we're hitting this extreme where you get the builders, you get people like Nick Fuentes as yourself, where this extremism is kind of bubbling to the point where I would hate to see us actually lose free speech because of some of these dynamics. Where it's one thing to speak provocatively and be salacious, but we don't want to take it too far where they actually have leverage to take our freedom from us.
Zerka, what is your forum's opinion of the Jews? I'm actually curious.
Jewish people I love, just like all people, I guess. But I do have an issue with Zionism murdering babies and international Jewry ruling media. But that's not Jews. That's more like the top of 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 the top. It's like the tippy top where it blends with Bill Gates, who also rapes children, I guess, and he's a white guy. So it's really hard to be racially motivated when I have an issue with that. It's hard for me to approach it from a non-Christian lens where it's like, you meet Jewish people, they're human. They're just humans. Then you meet some savages who are very pro murdering children in Palestine. And those Palestinian kids and those Jews have been fighting for thousands of years karmically. Like in each rebirth cycle, it's just tragedy after tragedy on one end and the other. But when I look at the world, I would never prescribe this group of people has to change type of formula because that's never changed the world. But if every human worked on themselves and individuated, you would see peace on earth. Like if every human realizes you can't purify someone else's hands, Jesus Christ can wash our feet, but we have to start with ourselves. And it's like, dude, we're so far away from the goal. And I love being deep inside some Latin pussy sometimes, man. Like I take a break from the world sometimes. I go from my deep thinking about healing the world and I go, I just want to make some loving thought forms with some Colombian woman and take a break from this. But my followers, they think posting fuck Jews is going to do something. That doesn't do shit. That's why you're seeing the evolution of Nick Fuentes too. The last 5 years, he's approaching it a lot differently. That's exactly the direction we have to go. But the fuck Jews crowd has to stay with the HT guy. What's that guy's name? HT. And by
HT.
the way, I never understood real, genuine racism. I'm just gonna answer this while I'm on this topic. Dude, genuine racism means you get angry if you see a skin color. That has
Yeah,
to
but
mean that has to mean there's something, not to be rude, there's a defect in your organism. If like a color of pigment can just piss you off, that's a soul defect. That's something went wrong in your evolution. But if you see some nigga stealing a TV and you get racist, that's a lot different. You can get a little racist there, right?
But look, we have to have a little bit of respect. It's not a complete retard fucking forum with the fucking racist, right? It is, let's imagine, the black people were exactly like the Chinese, right? You don't hear about them. They stay in touch with their own kind, they don't race mix, they mind their own business. If the black community did the same thing, they were just there, right? There would be no issues. So you
I
cannot
want
just
to
say
I agree.
one day
I want to
woke
jump
up and
in
the rest
on what Zherka was saying
right?
about Jews.
That's not how it works, right? Let's respect the intelligence of people. It's still white people, right? So
Can I just
no
say
one
something
woke
about
up
what
one day
Zherka
and
was
got
saying about Jews? If
Jump
yeah,
that's
who
in.
all right.
cares? Right?
Just jump
this
in.
guy, this guy.
If
Yeah.
you
Okay.
need to speak, get it off your chest.
Yeah, I'm getting it off my chest. Okay, so here's the thing,
So there
right?
must be a
I
reason
think.
why.
Okay, can you mute this guy? Can you mute this guy?
Oh, sorry.
um,
Matter of fact, the quality of his mic is so poor. Shit, get this motherfucker out the stage because he ain't said shit yet.
Okay, let me fix
I
that.
want to jump in and say about Jews. So I completely agree with Zerka's take. I think that we need to start like looking within and being the change that we want to see in the world. I also think that a lot of people are focused on very low IQ anti-Semitism, right? They're so focused on hate and hating the Jews. And here's the thing is you can love all people, but understand that like there is a behavioral problem here and like an extremely big behavioral problem. And it just so happens to be by organized Jewry, right? So that's the way I look at it is like, yes, like there is a common theme here and just like love all people, but also look at the behavior
Yeah,
rather
but
than
Pepe, you know when you say
No,
when
that
you
was
say
some next
organized
level
Jew,
shit right there.
yeah, no, I like that. But when you say organized Jewry, people, a lot of stupid people online think when they drive by a synagogue, you're talking about that synagogue. It's not really that, right?
No, let me expand because I've spent 7 years and I've
What the
researched
fuck? What do
adult.
you got? How do you answer this question? You don't know anything about this,
What are you talking about? I know more about this than anyone else other than James Lindsay.
really?
That's a fact. Yes, we're talking about neo Marxism, postmodernism. We're talking about the Marxist Jews that have emerged out of the Frankfurt School. Most particularly, we're talking about Herbert Marcuse, who was brought over by the OSS, and his predecessors like Angela Davis, for instance. That's led to more recent iterations of it, like intersectionality, the BLM movement. This is the ideological history of all of this, and people need to understand what's called the long march through the
I
institutions.
think Jew pussy
The-
is good sometimes.
These are the disproportionate, intelligentsia, outsider Marxist Jews that are controlling all of our elite institutions. And people need to understand the ideology behind it so we can hold them accountable. Yes, Ashkenazi Jews have changed the world in a very positive way. Like Albert Einstein, the entire standard model of particle physics was created by Jews. All the technologies, everything.
Exactly.
But what have you done for us lately other than crash out our elite institutions? Because they control the content creating corporate media, the entertainment industry, all the lawyers. Now think about the history of why it came to be, because they were excluded from more traditional jobs. They had to be great at math and do the things that other people couldn't do, become lawyers.
Own all the banks. Don't forget that one.
And this is where the
Most
leverage
people
is.
just go to like the extreme side, right? Which is what really confuses me is when they see behavior they don't like, they just go straight like to the extreme. Like we must eradicate, we must like kill them all, we must like it's crazy to me. Like why can't we just walk a more
No, the
balanced
stage of
path?
evolution, though, the
Dude,
dialectic.
to me, the scary thing is, when people say a world without Jews, yeah, I can see what they're painting. It's just, God damn, I don't want to be surrounded by Arabs. Like, yikes, dude. Like, if anything, I like the triforce of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. And I like how the world is in a weird way. Deleting a big factor. Could you just imagine the world getting like, imagine it's just got really brown all around? Yo, I wouldn't want that at all. That's why I chill out on those kind of topics. Because I'll just say it like this, man. Jews have done all the bad in history, right? Because they're away from the Christ. So it's so easy to blame them. But if they didn't exist, dude, Islam is fucking primitive right now. Like, have you seen what they're doing? Like, it is. Why can't the world just, and in 500 years from now, the world will be Christian? But
Even
man,
beyond that,
this
aesthetically,
takes a long
Islam
time. The world in 500 years from now, it'll still be blossoming a different kind of evolved Christianity that sounds like Zherka. But man, it's taking so long.
Well, Zerka, the reason why you have an affinity for Judaism to some extent and Islam is because they all emerged from Platonism, from Neoplatonism, from Plotinus, the idea that we all emanate from the source, the same source. And that is true.
I
And
agree.
we all
Yeah.
have a responsibility to converge back to the source in our life, to make it to heaven by being virtuous, by flourishing, not only ourselves, but as I said, making an environment conducive for others to flourish as well. And then we get synergistically compounding harmonious effects from a societal perspective. So now we're speaking civilizational cultural design.
Yeah. Well, my issue is if any follower of mine feels a heat and anger when they meet a Jewish guy, then I failed my job. And I think there's some groypers who feel like anger when they shake a Jewish guy's hand and make an immediate judgment. And I'm like, dude, that's not normal. That's a soul defect. You're supposed to shake someone's hand and be like, all right, are you going to do anything Jewish? You're supposed to approach it from an open position still, right? Because remember, when you're open, yeah, you could get cucked, you could get snaked in the business world, but you can also be open to that $1 billion idea that changes your life, that spawns between you and that Jew, maybe, which a lot of people are like, yo, I can't see that happening. Dude, there are good Jews. You're going to meet good people from all walks of life. If you have a snap judgment of them immediately off meeting them, it's not like, oh, I'm based. It's more like you're going to miss out on your evolution. And this is like, the number one Rosicrucian practice to meeting new people is even if they have Down syndrome, you have to be open to their idea. Do you know how hard it is to be? Do you know how hard it is to be open to an idea from someone? So if a homeless guy is trying to tell you something, you're supposed to be first open before you say no, that's right or wrong. But we always say that it's a homeless guy; it has to be wrong. And the guys who are open, they spiritually progress the furthest, but they do get cheated on. You do get cheated on by women and stuff when you're open, but the most evolved
Hell
people,
no, bro. Stop
yeah,
with
no,
that.
it's
Because
true.
you're
You
talking
bro,
about the
open people always learn more lessons than everyone else.
Zerker,
That's just the nature of the
no,
game.
respectful.
let me comment on that because you're
You
speaking
got to be
about
open to
rigorous
being
empathy.
cucked.
Rigorous empathy is pivotal for higher level thinking, meaning you're academically pursuing the perspectives of others, you're analyzing their perspectives, and you're synthesizing them with your own to have a higher order perspective of the world so you can make
No, that's
sense of the world
wrong.
and make good decisions. That makes you less cheatable. When you know how to fucking move, the fuck boy.
No, JW, souls are mischievous. When they see JW's open to their idea, they want to lie and take advantage of you. That's why nobody's
Not
open
when you
and
reject it unless it's eternal and profound.
but you're not allowed. If think of a monk in monk incarnation, I think was it Thomas Aquinas, he gets called 3 times. Someone's lying that there's a fire down the street, and I think it was Thomas Aquinas, right, that he ran out the door 3 times in a row and everyone laughed at him, and then he called for the fire the 4th time and he ran out and there was actual fire, and they said, damn, we lied to you 3 times, why did you come out the 4th time? And the monk said, well, it's pretty much Christian teaching that he has to be open to, his brother, his neighbor telling the truth. Now, you can look like a sucker in the world. That can build a huge shadow and make you think like, I'm not playing for this crying wolf shit. But as soon as you say, I'm not playing for this crying wolf shit, you become Zherka who's not open to JW's idea, so I never let him speak. That's not the Zherka we want at all. That doesn't benefit anyone. That doesn't benefit me. That hardens me. JW's he contributes. He's a good
Dog, I'm the
Twitter
best you
avatar.
could ever. You will never have someone on your.
So JW is a good, I don't care what people say, take him off. He's a
Bro, be
good
real.
Twitter avatar. He's a
Dog.
nigga, shut the fuck up when I'm complimenting you. What the fuck's wrong
No,
with
but
you?
do it properly.
You're jacked.
No, it ain't about that. Zherka, I'm goaded out here, bro. This is the archetype. This is symbolic of
You
what
have
men should be
evolved. In
striving
a
towards.
strange way, you've evolved,
Listen,
JW.
no, no, brother, listen. I'm all about
He's
principles.
not, see how he's not
I can
open? He's
shrink
not
myself.
open
This
at
is
all.
what
He's
Kierkegaard
closed.
talks
He's
about.
totally closed.
Kierkegaard talks about the burden of the intellectual, having to shrink yourself down to fit in. No, this is Schopenhauer. I'm tripping. This is Schopenhauer,
Right, that's
the
right. Yeah.
pessimist.
Yeah, yeah.
You know why this is it's better to be isolated so you can just be yourself and not have to shrink down because of external pressure. You got to see yourself as capable of doing anything and make it happen. Now, of course, you need awareness. As I said, rigorous empathy. I'm aware of the cultural cues and dynamics that I'm supposed to adhere to, but I'm a motherfucking, I break rules. I do
Yeah,
things my
yeah.
way. I got a strong.
The only issue is JW for you. Your challenge would be you'd have to be open to the opinion of a fat person,
Good faith,
which
brother.
I don't think JW can be.
What?
If you want self knowledge for JW's incarnation, you have to be open to the idea and opinion of an obese person and hold it as a truth for at least 10 seconds before making a judgment. JW could never do that because he's disgusted by
Brother.
obese
No,
people.
brother. I love
That's
you.
why JW will struggle in his evolution. Now, you have to do that with people you hate the most to fulfill the Christian mysteries. And life gets really funny. Like, if you ever wonder why I'm laughing all the time or smiling and grinning, it's because I'm trying my best to hear some obese person talk. And it's hard because it's like, bro, they're justifying eating ice cream and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
All right, broski. Do you think I'm a pussy? Do
Maybe
you think
just
I'm a pussy? Which
no
means
one thinks you're
being
relaxed,
unable to
JD.
deal with cognitive dissonance. You just said I'm unable to simultaneously hold opposing perspectives.
Yeah,
No,
I
it's
don't
just that
think you can.
you're not open-minded, right? I feel
I
like the
am.
best
It's
people
good
I've
faith.
met are all open-minded and they can literally talk to their
Hmm.
enemies and hear them out, and that's crazy.
You don't think
But
I
I
To an
can?
think that you
extent,
learn so
to an
much
extent.
from that. There's so much wisdom in everyone you meet, right? Even
Duh.
like the homeless guy on the street. Like I've learned stuff from homeless people like
Look,
on the
there's
street.
levels
I've
to
learned
the
stuff from
Yeah.
obese
art. You got to
people.
step it up, Pepe. You got talent, but don't
Just
start
let her
speaking from the
be
surface.
open to her
Don't start
opinion,
speaking
man.
from the
Let's
surface.
not
You got
speak
to
for
be able
me.
to get deeper. We're speaking about abstraction here,
But that's
compressing
a
the
snap
eternal.
judgment,
We are
JW.
compressing the eternal so everyone can. We're translating the eternal by compressing it for the audience, so we can pull everyone up, upward ascension.
Look, can I ask
You know,
Zherka a question,
yeah,
please?
so
What is the racial group which is most tribal?
I guess they say Jews, right?
Yes.
Which I
No,
don't know what we mean by
no,
that.
no. Black
'Cause
Americans
Yeah,
are
he means
explicitly.
that's a
no, no,
chaotic tribal. He's talking
Look,
about an orderly and devious, right?
exactly. I really like it. That's good. Good answer. That is my point. The Jews are very tribal, right? And if they are very tribal, let's say there's good Jews and there's bad Jews and whatever you want to call them, but they are uniquely tribal in their own way. So does that not come as a threat? So
Yeah,
There are
I see what you're
tribals,
saying.
the good and the bad. They will
You're saying
always.
there's good Jews and billionaire Jews, and those guys are extremely organized. Look, I'm telling you right now, even if Jews didn't exist, you would be shocked at how much goyslop humans produce naturally, just naturally off their own sins. It's not just top down. It's not that some guys say Jews are the reason I can't have a wife. And I ask, I meet with these kind of millionaires, bro, and I'm like,
Who is
when's the last time you left your office? They're like, oh, I've been working hard for 5 years. I'm like, you haven't even met a woman in 5 years. You're blaming the Jews. I get the top down control thing, but it's a horrifying way to look at the world. If you think the reason you can't get some pussy is because of Jews, I'm telling you right
No,
now,
you,
I
he's
even
differentiating from that. It's not getting pussy.
even if you
It's marriage.
well, no, the
The
JW,
le-
even if I gotta remove you for a sec.
look? If
JW,
you get
even
thrown
if
out of
Jews, check
108
this out.
countries, right? It's not
Marco,
about
Marco,
fucking
check this
pussy.
out. Let me calm you down. Even if you Thanos snap Jews out of existence, marriage does not become Christian because Jews are not here anymore, because every human is still carrying their karmic burdens, meaning they're still cheaters, they're still liars. They're 8 billion people will still make a mockery out of marriage, even without the Jewish influence, even without it. I'm telling you, that's how rotten humanity is. It's when they call us goy, they're kind of based there because who is really calling you goy? It's the more orderly mind calling the more chaotic mind cattle. And like, let's be
And they're
real.
right. And they're right. Let's be real. They
Who's
are right.
who's more individuated is the Jews.
I
So
can look at person and I can see he's a goy. I'm not a fucking Jew.
okay,
So they're
that's
right.
fair. Yeah,
And that's the Jewish spell. That's what is fucking annoying.
that's a
And
spell.
that is, yeah, that's a spell.
That's not a
Absolutely.
spell at all.
So what it is? That's just
Whoa,
a
whoa, whoa, whoa.
condition.
When you see an unemployed loser drinking all day beers, do you think the Jews are making you think he's goy, or is he actually goy?
I mean, a goy is someone, who doesn't fucking see the bigger picture and just wastes
Dude,
money and
Marco,
goes into debt. They have no idea.
Marco, there's
So,
nothing
but
more. There's no bigger waste of incarnation than going your whole life thinking the Jews is why you're not successful. Because which one is it? Is it the I'm not successful because the Jews are stopping me, or the Jews are so degenerate that you can make money in any kind of market? If it's true that they're that degenerate and evil, then they're opening the market for you to have any dream you want. So which one is it? Are they opening the market? You could be an OnlyFans manager. You could be when people say I didn't achieve the things I want because of the Jews, bro, I can show you a world without Jews. You will be shocked how much of your purification is not completed on Earth evolution, has nothing to do with Jews. And by the way, as an adult, you can choose different channels. You don't have to watch Goyslop on TV. You could go to the library, pick up a Steiner book and read a good Jew. You don't have to watch Mad TV all day. And
let's
you
be
don't have
real, buddy.
this idea that the Jews totally ruined my life is so weird to me, man.
So
Like, what are you
I'm
talking
also
about?
all about factor. I'm not just saying, oh, Jews
Hold
are
on, the Jews
fucking.
are making me jack off.
You can
But
consciously
listen,
choose to be better, right? Like you
So
can
Marco,
consciously choose like
I'm
better choices.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Let me just speak
Dude,
for 30 seconds, right?
The Jews are right about us being goy. Look around
Yeah,
you,
and they are
bro.
using it, and it's fucking annoying. That's what I'm
Why?
it,
saying. I'm
Why is the truth
it
dirty
is
annoying?
and polluting.
it is not a spell
So
because it's semantic, bro. It's the same shit as saying NPC, zombie, goy, same shit. It's semantics. It's not a
so when you
spell.
look around,
Wait, do
right,
we
and
agree it's true though that the goy are actually acting like goy cattle?
of course they are.
Okay, so
Yeah,
how the fuck is it? It's not. I'm not speaking untruth, right?
No,
So what's
no,
the issue? The word is the issue?
the, the,
it's
the,
just
the issue
semantics. Yeah.
the
No.
issue is that we are conditioned and we are guys and
I
our time is
disagree about the
limited.
condition
We
part.
see,
I disagree. I
yeah, all
think
right, fair enough.
I'm
But
telling
my
you right
point,
now,
my
bro.
point,
Yo,
yeah,
if Jews disappeared today, everyone would jack off 6 times a day still.
my point is when you look at the patterns, let's say the United States of America and their political system, how they, they lobby the politicians and get the votes on both paths, and make sure that they get Israel the funding, and that the same funding they use in
Yeah.
APAC, and APAC gives money to the
Yeah.
politician. So the politician
Yeah.
votes
That's
for
called winning,
Israel.
Marco. That's called winning. The
Yes,
winner is at
yes,
the
but that
top.
pisses me off
But I know
because
it
they
pisses you
use.
off because you're the loser, but the winner is at
Yes,
the top. The winner doesn't
so,
care if you're mad.
so let me finish.
The
Let me
winner goes
finish.
to their Shabbat
No,
dinner. The
yes,
winner doesn't
Zherka, but
the winner doesn't
Zherka,
care if you're angry.
is it not fair that I
There's no
rationalize
fair.
saying
There's no
you
fair.
the
What are you talking about
enemy?
fair?
No, no, I'm talking to you right now. Is it fair that I call the Jew the enemy because they are my enemy, because they are controlling everything, right? And
They're not
I'm
your enemy,
convinced.
Marco. They're your. Check this
Can I
out.
jump
Hold
in?
on, hold on, Marco. You know why they're not your enemy? In ancient temple science, an idol, especially in the Christian mysteries, an idol would be who you hate. Also, so you hate Jews, meaning they
I did not.
are your god. When you hate something, it becomes your god because every opinion that pops out of your heart stems from. Wait a minute, the most powerful cosmic force in the world is Jews. I can't have an opinion until I think if it's Jew influenced or not. Therefore, if all of your thought forms have a psychic organizing center, an archetypal psychic organizing center, and it's just three letters Jew in the middle, that is your idol, that is your God. There's no way around it. That's why Nick Fuentes sounds smart when he dismantles the Jews in an individuated way, but when you hear Groypers try, they get online, they put the microphone on and they kind of embarrass themselves and they just say, gay Jew, gay, blah, blah, blah. It looks really weird when chatters start talking about Jews. But when Nick talks about it, it looks orderly. And is he talking from a place of hate? No, not at all.
Stop. Hey,
Can
let me
I
speak.
let me jump in for a second? I
Try
think
not to you mute
when
me all the time. Okay, sorry. I give you the word. Sorry.
when you look, people want to play the victim, and so they want a scapegoat in order to kind of mitigate their shortcomings in life. And I see this across the board, and I think that's why a lot of white people, they become transgender or they become Muslim, is because they want a protected class where they can latch onto this victim status. And it's like, I'm not successful because I didn't work hard enough. I'm not successful because I didn't,
Mitigate
study.
responsibility.
Yeah,
This is not a stupid
that.
title.
Hang on, let me
The
finish.
whole
You've been talking for the
fight.
past 2 hours. Can I finish? Um, and so when you look at the Jews, you miss the forest through the trees. And I think that the larger problem to Western countries and our demographics is global capitalism. So you miss the forest for the trees because if you just concentrate on the subsection of the billionaire class, which are the Jews, you miss the Elon Musk. You miss Zuckerberg's a Jew, but you miss Elon Musk, you miss Jeff Bezos, and so when you look at the Jews and you're like, well, they're the cause of immigration, um, and the cause of our problems. I mean, you can look at Detroit, and people will say, well, Detroit was this bustling industrial town. People had one father working; he was able to support a family of four or five. He had a brand new Ford T model in his driveway. He had individualized trimmings on his house and a nice quarter acre block with a white picket fence, and they're like, well, it's the blacks that came up during the Great Migration and they destroyed Detroit. And it's like, no, actually it was global capitalism shipping those jobs over to China. China in the 1950s had a life expectancy of 30 years old. China was a backwater. Like, these are opium den smoking rice paddy peasants. Like, that's what China is intrinsically. That's what China is. And so all of these major cities you see in China today, Shanghai, all of Beijing, these were, look at maps, images from the 1950s. These were like villages. So all of that money has been extracted from the American working class over to China, and you want to obfuscate and blame the blacks or blame the Jews. It's the same with illegal migration from Hispanics from the south of the border. These people are basically unvetted. They come in, they're able to undercut the working class because these corporations that run these farms and these industries are able to pay less and less for the labor that they would have paid an American working class person. And it's the same with even higher skilled jobs like H-1Bs. You have Elon Musk. Look at Elon Musk. Look at how crazy he went. He told people to choke on their dick, choke on his dick and die when he started talking about H-1Bs and how we need to restrict Indians from coming into the States, because he's able to undercut the American tech sector. He's able to bring in these Indians, and they'll work for less. They're tethered, and their visa status and their permanent residency is predicated on them doing these jobs for cheaper. And so when you just concentrate on the Jews, you ignore the driving force of demographic shift, which is actually global capitalism.
Yeah, I think the
It's not
market
a
impulse there.
concentration about the Jews. I'm just talking about facts, right? And as Zherka, I just want to go back to what you just said like
Mm,
5 minutes ago. You said, right,
mm.
that we should worship the Jews because they are
I didn't
what?
say worship. I
What are
said
they?
you worship them. Just you alone.
Just me alone. I worship the Jews.
Do you
That's
get
what
what I'm saying by that?
no, I don't.
You don't
Well,
get okay. You know what an archetypal energy is? Think of a psychic organizing principle in your head. So, for example, if you're a tennis athlete, tennis is probably the organizing principle of your life. Everything is around tennis. If you're an obese person, it's food. What is Marco's organizing principle of his worldview? It's Jews ruling the world. They are your God. That, and I'm not saying
Oh,
Marco,
yeah, excuse
it's
me
not,
now. All right,
I know
fair
you don't
enough.
understand this, but I'm not
I do
saying
now.
it's going to affect your social media life, and you'll probably do good talking about this kind of stuff.
You were saying they're living rent
I'm
free
more saying, Marco,
at my thoughts. All right.
your whole life, you're going to go walking around like an idiot, like those unconscious people at Walmart. At Walmart, you're going to buy Coca-Cola. You're going to be like, why don't I get the Coca-Cola without caffeine that has the yellow Jewish cap on it? Like, why am I drinking this goy? Bro, I'm telling you, this is a type of schizophrenia that happens to people who are terminally online. Get yourself in some Jewish pussy, my nigga. Try that.
That's some weird fucking disrespect. I cannot even explain to you.
Yeah, all I'm saying is I've been there, Marco. Have you ever been angry during COVID and you just blame it on the Jews? Right, which it was the Jews. That's the funniest part is it was the Jews, but you can't
I'm
blame it
not
on
just
you can't
fucking.
blame other humans even if they're at fault because it doesn't increase your evolution, right? That it does. It's like saying does Nick Fuentes is not going to eat at a Jewish pizza shop. He's going to
Okay,
eat the pizza. He's not going to
you're
miss
a
out
great
on life.
speaker,
You eat the
Zerka.
pizza. Eat the Jewish pizza, bro.
You are a great speaker, Zerker. I respect that, but I'm just saying to you, when I told you that pattern I see, for example, with the IDF and how they control the United States of America politics, and there's a fucking circling around,
we
they
get
they
that,
get
bro.
money and they pay for the politicians for the money, so they can keep getting money. So we agree that that is the condition right now. So you
Yeah,
say to me,
yeah.
don't worry, just be a sheep, and
No, I'm saying
you
you're
know,
not powerful. You're not
don't
in politics. You're not
exactly. But
powerful at all, right?
you're
So
saying I should
if you're
just
not,
be a sheep, look at
but
the farmer and accept my
only look at
situation.
this. What does a sheep do? It says ba ba ba. What do
Do you agree that's the
what
condition?
what do online complainers do? They go ba ba ba. You are the sheep. If you were the fucking wolf, you'd be in politics. Say, Jew, get off the stage. It's my turn to talk. You'd be Zerka saying, Jew, shut up. You'd be me. You're not. You're
But
literally
Zerka is
saying
no
ba
wolf. It
ba
doesn't
ba.
say that,
Bro, give
right?
me a break, bro. You really have nothing else to do. You think Nick Fuentes wants you to spend the rest of your life saying ba ba? He has a heart. He says, go become powerful, man. Go become powerful. Because guess what? I would join you. If you were in politics and you said Jews got to get out of there, I would vote. I would vote. Even Davinsky knows deep down in his heart, Jews do a lot of fuck shit. He knows
I'm
it.
just saying the Jew
I
is
think
the
the Jews do
farmer
more
and
good
we
for
are
the
the
world.
sheep.
Look at the music, look at the arts, look at Hollywood, look at fashion,
Oh my
like
God.
social
What
liberalism. The
art?
Jews
What are you
are a
talking
net
about?
positive. The Jews
What
are a net
music? What
positive.
art? What are you talking about? That's all
All
white
of the
people.
major labels, the movies that come out of Hollywood, the soft power. You can't discredit the Jews. If it wasn't for the
Is
Jews in
Christopher Nolan
Hollywood,
Jewish?
well, I mean,
No,
again,
he's not. What are you talking about?
okay, well, that's one
Parasites cannot
non-Jewish
do art.
Dude,
director.
I'm
Davinsky,
sorry.
imagine a world where
Are you
there
saying? But hang on, now are you saying the Jews aren't overrepresented in Hollywood?
I like Scorsese, but no, not all Jewish directors are that talented, bro. I want to see
But
white guys have a chance. Nolan's
okay, but
good.
my point is that the Jews have
Tarantino.
disproportionately benefited to the culture, the soft power of America, and without the Jewish diaspora, America wouldn't have nearly as much soft power.
I mean, think about who we've got, right? We've got Beethoven,
Yeah,
Mozart,
yeah,
Bach,
yeah.
Da
Who the fuck puts on
Vinci,
Beethoven in
Van Gogh,
2026?
I do.
Picasso, Presley.
No,
We got Kurt Cobain. We got Prince. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm saying that the organization, the record labels, the industry
Dude,
itself,
Davinsky,
the
let's be real,
foundations,
man. Let's be
the
real.
foundation.
All of human history, at least the parts we benefit from, is Caucasian.
Well, Ashkenazis are basically Caucasian. You know,
Okay,
if you're gonna
that's
say,
if you want to do
hang
that,
on, hang
that's
on.
fair.
Okay, so the average Ashkenazi, if you put them on a genetic cluster map, they cluster closer to Europeans than Nick Fuentes does, who has 20% Amerindian blood, which is divergent from Europeans. So, like, you know, this is the retarded thing about Groypers, is most of them are Mexican, and when they talk about you're Jewish, you're not white, as well, if I'm not white, I'm a quarter Jewish, then what the fuck are you?
Yeah, but most of what we talk about is mostly archetypical, right? That's it. And yes, we can tie it back to genetics, but it's about the
Dude,
actual
I'm gonna take
individual.
it further, bro. Dude, a white America without Jews would be Atlantis.
No, bro, it would be honestly. What do you got? Like Cowboys? You like?
Henry
Come on.
Ford, a Henry Ford America would be beautiful.
This is kind of a LARP. Like no one. Okay, maybe you guys are exceptions, but no one's putting on Beethoven. Like people are putting on.
Yes, they are.
No,
Like, you hear Beethoven in the biggest movies, like Christopher Nolan movies. Why are you? Christopher Nolan is white culture. It's the
as a
most.
background track,
It sets the tone for the scene. You need it. And Christopher Nolan movies is white culture. They are
bro.
the most popular.
Okay,
White culture, when it's given a chance, is always the most popular movie. You dumb monkey.
listen. If you went back to Beethoven's day and you brought Fetty Wap with you and you put on Trap Queen, I guarantee they would have fucking loved that more than anything Beethoven's ever
No,
made.
because of the evolution of consciousness, the ear couldn't handle rap at that time. They needed something softer. Now that we're more in ego consciousness, now we want jumpier, more aggressive shit. 1738, shit like
You
that.
telling me that if you played that to Beethoven, he wouldn't have bobbed in his head? Like, come on, bro. Like,
All I'm saying is all of human history, the good stuff is the Caucasian parts. Let's be real.
it's like I don't know this like LARP for traditionalism. I made this post last night that okay. I'll contrast it because people are like, oh man, urban architecture is the decline of the West. Like, look how bland, bro. I don't care. I don't want to see like if I'm living in a metro area, a greater metro area, like say Barcelona. Barcelona has 6 million in its greater metro. So does Atlanta. Look at Barcelona. They're 4-story buildings as far as you can see. Like you're in an urban center, but there's no skyline. Would you? And so, like, just look at Atlanta's skyline. You got beautiful, massive fucking towers lit up with neon lights. What looks cooler? And I think that
The
like
one without the black people.
people delude themselves into thinking just because something is traditional and older and European, it's.
You're flexing Atlanta. Is that like black land with just black people? That's what you're flexing?
Bro, have you compare Atlanta's skyline to Barcelona's skyline?
Dude,
Bro,
Barcelona's
why
the
the fuck
Why
are
do
you
you
greatest
want to
talking
city
live
in the
about
around 6 million
world.
Barcelona?
people and the tallest building's 4 stories?
Yeah, but it's the
I don't
most.
care about the brickwork.
Yeah, that's
You were trying to say
what do
that
you.
Jews improve the world, and now you're talking about fucking Atlanta and Barcelona.
Atlanta, like the
Atlanta literally has the
Migos.
World Cup right
We're
now.
talking about the
Why the
Migos.
fuck are you talking
We
about
don't want
Atlanta?
to.
Atlanta has the World Cup. It has the largest passenger airport in the world, you dumb fuck.
I've never heard someone flex the Migos down. That's crazy.
The Migos were a global fucking group.
I
Like, what
agree.
do you
No,
mean?
I say that they sonically changed music more than
Bro, when
any other rappers. I agree. But
I've been to like I've been to Tunisia and I've heard fucking like American hip hop. I've been to like Thailand, I've heard.
These people aren't Jewish though.
Yeah,
They're
but
not
who
Jewish.
funds them? Who has the record labels? Who set up the infrastructure?
It's not about who funds them though. They were doing this shit regardless.
Mm,
They're not Jewish anyway. They're not
exactly.
Jewish.
It's not Jewish culture.
what about Drake? Drake's
Are
half
we gonna
Jewish.
say
Wait, so Davinsky, your argument is that they're because the Jews are the slave owners of the labels that they
They're
get
not
to.
slave owners. They give
What?
an opportunity.
What? So you're saying the Migos is Jewish then?
Um,
That's
they're
retard?
retarded.
they're no, they're they're helped by the Jews, is what I'm
Dude,
saying.
the Migos sonically changed music and spawned more copycats than 1,000 Tupacs combined. The Migos
Who were they
were,
signed to, Zherka?
but they, bro, how does that influence the
It doesn't
art? How does
matter.
that
Literally
influence?
does.
Doesn't
What?
matter.
They made it themselves.
Yeah, but who? Also, like Jew, there's been a lot of Jewish
Dude,
musicians.
are you saying Jews, because they cut a deal, are involved in the Migos credit? Really?
To some
That's
degree, yes. Like
dem- that is
without that infrastructure,
demonic of you,
no,
dude.
without that infrastructure, you wouldn't
Disgusting.
have that same level of soft power.
So
So the Jews,
if Justin Bieber was on American Idol, we could say that Simon Cowell is a part of his talent. No, that's Justin's talent.
to some degree, he's responsible
You
for
are
this.
Jewish as fuck, man.
No,
You're evil.
it's true though. The Jews have disproportionately benefited to the
Are you
cultural
Jewish?
export of
Are you
America.
Jewish? Are you kosher?
No, I'm
He's
Catholic.
kosher.
I'm Catholic.
You're Catholic? Are you part Jewish?
Yeah, but like
That
minimally,
explains it. There we go. Case
minimally.
closed.
And Davinsky, you
You know,
said you never had a gay experience, but you fight for gays, right?
Yeah, because
think Hitler
I
said
said
that
last
you
night in order for you to have your Zherka,
No, in order for someone to
you
stand
go
up,
around the world fucking
bro,
prostitute.
if in order for someone to emotionally stand up for gays in every single space, it's clear you had a gay experience that you're
It's not true.
defending.
No,
That's
no, no.
Jungian. That's
Co-
Jungian psychology right there. Your impulse to always bring up the defend the gays and all that means you suck some cock at one point in your incarnation.
No. So you travel the world. You were talking about Colombia last night. How you went there, you fucked a bunch of hookers, you did a bunch of
I didn't
drugs,
do
right?
hookers. They're only
Why are
fans.
you
Why are you
deflecting? Why are you
Well,
changing?
pretty
deflecting?
much every girl in Latin America is.
You can't say I didn't know. I don't
You
go
pussy,
inside. I don't
answer
go
the
inside of
man.
a brothel. I met OnlyFans girls on a yacht and I fed them.
Okay, and without you feeding them, they wouldn't have given you sex, right?
No,
You
they
gave them
would have, but
$80 to go
I wouldn't have
shopping.
been able to enjoy it if I don't feed them. I'm a good person.
But my point is that you saying that homosexuality is degenerate and we should like ban it, make it illegal. Well, people would say your lifestyle is degenerate. So that's what
No,
I'm saying is
there's no AIDS with mine.
in order to grant you
What are
freedoms,
you
you have to
talking about?
grant other people
I
freedoms. It's
don't.
like
There's no freedom if you
basic
have
logic.
if you have a 70% AIDS chance of getting AIDS. That's not freedom. That's dangerous. I don't want to spread that.
Bro, Jews don't have a 70%. Sorry, homosexuals.
Why are you talking about Jews?
Homosexuals don't have a 70% chance of
You
AIDS.
agreed last time that it's really high.
He self
It's
snitched.
higher, but it's also like, look, STD is a cope anyway, bro. Like, I've
No,
never had an
feces are
STD.
cope.
No, you know
Have you had feces?
there's a genetic mutation in Northern Europeans which makes it next to impossible for like something like 40% of us to get HIV, to contract it. I think it's called Delta. There's a genetic mutation, and so I'm not concerned about any STD because most
What
of them
about
in Europe.
feces? Are you concerned of homosexuals spreading feces?
Again, homosexuals and heterosexuals engage in anal intercourse about the same rate.
That's because those heteros are actually homo.
Is that what you say?
Davinsky, in a percentage, how much Jewish are you really?
Well, I'm 25%, but that's Hungarian, and then you got to think Ashkenazis are only about 40% Semitic, so I'd be probably less than 10% Semitic.
I think Hitler said below 25 is okay.
Yeah, I could have been Hitler's top guy.
Well, his top guy was Jewish.
Well, what's your actual beef with homosexuals, Zherka? Because
I have for me, if I want to really just lay it all out there, you're not gonna like this argument, but I get really grossed out. And before you say, what about straight people who do anal? I've broken up and exposed more influencers, straight guys who did anal. I've destroyed more friendships like that than any human on earth. If I find out someone close to me does anal, I fade away. I never text them again. I get really disgusted from feces land, and I call
yeah,
them
so do I. I mean, I wouldn't do that shit
I call
either.
them homosexuals for the rest of my life. And people are like, what if it's someone like a cousin of yours in your family? That would never happen. But if it did,
Mm.
I would never talk to them either. I draw the line at feces, right? I didn't say piss. I said no, piss and feces. I draw the line there, and I'm telling you right now, instinctually I puke when I hear the word. Do you know that the word diaper? You know that these gays wear diapers after doing it? That's not normal. That's fucked up. That's really wrong. And I don't need to make a logical argument if my soul is saying get away from this disgusting, degenerate, evolving backwards behavior. And if anyone listening has ever been curious, I think they're mentally ill.
But to visualize it is kind
I
of
have
gay.
to agree with that.
I don't visualize it. Like when I see two gay people, it's not like I'm visualizing them having sex.
What
Obviously, it's
about
like
when you shake their hands?
I,
What about when you shake their hands? Are you visualizing
I think
them?
these are intrusive thoughts, Zherka.
Yeah, we have them. We're human.
So you like when you see two gay dudes, you just like intuitively just start imagining them fucking in their ass. Like
No,
that's
I imagine, oh shit, these guys have a low impulse control. They smash in a
Exactly.
penthouse all day. Like I have you been around homos, bro? You know they'll smash people
bro.
within
They make the
30.
best neighborhoods. If it once
No,
look,
they don't.
I'm look.
That's
No,
a
they
That's
lie,
fucking do.
bro.
They're
really
more
when they make out in
educated. They
front of a
have higher
chill
incomes.
child.
Total lie.
They're more.
Jewish
They're more
propaganda.
educated. They have higher incomes. And like once they start moving in, when
Straight
they
Well,
start
lie.
moving into
no,
like a poorer area and it becomes gentrified, like
no.
whenever you see gays moving in all place, that's where you buy the real estate. Like those
Look,
motherfuckers know how to
no.
gentrify.
That's the most bullshit I ever heard
That's
in my
If
life.
you've been
crazy,
on,
100%
dude. You want
true.
to live with
if you've been on,
When has a
you want to
gay moved
live
into a poor
you
neighborhood
I would
Fucking
made
rather
it
live.
better?
Brooklyn, like everywhere. What do you mean? The Bronx, like there's everywhere they move to, like turns better.
look, I have observed these people, homosexuals, bisexuals, transsexuals. I observed all these people when I was on the street. I didn't mind, whatever, But what I realized, they are all perverts. So when I look at them, I don't look at a gay guy or a bisexual guy. I just look, oh, that's a pervert. Oh, that's not a pervert. And that's it.
Yeah, it's kind of
That's it.
like
They're all
if you have you ever
perverts.
seen a cheetah that
They're
cannot
all the same.
sprint? When you look at a cheetah that cannot sprint, you go, dude, there's something wrong with this biology of this cheetah. When I look at a dude who can't pick up bitches, yes, I see the same disgust. Like you can't pick up women, you'd switch to men.
Well, I wanted to touch on what you said earlier about incels. This is about an hour ago. You're talking. I don't actually think incels exist. The problem you have with incels and self-described incels is that their sexual market value may be like a 2 or a 3 out of 10, and they expect to get a 6 or a 7 out of 10, and so
There's no such
they don't
thing,
look
dude. What are you
smash.
talking about? Market and men. You're confusing men with women. No one cares about how many women you fucked as a man.
No,
What are you talking?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about incels. They don't actually exist. It's just like low tier men
Incels
want
have,
higher tier women than their sexual market value would allow them to have, and so they.
there's no market. A man's market value will not go up if he's an incel. A woman's will, of course. Like,
Fuck,
what are you talking about?
You've
Uh,
completely
incel as a
misconstrued the
man is
point I
just
was making.
weird.
One step at a time. Repeat that.
Dude, Davinsky, you've never met an incel who cannot generate thought
Okay,
forms around a female and they're very nervous. You've never
no,
met a person
I
like
had
that?
when I was living in the DR, I had an incel boot camp. One of my students is actually down
Oh,
there,
you're
Robert.
selling us something?
No, I'm not because I'm out of the
You're
DR
misreading
now.
the
I'm
word
out, but I
incel.
just want to tell you a story. There was this guy, his name Castizo, and he was 6'4", had no confidence whatsoever. He sounded like he was about to shoot up a woman's only gym. Like he started listening to Elliot Rogers, like he was spiraling. And so I brought him down to the DR. The first night we were there, we got like a couple. We probably got like 20 grams of coke, 2 hookers, and he became a changed man. Just like hanging around women, talking to women. He got a Dominican lineup at the barber. He started changing his fashion. He just got confident. And so, like, now he doesn't even describe himself as an incel. So I think that a lot of inceldom is basically a lack of confidence, which they can
Uh,
change.
You're saying it's a lack of coke and hookers.
Yes, like sometimes exposure to women and having experiences with women, because like they view them from like very porn brained lens. They don't view like women as people. They view
Yeah. No, I agree that I never talk about it because I don't want to promote it, but in a weird way, a lot of these sex workers we hate do save some incels' lives from committing suicide, and they kind of come back to the middle after they get it a bit out of their system. They feel more normal. They can go back to their hobbies, and you kind of understand that the suppressed force is what's going to get them to jump off a bridge. and the release force of like doing some sin is there's like a beauty there almost of his life got saved. When you see someone relax after one of those experiences, obviously it comes with something else where it gets really addictive. You know, some of those guys are addicted. But when you look at sex work, who's the people going to these hookers the most? It's not the unconscious suppressed forces that can't get pussy. It's a lot of business suit successful men who just want a nice massage. That blows your mind because the incel's consciousness is so dimmed that he's so depressed he can't even make it to the hooker store and buy his Pokemon, right? He can't even do that. And the business suit and tie guy, he just wants a release. And he goes and so in a weird way, everyone on earth who's using those hooker places, it's the wrong people using it. If it's going to exist in some kind of way and it has to exist, then it shouldn't be the suit and tie guys who are getting all the bitches anyway. They're just strengthening their lower forces and they're getting too into it. It should be those incels about to jump off a bridge. And yeah, it's like you cannot,
Do you think that
you know,
everybody has a soul?
everybody has a soul, but the percentage is different on everyone. Some people have 1% built, prisoners,
Mhm.
murderers. Some people have 5%, some people 10%. And the people who have 100%, they're the only people who can go through the gate of death consciously. No one else
How do
has
we
that.
gauge the percentage?
You gauge the percentage on success. So the from murderer to Jordan Peterson is the greatest gauge. So how close are you? Are you closer to the murderer that murdered 10 people and he's dim in a cell? Or are you Jordan Peterson, is thinking, feeling, and willing? They're all there. You can see every facet of his life is successful. And
What
and
about
he's
OJ Simpson?
I'll tell you this, even though he does not have a developed soul at all because he murdered someone. It's really hard because your soul takes snapshots of what you're doing. So it's really hard for you. Not that you could always have it zero. There's no zero soul, but you cannot murder someone if your soul is really built up. Jordan Peterson does not have the capacity to murder someone. He doesn't have it, right? Maybe in self-defense, I could see that. But yeah, when sometimes you're around black people and you know they're your buddies, and then you go down one alley and you see someone who has a much tinier flame to their soul, that guy will rob and murder you 100%.
You don't think that like 9 out of 10 people are just not real? Because 9 out of 10 people are not going to change anything. They're always just going to be
That's
in the
wrong. That's
masses.
wrong. They're evolving through time and they have many incarnations to build the soul. That's
Mhm.
just like you, just like everyone else here.
Evolving to what though? Like what's the pinnacle? What's the
The
apex?
pinnacle is the Jerusalem state or the Jupiter state, thousands of years
Mhm.
from now. And don't think of it as like, oh, 1,000 lifetimes. No, every 500 years, you reincarnate here on earth in a different way, in a taller, beautiful, more reflective, more solar way. And yes, earth is going to become a star. The whole earth is going to get very bright as we approach this. What makes the earth
Mhm.
alive and turns it into a star is our thoughts, feelings, and deeds. We are the honeybees. This is our honeycomb. That's how it works. And every single murderer is going to transform their desire. And in the future, they're going to be seen as angels, angel level, free angels, though. They're going to be free, not instinctual. And you're going to be shocked that even Carmelo Anthony will rise again and he will be purified and everyone will forgive him. But we are so far from that. Carmelo Anthony's a murderer right now.
What do you
But
mean by star? Earth is going to be a star. What do you mean by that?
I mean, earth is matter going towards spirit. The drop
Mhm.
of sunlight that healed the earth is the blood of Jesus Christ. As soon as that touched the earth, it changed the etheric organism. Now we're headed back upwards. Every single lifetime gets more intense as we go towards spirit. And you don't have to consciously know this, right? You can be in your own little bubble. You can be dragged along too. It's just not skillful, right? The people who get dragged along suffer in an remember, humans can handle suffering. It's intentional suffering that you want. If you don't know why you're suffering and it's passive, that is the greatest nightmare. You could be in that nightmare for
So we evolve.
thousands of
We evolve
years.
through suffering.
Yes.
yes.
What's the
Yes.
difference between suffering and
100%
misery?
yes.
Yeah.
What's the difference between misery and suffering?
Well,
Someone just like,
there's
oh,
two
a heroin addict.
there's two gates of suffering: passive suffering, like a heroin addict, or intentional
Hmm.
suffering, like someone mastering their career. Now,
Hmm.
clearly, one of them is more orderly; the other one's more scattered. But you're
Hmm.
on Earth to develop your. Every human's on Earth to develop logical, linear thinking that dips itself in its heart center. So it has to. You have to feel for your thinking. You can't just be cold and abstract, and you have to will good things in the world. The only issue is, dude, everyone's evolving. You know how they say the races evolve at a different pace? It's not the races, dude. It's individually, everyone's on their own track. So you could see someone a billion times more evolved. You could see someone 5 steps away from you. And the people who are on your track are usually people you incarnate with or you gravitate towards or friends you want, right? And that's why a lot of people have fucked up, ugly looking faces is they crafted, their soul is crafting them ugly because morality is beautiful. But you're not supposed to ever judge because there's a lot of ugly people that changed their lives and they started working on their soul right now. And they're beautiful people inwardly. And they're going to be beautiful for the next 100 years, but it's not going to show on their face. So the big rule is you don't judge. But in the future, everything you do inwardly is going to show outwardly, right? And you're not
So
supposed
our
to be,
whole
you're in the
purpose
future,
is
you
just to
won't.
master ourselves. That's it. That's our whole
Well, no,
purpose.
and you're going to become your own cosmos. You're not just going to be a man. You're going to be
Mhm.
godlike in power. But this takes many thousands of years and you're supposed to be enjoying it because all the good that happens in your life, most of it is actually grace. You don't deserve it. Like people are like, why do I suffer for no reason? You've had thousands of lifetimes of raping people and harming other souls. It doesn't karmically go away. Your soul takes snapshots. That's why I purify. Like you got high five people, have fun. Even if you fuck some hoe, OnlyFans hoe, do it in a loving way. You don't have to do rails off her ass and call her a bitch. You can, why don't you make her laugh a bit, you little fucking snake?
This is kind of weird, but I've sort of grown to love suffering in a weird way. I'm like, oh yeah, like I want someone to break my heart so that I can transform. I can, turn that into something beautiful,
Yeah.
right? Like I
All
feel like people are so
suffering.
scared of suffering.
Pepe,
Why? Like it's an experience.
all suffering
It's
is the black parts of you, all the evil shit on you, inside of you, being peeled off. So it's like taking off a band-aid. It hurts, but when the suffering's done, you are purifying away from AIDS. All the AIDS you built over thousands of incarnation that stays in your human atmosphere. You look, man, this is too psychedelic. If you haven't had a psychedelic experience, nothing I say is going to make sense to you.
I haven't had like a psychedelic experience, but you make sense to me. Isn't that
What
interesting?
did you try, Zerko?
I'm just saying
What did
that
you try? Just
don't ever confuse life. Life
did you do
is
LSD or what?
identical to the Christian mysteries. People ask me, I don't know how to behave in a certain arena with a certain people. I'm like, how would Jesus Christ behave? And they go, oh, that's my center. I'm like, yes. That's why Paul says Christ in me. He doesn't say what I want to do. And people are like, oh, even when I act like Jesus, I do it in an evil way. That's still better than what the fuck you were about to do. Trust me. You want to go to your magnetic north and be careful with religion. Religion means you're sexually repressed, and religion is for mentally ill people. Okay, if you ever want to lose your faith fast, you want to lose your religion fast, make friends with a priest. You go to dinner, you will actually look at that guy like, oh my god, this world is so unfair. He's supposed to be my light. He's supposed, and you have to bring your spark, your inner light to the world. It has to, it's like people who say, Zherka, why do you say profound stuff and evil stuff? Because they're both me. They're both me. If I said only one of them, I would be extremely off balance and you wouldn't even trust me. You'd be like, yo, this guy is lying to me. This, it's like perfect little Christians. They're lying to you. Read Freud, read Jung. I don't like Freud, but he's right about that. That guys who wear the suit and tie have a shit ton to hide. Am I saying that
Sorry?
about Nick?
What you're
Nick
describing though
is
doesn't sound
so
like
far.
suffering.
Nick is so much
Where's
more
the suffering in it?
individuated than someone like Davinsky. That Davinsky should worship Nick. He should,
No.
because only Nick can bring order to a cokehead like Davinsky.
Bro, Nick is a
Facts.
I
Nick is
agree,
a
but
glutton that
I'm
shoves
just
McDonald.
listening
Now
here.
he's on Wegovy. He's on Ozempic. He doesn't have self control. He's never had pussy. He keeps saying, "I'm waiting for marriage." He's like 28 years
Bro,
old.
you are so
Nick now.
judgmental. Like,
So
do
sorry to
you
talk
He's
about
a
Nick.
do
bitter
you not
man.
like
I'm not bitter at all.
do
I
you
didn't.
not see that you are like fallen too? You are like you have your problems as well. Like you're so busy like wondering about like if Nick's eating McDonald's tonight. Like seriously, dude.
No, I mean there was a reason I said
Zherka,
that.
some of us are civilized here, and we have our hands up because we are civilized people. Please put attention to us because we are civilized. We want to speak our mind. So, as a host, be nice. Say, hey, you with the hand, speak because we're civilized people. Please.
Shut the fuck up, nigga.
Oh, fuck.
But I don't
Seriously,
get the dick riding, Zerko. Like, why do you like Nick so much?
Nick is the
why do you like
highest.
Nick so much?
Check this out. Besides Jordan Peterson, which he blocked me, we're enemies, I guess. Like he doesn't like me, but I have to be fair and tell the truth. Jordan Peterson was the highest level of evolution we saw in man. It's not Donald Trump, even though we love Trump. We love Trump, but it's not Trump. It was Peterson. It was his turn. That was his initiation, and he failed the ego inflation. He failed a lot, but he did a lot of good. Who is after Jordan Peterson? Very few people took up the mantle. It is Nick. As much as people don't want to admit it, Nick is the closest to the Christ force. He's been doing a nightly prayer for 20 fucking years in a row. Do you
That
know
is
how
true.
powerful that is? You're going to compete
That's
against.
true.
He's been doing his nightly prayer before bed for 20 years. That's why he's the
How come there's
furthest
no
ahead.
photos of him at church or anything? Like, does he even go to church?
Are you kidding me right now?
No. What's his what church does he go to?
Wouldn't that be doxing? Why would
Not
we say
really. No.
that?
I mean, his house has already been doxed.
Well, why? I don't get what's the thing? Like, why are you so jealous
Because I
of a
think
man?
he's a fake Christian. He like
Well,
okay.
forget the Christian part. Forget the Christian part.
I really
Is
don't
Nick
want to talk
he
about
Fuentes
that shit.
more evolved than Dr.
No,
Davinsky?
definitely not.
Are you kidding me?
He's a very hate-filled person, and what you get with these religious
What
people.
do you mean hateful?
Well,
That's crazy,
I'll
dude.
explain what I
You're
mean.
saying you're
How?
more evolved than Nick?
A hundred
Are you
percent, a
kidding
hundred
me?
percent, 100%.
Explain me where Nick is hateful.
So
Explain it to
what
me.
a lot of religious people is they hide the guise of their hatred behind religious scripture and dogma. So the reason that Andrew Tate became a Muslim is so he could hide his homophobia, his sexism behind the guise of Islam, which is a protected class. And Nick does the same thing with his racist rhetoric, his homophobic rhetoric, and hides it behind misconstrued
Seriously.
biblical interpretations. And
No,
so
but he
Do
doesn't
you,
hide
do you think
behind the
someone like
moral
Andrew
ethics.
Tate
Like
has
he
fucking a
doesn't say
need
to
to
someone,
hide
"I'm
from
moral,
anything?
I'm better morally than you." He doesn't say that. He's mostly like talking intellectually about politics and joking about the world how it is, bro. Right? You don't see like he's saying that I'm better than you because I do this and that. No, you don't
no,
see that
he
at all.
makes him. Of course, he thinks he's a huge egotist.
Everybody
Yeah, yet
is.
you're talking about
So
him.
what,
He
what's the
doesn't know who
problem
you
being an
are.
egotist?
Pretty
If
sure he.
He
it's
doesn't know
if it's
you
useful, it's
exist.
I don't even
What
think
is
that
the argument there? Like, let's
Davinsky
say
can
hypothetically
pull
he doesn't
like
know what that I
Zherka, what is
exist.
his name again?
Davinsky. I don't even think that you could pull like 25K live viewers on a random freaking
This is an
Wednesday
appeal to
night. Like,
popularity. Like, what does that
can
prove?
you build?
There's a lot
Davinsky,
of
Can
very
you
you
stupid
build
are
a
people in the world, and a lot of stupid
community?
people watch Nick
Hang
Fuentes. Like,
on,
you are
congratulations. That's just an ad
nothing.
populum
Davinsky.
argument.
Can
You
you
are
build?
nothing.
Jew, please explain to us what did he do which is hateful? And I'm not even.
I have to mute you guys because I want to say this, right? Like, can you build a community like so loyal, like that you're so convinced it's a cult? Like, this is talent. That's what talent is. That's what Nick is. Like, he is authentic. He is objectively very, very good at what he does. Like, he can think on the fly for hours. Like what do you mean?
So what you described was a cult. I will kill, rape, and die for Nicholas J. Fuentes. Like he literally has a pledge. Like, how are you so
Nobody
blinded by
would kill,
this?
rip,
No,
and die for you.
I don't. Yeah, because I'm
You're
not a cult
nothing.
leader. What the fuck is wrong?
You
Oh
are
my God, you have the
nothing.
dumbest arguments, Josie.
You are
could
nothing.
you
It's not an
tell us
argument, it's a
where is the
fact.
hate?
I am more
Like
than you will ever
where,
be.
Certainly not, sir. You are
Weren't you just
still
talking about
nothing.
ego and
Wait,
Nick's big
wait. Why,
ego?
why is it bad to have a cult though? You're like a mafia boss, bro. That's badass.
No,
No.
that's not good.
I say to my
look,
army,
I'm not
attack
a Nick
David Da
Fuentes
Vinci,
fan,
and they
but
go
can you
attack
tell me
him.
about what is the issue?
Hypothetically,
Like,
in GTA.
So he peddles a lot of
okay,
like debunked racial pseudoscience, which poisons the well.
what is the pseudo science of the racial shit? Explain it.
So race and IQ, which is sociological, environmental. He tries to say that black people and other races of people are innately less intelligent. There's like no scientific basis to that.
It is literal fact, bro.
They
No, it's
In
are.
not. No,
terms
it's
of
not.
IQ,
Yes, it
they
is.
have like
That
negative like 50 points IQ. That is the difference
you
here.
understand those.
You're a Bolshevik,
Even
If
Marcus.
Charles
it's not a
Murray
Screw
has
you.
fact,
conceded in his new
why
book
isn't
Based in
Africa
Reality
up?
that the Black American IQ is about 92 to 93.
You're a
In the bell
Bolshevik
curve, he said it was
Marxist
85.
Jew.
So even he's conceded, but there's been an upward shift. This is called the Flynn effect. And so you can't just ignore the environmental gaps. Well, like this is really dumb. There was a meta-analysis from the
Can you
University of
explain why
Amsterdam in
Africa is down?
2010, and they found
Why
that the
can you not
sub-Saharan
simulate
African
it,
IQ is
IQ?
equivalent to Western
Like seriously.
Europeans in the 1950s using the Ravens matrices, which is the most G-loaded test.
Why
And
is
it's
Africa a
because
shithole?
in the 1950s in Europe, they didn't have access to as much education, nutrition. And so these are environmental
They
gaps
didn't
that
have access to
persist.
education because white people made education.
What?
They didn't have access to education because white people made
Oh, really?
education. Why is
So
Africa a
the
shithole?
so
Why is Africa a shithole till
Timbuktu
this
and
day?
the Alexandria Library,
Why is
like
Africa a shithole?
Babylon. I don't think anyone made education. Proto-Bantus independently invented iron smelting 5,000 years ago. It was one of the largest expansions.
What the language we're speaking right now is
Congratulations! Wow,
English.
you're
If
smart. That
they're
was a
so
really good
fucking
point.
smart, why don't they go back to Africa and build an empire? Like seriously, that's what I would do.
Why isn't
Have you
Africa
heard of the
already
Kingdom of
up?
Benin? It
There's
lasted
hundreds of millions
1,000
of
years. They had the
Africans.
greatest earthworks in human history. That's from West
What
Africa. They
about
had
today?
iron and
What
bronze
about today?
casting. There was Portuguese explorers that went there saying that it was comparable to Lisbon at the
But what
time.
about today,
Like you
though?
guys are
What
just
about today?
historically
What about
illiterate. You
today?
think that Africans are running around
What
singing
about today,
Ooga
bro?
Booga. Like it's just not true.
Do you
Africa's
believe in the
rapidly
out of
What
developing
Africa
about
right
today?
now.
theory?
You can't look at it. You can't look at a point in history like now and say that's the end point of history. History is on a continuum. As I said, in the 1950s, China had a life expectancy of 30 years old. They were rice paddy peasants. South Korea didn't become a first world country until 2006, according to OECD guidelines. Like you can't just look at a
Have
point
you
in
seen the
time
countries where
now
the
and say that's
African
how it's
countries
going to
is
be.
still hooga booga? If you
How did Africans get enslaved if they're equal? How the
I
fuck
don't
does
know
that work?
how did the term slave? How is that from the etymology of Slav? I don't know, man. How did 3 million white Europeans get enslaved by the Ottomans, the Barbaries, and the Tartars?
But the thing is,
You are fucking so
Slavs
you
dumb.
just
It's like
aren't
talking to a
complaining
Slav,
about
wall.
it.
Slav. You just
Slavs aren't complaining about it,
I'm
though.
pretty
yes,
sure they
exactly.
There's
do.
no
They
Slav
do. They
saying,
do.
Slav is
no, they're not.
the point of saying slavery existed forever. I'm a Slav. We are Slav. The Slav being slave. That's the Viking migrating from the fucking north to the fucking Slavic area, which we call today, to the fucking um, Byzantine Empire, right? Where they sold the Slavs. The Slavs are the slaves, and we don't complain. I'm a fucking
I
Slav.
hear Slavs
Our
complain about it.
meaning comes from slavery, and we don't complain. But the
The
fucking
thing is, you're
like
not ghettoized in your countries today, right? So if you have a historical
you're not
subjugation and
ghettoized,
oppression,
dude. You
then
have
obviously there's
no
going to be a
idea what you're
different
talking about.
dynamic. Gypsies complain about slavery. Gypsies complain about
Gypsies
ghettoization.
complain about nothing, dude. I
Yes,
come
they do.
from Bosnia. When I come to Bosnia and talk with gypsies, they don't
Nah,
rape anyone.
gypsies
They
complain a
don't
lot, bro.
complain about
But now I
anything.
see a
They're
flaw
just
because
there.
you earlier,
Gypsies are the most criminal
all
group
of
in
you,
Europe. If you look
all
at
of you,
incarceration
They're
rates, you
not.
look at academic attainment,
bro,
you look at
all of
welfare
you agree
dependency,
with
gypsies
Zherka.
vastly outnumber that in terms of bad socioeconomic outcomes than black Americans. Black Americans have 50,000 patents, they have
Gypsies are
HBCUs,
not
they have a
comparable
ton of
because
soft
the state
cultural
controls the
export,
black people.
and they have very comparable histories to the gypsies. So, like, if you want to look at, say, Indians who are gypsies versus
None of this
Africans,
explains
it seems
why
who's doing
Africa
better.
is down, though. There's hundreds of millions of Africans. You cannot name one thing that benefits us today that
Okay,
came from
now you need
Africans.
to
You can
know
ask
Why does
Grok
black
that. I mean,
people
what kind
only
of
the
like
always
got you
belief
is
see
in
that?
only black people as
individuation or
Arabic
collective.
slaves?
You
It's
can say
ridiculous.
that culturally blacks have like a collective communion of this like victimism type shit, right? We can see all across the world in
I see
various
that with the Arabs. You're an
yeah,
Arab, right,
yeah, yeah.
Rage?
But
Are
now
you an
we have
Arab?
to decide it's something that it's not just cultural but also individual or it's genetics. You have to
Are
decide.
you Arab? Because if you whereabouts in Arabia does your family descend from?
Me, I'm not Arab.
What are you?
I'm Portuguese.
You sound very Arabic.
Yeah, I'm Portuguese.
Look,
Look,
dude,
what I'm saying
Davinsky,
is
I
that
gotta
when
say,
it comes
man, I
when
gotta
it
say,
comes to
Those
human
Davinsky,
when it
in power
you're
right
just
now.
an idiot. Like there's just like you said, you sound like an Arab to his European accent.
he sounded very Arabic.
Really?
Fucking retard.
Well, it makes sense too because
Retard.
there's
Do
maybe
you
it is
just say
genetic. You know,
things
the
to like
Arabs
what?
did
What are you
buck break
doing,
His
the
name is
dude?
Iberians for
Markovich.
how long?
That's crazy. So you're saying
But we
Rage sounds
argue
like an
about
Arab?
you.
It's probably blood memory. You know, his family were getting buck broken by the Arabs for what 800 years.
He says I sound
My
brown. I'm
blood,
literally a
my blood
Jew. We're
memory
literally the
fuck with your
same, and he
sister,
thinks
bro.
he's an idiot.
You probably cluster with North Africans as a Portuguese man. Inshallah,
Yep, yep,
Habibi.
yep, 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 yep.
Make it the
I
Aki
told
way,
you guys,
sir.
don't trust the Jews, no matter the percentage.
Does race really matter, or is it really you either mog or you don't?
Yeah, exactly. It's the composition fallacy, and that's what people like Nick does. Is he takes the bottom 10% or the bottom 1% of Black Americans and extrapolates them to represent, you know, the 99%.
Yeah, but if you were
And
right, then why would
he
Nick
does the
call
same
himself a
things with
Mex?
the Jew.
Bro, why would Nick constantly call himself a Mexican if he gave a fuck like how you interpret him giving a fuck? He doesn't really care that much. He just doesn't want to live around low IQ black people with running around with knives. That's like pretty reasonable position, man.
But he comes from Mexico, which is the most violent country on
Yeah,
earth. Like it's
does he
disrespect.
hide that?
No, he never really goes hard on the Mexicans the same way that he does with blacks or Jews or any other
Whoa,
group.
whoa, whoa. That's because
How do
objectively
you compare the
Mexicans
Mexicans to
are
blacks?
so much easier to love than the blacks and the Jews. Are you kidding me?
It's not true.
That is
Definitely
so
not.
Just
true. What the fuck?
You know,
Mexicans are not easy to go in their taco shop is the easiest shit on earth. Bro, give me
I
a
mean, I've
break,
been
man.
getting soul food. I just went and got jerk salmon chicken down
No,
the
bro,
roll in
Jews
South
Jews can be
Atlanta.
unbearable when you start talking Davinsky. It's unbearable. You can be
No,
unbearable
because
to listen to.
I'm debunking all of these talking
Yeah,
points,
but
and
out of
like I did.
compulsion, you debunk out of you're not free when you speak. You speak because you need to speak. Like when you called Rage, you said he sounds Arab. No humans ever said that to him. You just made
He
that
sounds
up.
very
Yeah,
Arabic. I want
like
to hear.
No, he
Can you say
doesn't sound
Pepsi?
Arabic. What are you talking about?
Can you say Pepsi? I want a glass of Pepsi. Say that.
can you say suck my cock?
It doesn't sound Arab at all.
Well, maybe it's the blood memory. You know, the Iberians were getting buck broken by the Arabs for
Yeah, yeah.
800
Many
years.
people.
That's a
My
waste of
blood
time if you're
memory
just gonna
fuck with
throw
your mom, bro.
insults and hope something sticks on the wall. That's just a waste.
No, the point I was trying to make is that Arabs, especially the Gulf Arabs, there's usually like a
What
civilizational
do you think
building
of
block.
Isabella Davinsky?
I think that she's a terrible person.
Why?
Because she's a Palestinian, and those people are terrorists, and we got to free Israel from the terrorist occupation of the West Bank and Gaza.
For real?
But Nick
Yeah,
is a racist.
Oh wow,
Okay.
you're a Zionist.
yeah, for sure.
Oh, you are the bad guy.
How is that bad? Do you know what the Palestinians are doing? You know what the Arabs are doing?
It's a flat. They flattened that place. They're dead.
No, they're still migrating to Western countries.
It's weird how you got Zionists talk about them like they're cockroaches you step on. Have you noticed that?
And it's kind of how like rapists talk about Jews and blacks.
Yeah,
They
but
dehumanize people, like, it's
so,
ridiculous, like, you are literally the
It's so,
villain
this
right
is so
now.
rich coming from a grouper. What I'm doing is doing mirror irony. Like, right, I'm shining the mirror back in your face to show you the hypocrisies of
yeah,
your
but
You
yours.
need the fucking
morality.
mirror.
How can you shine a mirror when our side hasn't done a genocide and yours has? Like, there's
Your
no.
side would do it. Your
We
side would do
would.
a genocide.
Groypers would genocide.
100%. 100%. Are you killing me?
So what? How the hell are we comparing a real genocide to maybe Groypers would do it? That's crazy.
I mean, we're
And
doing
are you calling it a
hypotheticals.
genocide though for Palestine?
Not really.
Oh wow, you are actually one of those. That's crazy, dude.
I mean, what?
Well, he did a Trojan sleep earlier, right? And he
This is what
referred
I
to
mean
Arab
by yo. They
Spring.
just exposed their. It's so hard not to hate on Jews when people like this guy exist. It's like you're saying there's no dead babies now.
What? I didn't say that. A few dead babies doesn't like constitute a genocide.
What about the whole flattening of the whole city was flattened? Is that a
I
genocide?
mean, that's just what Arabs do. Look at Iraq. Look at like all of these countries. They are, Lebanon. These people are incompetent. The largest fucking
So we
bombing
should
of.
just kill them?
Mm, mm.
See, without the Christ, it's no conscience. He's just not there.
Well, you asked me what I
Where
thought.
are you, Davinsky?
No, Davinsky, I'm not a moral fag. I don't moral fag on any space. I'm just saying, and I'm not doing it to make you look like a monster. I'm saying the soul develops in percentages. You're a way lower percentage than Nick.
No, I'm not. Nick spreads
You're
hate
dim.
every day for the past 10 years. He's never spoken negatively on
Yeah, but he
Mexicans
stood up.
because he
He
has
stood up for
ethnic
the dead
nepotism
children that
towards
he
his group.
hates.
And what
If hold on,
I'm saying is, we got to keep
if
the
you're
same.
saying Nick is racist towards brown people, right? Why would he stand up for the dead children in Palestine? Like it's clear that he has more soul than you. Isn't
No, so what he's trying to do is he's trying to use a social.
Nobody wants you
So
to.
he's using.
Nobody cares what your interpretation of his
Yeah,
intentions
that's
are.
getting lame, bro.
Retarded.
That's getting really lame.
No, because why doesn't he speak on this genocide in Sudan or in Myanmar or in Yemen? He speaks on Palestine so he can hate on Jews. That's literally all. It
He
gives him
does
social
actually. Do
lubrication.
you watch
It
his
gives him a
show?
social lubricant. That's all that he does
Do
it for.
you
What?
watch
Whoa,
his
whoa, whoa.
show?
That's such a lie. If it was a social lubricant, then why does he still call those Palestinians savages, degenerates, right? What are you talking
I've
about?
never heard him say
Yes, he
that. He was the one
has.
who was trying. He was the
No,
one who was
nothing
trying to
is
do
more
the
social.
Christian
Like
Muslim alliance with
I
Suleiman.
love this. Like how people drink in social settings. It's like a lubrication. Yeah, like bringing up the genocide on Palestinian children. That's just like a lubrication. If you
No,
really
it's
want to get
because
drunk.
Only a Jew could
the
think like you,
The
Davinsky.
only reason he speaks on Palestine is so he can hate on Jews and have a social lubricant. That's literally the only reason. He doesn't talk about Sudan. He doesn't talk about
Because
Myanmar.
it's
He
not all
doesn't
over
talk
the
about the fucking
TV.
8 out of the top 10 cities in the
Yeah,
world
because he's
being the
talking
most
about
violent
breaking
in Mexico.
news.
He doesn't talk about the narco wars. Bro,
What are you even
they
talking? We
killed
don't even know any of
they
these, bro.
yeah, because he never talks about it. He's concentrated on Palestine
Because
so he
it's
can
on the
hate on Jews.
news.
Yeah, so
That's
what
his
do you mean? These
job
other
is
things
to
are
go over the
when
fucking
when
news.
when his brethren killed El Mencho, there was 200 terrorist attacks across Mexico over those couple days. So
Yo,
like
somebody
burning
make this
cities,
faggot
explosion.
shut the
He
fuck
never
up.
spoke on that. Why doesn't he
Compare
ever speak
our
on his Mexican savage culture?
development to this, bro. This is a distraction. Shut this guy up, bro. Seriously. I gotta go, Zherka. Take care, Jay. This guy is a fucking distraction. You went from consciousness to this, bro. Shut the fuck up, Levinsky, buddy.
You
I'm
shut the
just
fuck up, you
confused why you
Portuguese
paused
savage.
when Zerka asked you about dead babies. Like, that was a red flag to me.
Yeah, Davinsky,
Well,
you got to
look,
at least you
I
got to
was
call it a
trolling there.
genocide. At least be fair.
I'd say there's war crimes there.
Wow.
Genocide is a little bit full on.
Well, that's
What's the definition of
crazy,
genocide?
dude. That's crazy, dude. I don't even like brown people, and I call it a genocide. Isn't that? I'm way more fair than you.
Look, my point is that the reason Nick he doesn't even have empathy. He cares about himself, and the reason he speaks on Palestine as much as he does is it gives him a social lubrication to hate on Jews. That's literally all
You
it
don't
is.
even watch this
So
show.
why doesn't he ever talk about the genocide in
He
Sudan? Why doesn't he talk
he
The
about
has.
Mexican
God? No,
genocide,
he
right?
He
doesn't. He
has.
never does. He never does.
Yeah, he
No, he
does.
doesn't.
I watch his show every freaking day since like 2018. He does.
He might
You
have made a
don't, and
reference
you
in one
are
episode.
nothing. Just log off for fucking ever.
You're crazy, Josie.
No, you're fucking annoying.
He's not annoying. He's Jewish.
That
Look,
too.
the fact is that Nick Fuentes is a midwit that hides his anti-intellectualism behind the guise of humor, and you people eat it up. That's all he is. He's a
This
fucking
is
midwit.
so projection. Holy shit.
No, it's true. Like, bro,
You need a
imagine talking
mirror.
about
I want
race
to
as a
grab my mirror from
biological
my
reality
bathroom and
when the
bring it
academic
out and just put it in
consensus
your face.
Blumenbach and Denneker has been that race is a social construct. Like this biological determinism, which he pushes out on his show instead of looking at the sociological realities of the world with ghettoization, with redlining, with oppression. Like this is just like really low tiers. It's low hanging fruit for you people to eat up because you have
Nick
a
How come
very
Fuentes
no
little.
one
is your
talks about if you
god.
don't watch this show?
He is your god.
I
You
don't
hate
need
him
to
so
watch. I don't
much.
need to watch his show. I've seen enough. Fucking the algorithm pushes this shit into my timeline all the time. I don't need to watch his show to know his views. His views are retarded.
How do you know his views if you don't watch his show?
What I told you, his algorithm, the algorithm pushes his content onto my page all the time. Like no one online, as much as me, hasn't seen Nick Fuentes' views.
No, you haven't seen. You don't know his views if you haven't watched his show.
Oh my. Okay, whatever.
That's it.
It's not. That's it.
You
I've
don't
seen
know what you're
monologues. I
talking
have a
about.
video where I break down like and debunk all of his like racial claims. Um, like I've seen
No
extensively.
one cares. He just mogs you.
He's a 5'6" pot bellied Mexican. Like, in which
And
world
he
does he
still
mog me?
mogs you.
In which world does he mog me? I'd smack the fuck out of Nick.
I mean, Pepe the Frog mugs you too, so like, you would mug this guy. So
He's also a violent like a low impulse control Mexican. You know, like when that, so his house was doxxed. And so I hope this Jewish woman gets justice. A 60-year-old Jewish woman went to his house, went to ring his doorbell to have a conversation with the Mexican Nazi. He opens up the door, pepper sprays her in the face, kicks her down a flight of stairs, and steals the phone and smashes it. Why isn't this Mexican criminal in prison? He also incited the fucking riot, the Capitol riot.
Wait, I don't
Like
get
this
it.
guy is a
Macing that
serial
bitch.
criminal.
Macing that bitch was totally fair. She came to his house.
So what? You can't, bro. If my house, okay, let's hypothetically, Zherka. Let's say if it's your house is docs tomorrow, right? Can you just fucking mace and boot down people down the stairs for everyone who? He
Yeah,
has
you
no.
can. If your
He
life is
didn't.
in
No, you
danger, you can
can't.
shoot them with a gun.
No, you can't.
Why can't you?
If your house gets
If
doc,
your
you can't
life
just
is in
you
danger and
can't
you're getting death
you can't
threats,
assume every single person that's coming to knock on your fucking door is there to kill
why?
you. You
If you
can't
got a
just.
million death threats, why can you
It does
not? Why?
because people will still come to your house. You can't just assume that every single person that comes to your house after your house is doxxed is there to cause you harm. You can't initiate with violence and boot them down a flight of stairs and steal their property.
What
That's
if they?
low
What if they
IQ.
come saying your name?
So what? She could know his name.
She's literally filming his door. He saw
And
her.
who knows? It could have been a fan. Like he had no. She was smiling. She's like, "Hey," and he's like, he pulls out the pepper spray, boots her down a flight of stairs, and steals the phone. Is that like a normal
A
reaction? But
fan
he's
would never
protected.
be
He's
recording it.
protected
A
by the
fan
police.
wouldn't
He's
record your
protected by the
door.
feds because he
What are
is.
you talking about? A
He
fan
is a
wouldn't
fed.
dox your house and record your door like that. Only a hater would.
Not necessarily. No.
No, she's a threat.
No, she wasn't. You can't just assume every single person that comes to your house. Look, bro, my hotels have been doxxed before, and
Dude, they
I've
want to
had people
literally
knock on my
kill
door. I can't
him.
just open up the door and fucking assault them. Like that's
They
retarded.
want to kill him. They don't want him to be alive. Look at what
Who's
he's
they?
doing.
Who's they? Can you project that they onto every individual that comes to
Bro,
your
you're
door?
a bold nobody. You're a nobody, bro. You're bold. What the fuck are you even talking about? What are you trying to defend
Bro,
right
you have
now?
36
I don't
followers.
even
Like, why,
understand
why
it.
are you trying to like big yourself up, bro? You got 36.
Who the fuck are you? You're bold. I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm just saying you're a bold nobody. You're talking about you mog this
Yeah, I
guy?
do
Who
mug
the
him.
fuck
I
are
do
you,
mug
bro?
him. Look, there's a
You're
lot of very
bold.
stupid
You're a
people with a
nobody,
lot of
bro.
followers. Like this is ad populum. Can you guys like argue without fallacious reasoning? Like, how? Like, oh my god.
But there's nothing to gain from this argument, is what I'm trying to say.
My
What the fuck are you
argument
trying
is
to
that he
gain
projects
from
his
this?
insecurities about being a Mexican, about being a look, the problem that a lot of ethnics have with black Americans is that they know that they will never truly be American. They're always going to be otherized. Black Americans have been godfathered in. It doesn't matter if you, bro, you can have like an Indian from an Ivy League school and you can have Tyrone shooting dice on the block. The average American, the average person is going to view Tyrone as more American than that guy that's even born in America. And so ethnic minorities hate this. They have envy. It's like, Sir, please accept us, sir. Model minorities. And so Nick Fuentes knows as a Mexican, he's never going to be viewed as a real American.
That was kind of gay.
You think that Mexicans are viewed as American?
No, like, oh, you talk a lot, and all I hear is a lower level of evolution, jealous of a higher level.
Do
I
you
mean,
truly view
you
Nick as a Mexican?
do you really think if aliens came down to Earth, they would see Da Vinci as the same species as Nick? Like, be real.
No, they wouldn't. They'd be like, "What is this mestizoid mutant that was? Wasn't he born
You're
via like
talking, dude. You're
CRISPR or
talking
something?
about
Like he was a test tube baby.
what do you talk about? This guy's a millionaire off being banned off everything. That's
He's
impressive as
not
hell.
banned off everything. What
Not
are you talking
anymore.
about? No, he never was. He's always had a platform.
I mean, would
He
you?
doesn't even have a blue check mark, dude.
Daily Stormer was banned off everything. They couldn't even get a domain. Like they were getting Russian domains and they're still getting banned. They were changing their domain like
Nick is
every
a
fucking week.
genius, dude. Your mind is pathetic, dude. Let's be
He's not a
real.
genius. He's good at rhetoric. That's it. Like he's a good orator.
Maybe if
He's
you
a good
weren't in the sex
orator. He's
offender
a good
list, you could get a
orator. He can
domain.
be funny, but again, he hides his pseudo intellectualism behind the guise of comedy. Like that's what he does. Whenever he's
Bro,
pressed
Nick
on
is
like
a
something that's
genius. You're
academic, he
jealous
just
of
makes a
him.
joke about it.
And
He's not a very smart individual. I'm telling you.
he's not smart. He's known for smart. He's not known for anything else.
So why is it okay? You can base someone's intelligence as a cult leader off of their followers. And the average, I've never had a conversation with a grouper online where I've left that conversation thinking, "Wow, this guy was a very intelligent individual." Like literally every grouper I've ever interacted with online, I felt dumber after the
Yeah, but
conversation.
he had a dinner with Trump and Ye, and you're a bald guy.
Okay, wow, that's great.
What what do you have to say about that part?
What? But he had dinner with Trump, and
That's
like,
not impressive.
I mean, people can buy dinners with
Well, so
Trump.
what is impressive in the
And didn't Trump like disavow him after the fact?
In the Da Vinci incarnation? What is impressive? I don't get it. Is it so mastering your
It's
career, becoming the genius online, going to meet the president because of your thinking style? What is genius if that's not genius?
there's lots of dumb people that met Trump, and there's lots of dumb people that have like built
No,
a
what
cult of
is right? So
personality.
point to someone we should look up to.
Someone you should look up to is a I like John McAfee. I think that he's
Isn't
probably
he dead?
yeah,
And
but his lot.
wasn't he doing crack with black hookers?
Yeah, I know. He was truly his own man, and that's one thing I can respect about people that are truly
I
their own
thought that
man
guy
is
was the
Bro,
illest
I
he
shit.
can.
hate when we have to look up to people who do drugs. It's so cringe, bro. Like, what? Pick
No,
someone who's
no,
normal.
because he's truly his own man. You know,
No, nobody who does drugs is normal,
No,
bro.
no, Jung says that the fully integrated man is someone who's eliminated the sense of anger, greed, or jealousy. Is someone who can feel these emotions yet feel no recrimination towards himself. For the perfume of the rose contributes, sorry, manure contributes to the perfume of the rose the same way that our dark contributes to our light. And underneath the facade of our professional, like, our status in society, whether you're a streamer, whether you're a doctor, whether you're a lawyer, there's an element of the unreconstructed bomb. And so John McAfee knew this about himself. He was truly who he wanted to be. That's why he was able to marry a black prostitute. He just didn't give a fuck about what other people thought. Nick Fuentes is a homophobe because he hasn't accepted his homosexuality, right? He's never going to accept it.
Nick's like the
He's
most
not the fully developed
authentic
man. He's not fully
person
encompassed.
that I
He
think
is
I've ever heard
literally
of.
like hiding away in the shadows, and one day he's going to kill himself.
Davinsky, have you seen the way that Nick reacts to his super chats, right? A lot of people who are streaming and they want to get, they want to get money or clout or whatever, they'll like lean into those and be nice and be all buddy to these super chats, right? Nick doesn't do that. He's authentic. If he sees something he doesn't like, he says something, and that's
That's
what I
his
like.
shtick, though. That's part of his
Even
shtick.
making fun of his own fans, okay, at times. That's what he does. That's authenticity.
Okay, he's got like
Like aligning
20,000
with
of you
himself.
retards. He can make fun of one of them for content. Congratulations.
I think you need Nick Davinsky because your life is in disorder. You need to go that direction. You need.
Zherka, when
You
Nick
need.
looks at,
I'm not.
I can
I'm
look
not
myself.
saying. I'm
I
not
can look
saying you put on a
myself.
suit and tie. I'm saying your thought forms have to become more orderly. All of Nick's habits should be integrated with your habits. You clearly want that for yourself, right? Because
Zherka, I can look myself in the eyes in a mirror and I can see my soul. Nick can't stare at himself in the eyes because his reflection is a reminder that he's living in a closet. He's not the fully integrated man. I am myself. I put my life out there. The same with John McAfee. Nick Fuentes, the reason he hates gays is because he has that repressed aspect of himself that has come to light. So he projects outwards the demons. It's literally the shadow.
He's a Christian. He doesn't hate
He's
anybody.
not a Christian. He's a faggot.
He's a Christian. You're
Bro,
a
if
faggot.
Jesus came down to earth today, he would be at a pride rally. He wouldn't be fucking like a fascist like Nick Fuentes. Jesus was the type of person to give his shirt off the back to the homeless man. Like he was the type of person to hang out with prostitutes like Mary Magdalene. Like he was not a hate-filled person like Nick. Nick is literally
You're a
the
secular Jew.
antithesis
How
of
do you even
Jesus.
know about what Jesus would do? You're secular
I know,
Jew.
no, I'm fucking Catholic. I
You
know
worship
Jesus
the
would look at
devil.
Nick as a very hateful person.
You worship the devil. Just log
I
off
am
forever.
a Catholic. I was baptized. My mom was a scripture teacher. Nick Fuentes, if Jesus came down and saw Nick, he would view him as a demonic force in this world, a force of negativity, a force of hatred, a force of division.
You're a Bolshevik
You can laugh at all you
secular
want.
Jew.
We should just worship you instead, hey Davinsky.
I didn't say that. I'm not a cult leader. But Pepe, you're in a cult, man. Snap out of it, right? You sound like a sweet woman. You're young. You're impressionable. Just snap out of it. Stop falling for the bait. I know he's
Yeah,
very
she
good.
seems like a pretty nice lady for somebody who's in such a horrible cult, doesn't she?
I'm not saying that every one of Nick's fans is a terrible person.
It's funny, like most women in that so-called cult seems to be pretty decent women.
No, that's not true. Most of them are like really, really bad.
Have you ever met any of them?
Yeah, like you, Josie.
Well, I'm pretty chaotic, but
Like
I'm
you don't have
delusional.
like a logical train of thought. You're appealing to ad homs. You're appealing to ad populum. You're
You
appealing to
don't
like a
let
lot of.
me put a sentence in. How can I use logic if you
You
don't let
said
me
Nick's more
talk?
popular than me. Nick's like got more
Well,
followers
that's
than
a
me.
fact.
Okay, and so when I was debating Martin Shkreli, who's an Albanian, like Zherka, I was
oh yeah, would you call
criticizing.
him
I was
white?
crit.
He's like the most white guy in the universe.
Yeah, yeah, he is.
He's white.
Like I think there's two types.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because it's on. That's why I asked you last night because you had that ASU frat leader, and I'm like, bro, so you're Albanian, and I asked him like, why do you look Aryan, but like Zerka's clearly a gypsy, and because that throws me
What are you
off, man. I
talking
like
about? I'm
I'm.
the beautiful one, though. I'm being serious.
No, you're not bad. I'm not even
Davinsky,
trolling
how
you.
can you claim to know someone's worldview if we're the place where his worldview are the most conveyed to the audience's show, and you say you don't even watch it? How can you claim that you know his worldview? You
I
don't.
know his worldview comes from the fact that his worldview comes from the fact that he's never truly felt American. He's like this 5'2" mestizoid Latinx, right? He doesn't feel American, and he couldn't really do the white nationalist thing anymore because clearly he's not white. So then he tried to do this Catholic nationalism to bring in these other mestizos that don't have like a true sense of American identity because in some sense they're not true Americans, and so he wants to give them a kind of in some sense like having nationalism. You need to
Mm-hmm.
have like an otherization. So he's been able to have this Catholic nationalism to bring in all of these Mexicans to have finally a sense of American nationalism that's exclusive, and so they can otherize other people. And so that's what it
Sounds like
comes
it's
from. Like his
filled
fan.
with a bunch of Nick Fuentes hate, bro.
I mean, I can't wait for the day where he gets Charlie Kirk. Like I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
You're
At that.
such a loving person. You're a
No,
great
because
top human being.
Look, God also killed evil people at times, right? So
So
the
you
power.
want him to get shot in the neck in front of people for
If
your own personal
I mean, I
satisfaction?
disavow
Good.
violence. Violence is very bad, but hypothetically, if
Well,
it
you just say
happened,
you can't wait for the day gets Charlie Kirk. What the fuck are
I
you on? That's a
disavow
contradiction right
violence.
there.
Let's kill
I
Nick
dis no,
Fuentes.
no,
Like
I
you're
disavow
crazy.
violence. Disavow.
Disavow. Now you're backtracking it. No. You said clearly. I can't wait for the day he gets Charlie
I
Kirk.
think that like when
You're
you
a
do
piece of
when you
shit.
put out evil hate into the world, it comes back to you at some point. And so all of that hatred that Nick's been spreading to millions of people over the past 10 years online,
Excuse me.
that's going to come back to
He's
him.
got better
Did
karma
Charlie
than you,
Kirk?
bro. You're bald. Like, he's not bald.
Did Charlie
Who's
Kirk
bro?
spread
Okay,
hate into the
I can
world?
get
Is
a
that
hair
your definition
transplant.
of
He can never
hate?
not be a 5'2" Latinx, right?
Is was Charlie Kirk's message a form of hate in your opinion spread onto the
Yes,
world?
yes, it was. Yes,
Really?
yes, yes, 100%.
Are you a part of the freaking ADL cult? Because
So,
you kind of sound like it.
like people like Charlie Kirk, he appeals to like same with Nick. They appeal to like midwits. And so Charlie Kirk would be like, "Oh, if I saw a black pilot come on the plane, I would question their credentials, as if like there's not the
Have you
same
heard of DEI?
qualifications that are
Have you
needed."
heard? Do you know about American politics and DEI?
So where's the DEI for becoming a pilot?
Because you would question if your pilot is qualified because they need to
They
meet a
still need to do the same
quota.
exams. They
See,
still
you
need the
don't let me
same
finish the
flight time
sentence. How do you want me to speak logically if you don't let me finish the fucking sentence?
because it
Just
doesn't
shut the fuck
relate
for
to
a second.
pilots.
No. The pilot who gets hired, who gets the job, who gets to graduate from school, okay? You might graduate because they need to meet a quota of black people who graduate, unlike before. You don't strictly graduate because you actually earned it. That's why you would question
No,
whether the
that
pilot you have, if he's black, if he actually earned his spot there.
completely incorrect. You still need to do the same flight time. You still need to do the same exams. This is just ridiculous. Even if there is, an affirmative action is banned, and if you look at the 5-year graduation rates of Ivy League schools during affirmative action, black students graduated at the same
You're
or had
talking
higher
Ivy League
rates.
school. We're talking flight school
Yeah,
here.
no, I'm giving you a comparison, right? So
But
affirmative
this
action.
it's not it's a false equivalent. It's a false equivalency. That's not even we're talking flight school.
Okay, and black pilots are qualified. They do the same flight hours, they do the same exams. You don't get an easier exam because you're black. And this is what I'm trying to say is that you get very unsuccessful white people that want to obfuscate from their unsuccessful nature and discredit or trivialize black success. Like if you're a black pilot, well done. If you're a white janitor, you suck. Like that's what it is. And just because like if you were black, you'd still be that black janitor, right? So you what you're trying to do is trivialize black people's success, becoming pilots, becoming doctors, becoming
How do you
engineers, and just
explain? How
say,
do you
"Oh,
explain
my DEI." Like it's really dumb.
How do you explain then all of the big industries, including, let's say, video games and movies, everything that's getting literally pussified because of the women that are taking the jobs but are not as qualified? Look at the graphics of today's video game versus 10 years ago.
They're a
Okay,
lot
we
better
have with the
today. They're a lot
technology
better
that we
today.
have, it should be so freaking amazing, but it looks like fucking cartoons
No,
and
they
the games
don't.
suck.
No, they don't. You want to compare the graphics of like a PS2 to a PS5?
No, I'm talking the game itself, not the console.
Okay, and the graphics of the games are better as well. You want to compare Grand Theft Auto 5 to Grand Theft Auto
They
3?
should be. They should be.
And they are.
They are not.
And like again, companies are in the business of making money, and this is a problem I have with like this Disney rhetoric. Oh man, look,
But they're not making more money. Look at the numbers.
no, they are making more money.
They are flopping
Do
hard.
you know the reason they put diverse casts into movies? It's because Hollywood has global appeal. Like I lived in Thailand 4 years. When I went to the cinema,
We're
if there was
talking
an
game,
Asian
not
character,
Hollywood. You keep just fucking moving like just oh my god, log off
well, what
forever.
are you saying? Pussified games? What? There's a woman in a game. There's a trans person in a game. There's a black
No, the
samurai.
team, the developer team.
What about it? These games are
It's
still
all a bunch
selling.
of fucking lesbians and
Who
LGBTQ
cares?
people
Who cares?
that get hired for diversity points instead of nerds that can barely talk to
I'm pretty
women
sure
but
they're
can
still
make a hell of
nerds.
a good video game.
Just because they're a woman or they're a fucking homosexual doesn't mean they're not a nerd. I think you got to be pretty nerdy to go into like becoming a dev.
That doesn't, you can be a nerd, that doesn't mean that you know how to like make rendering better or that you know
Oh,
anything
so
about.
homosexuals and women just don't know how to render games. Do you have like a peer reviewed study on that? I want to see.
Do you need a peer review to know the sky is blue?
No, because that's very. It can go outside and see that. But when it comes to like this claim, I want to see some evidence.
You're the type of guy who needs like a peer review study to
No,
know that
I'm genuinely
like
curious. You said that women and homosexuals can't render games. Do you have any academic citation for that?
you need an academic citation to know you're a fucking retard because I can produce one right now.
Oh my god. See, you're low
Yo,
IQ, Josie. You're
Defensky,
the
my
perfect
nigga.
groiper.
Yo,
You're
you
actually the
like women,
perfect
bro?
groiper.
No, you're just fucking pathetic. You keep moving the goalposts. You're not here in good faith, and you say that Nick should get Charlie Kirked. Just get the fuck
I'm
out of
glad
here.
that you got one of the things I said correct.
Yo, do you like
So
women,
you're
my nigga?
admitting that you should get Charlie Kirked.
I said one. I'm not going to specify which one. You can take a guess.
Okay, I guess the third one then.
Maybe.
So yeah, you want him to get Charlie Kirk. You want Nick to get shot. You want Nick to die. Yeah, somebody would
Nothing
go
of
to you
value.
would go to
Nothing of
kill Charlie
value of
Kirk.
will be
You would
lost.
fucking pay for
The
his
world
bus
would be
fare.
a slightly better place if Nick wasn't here.
Well, he lives in your head rent free. Like if you feel that way, that's crazy.
He was brought up in the conversation. I didn't mention him
You
today.
don't even watch his show. Don't you think maybe you have a confirmation bias?
Why do I need to watch your show to know
I'm
what his
getting
views are?
DMs saying that you're ruining the vibes, Stavinsky.
Yeah, and I don't like to be the one yapping like that. Like I know the people don't like it.
Zherka likes conflict. I'm giving you conflict.
And Zherka doesn't like women yapping.
Well, maybe stop yapping because women can't render thoughts.
Well, I just can't
I've got a
help it. You're so
citation. It's
fucking
called
stupid.
Josie.
Like
Maybe
when I
try
see such
render
human
your
male,
thoughts
I feel
better.
like you need to like, ugh.
Can you not render your thoughts because you're a woman or because you're a retard?
No, because I didn't have my fucking coffee, you diplod.